Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green bars lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Oh, hello, I am here. How is everyone? Good morning. It is Thursday. It is the start of a brand new day. Well, my day's already halfway through, but anyway, good morning. Good morning, Paula. Hi, Lois. Probably Lois is already over at Karen Reed. Hi, Benny. Hello. Hi, Zizzy. Hello, Robert. I hope I can put you back to sleep now. Hello, William. Good morning, everyone. It's your Friday. Woohoo! Well, it's already my weekend to me, so I can know I understand the feeling absolutely. Um we're gonna try to be a positive today because yesterday was not a good day for many of us because it was a crazy day in court. Guys, what happened? Oh wow, you've been wow. I understand you on early mornings, 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the mornings. They need to finish. They need to be over. It's literally old news. They need to be gone. I completely understand with you, and I support you there, Paula. I don't like early mornings. I'm starting to very dislike it. I am doing much better, thank you. Yes. Um I had a very good sleep. I needed a good sleep. Going back to work was hard. I had a horrible day as well yesterday, which did not help. The anxiety, my eczema did not help anything. So it did not help at all. Oh wow. I wish you could clock in sooner so you could just like try and get done and over with. Good morning, Kara. Hi. Welcome in. How is everyone feeling? I know yesterday we had a very rough day. We had what I'm gonna call it personally, in my opinion, a horrible verdict on the Tyree Nichols case. For me, that was beyond the wrong verdict. Oh, definitely sleep well, having coffee, everything helps absolutely. I've already done some work. I then worked around the house as well, so things are looking up today. Oh no, never. When you think you finished with your audits, I was like, yes, awesome, you finished. No, they give you more. That's not good. Oh yeah, sorry, but you got zapped there by a nightbot. But yeah, be careful. But I understand it. That verdict was beyond unbelievable. That kind of gives me a scare though for the Schurr trial. But I don't think we're gonna have a verdict on that trial. I think it's gonna be a hung jury, guys. I am almost guaranteed. Oh, it's all right. Nightbot will survive, Benny. Don't worry. Oh, it's going away. Oh, hey, with the pups, obviously. I get to make. Oh, that is all, Kara. Celebration, definitely. No, we got the verdict for Tyree Nichols. That was another. There were three former. I forgot what it was. I always complain. Was in Tennessee. Three Tennessee cases. Police officer. Oh, good morning, Southern Cat. Hi, you sneaked in there. I almost did not see ya. Good morning. I hope you're all right. Happy Thursday. It's almost Friday. I can smell it. I can see it. But yeah, we got the verdict for the Tyree Nichols case out of Tennessee. It was three of ex cops that's unalived someone, and they got found not guilty. But this one was a completely opposite of the Schurr case. They were clearly guilty. The video that was out there about that case was absolutely horrendous. It was a awful case. I know, I saw snippets of the prosecution case that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but the jury yesterday found them not guilty across the board on 21 charges between four defendants, or three defendants. The other two pled out. So yeah, there's always the federal court, but federal, it's like a cushy prison. They need to go to the big boy prisons, but you know, it's absolutely horrible. Oh, party at Gara's. Whoop whoop. We can all bring cases, drink wine, or whatever mixed drinks we want. Yes, please. I want that. I need that like yesterday. I want that so bad. Oh my days. That it would be amazing. I think I'm gonna do that this weekend. I am not gonna lie. Um it's been too long of a week work wise. I am glad, but it's Thursday. It is going to be a good day. Our trial is back. I've already got the feed is already ready. It's going to kick in when court starts, which is good. So we're going to go back to the Jacob McDonald trial that we've been following. It's a bench trial out of Ohio. We are on day 3. This is supposed to be wrapping up either today or tomorrow. It's a very short trial. So, oh, good night, Roba. I see. I can put anyone to sleep. That's just an awesome gift that I have. Apparently, I can put people to sleep. Yeah. So parties around Kara's. Yes, Robert's already resting for that because she's gonna be looking after us. Oh, talking about party, I need to start talking to you guys. I love you too. And I really, really wanted to thank you for the help you gave yesterday. You were all over the place yesterday. Oh, yeah. And I saw you got the verdict on your case as well. That was good. That was a good verdict. Well done. That was your first trial. I'm very super impressed with you, Robert. You did an amazing job on that. Um, so I was gonna say, because Karen mentioned party. Yeah, you were. What? Hang on. So we went from, you were in California, you were in Florida, you were again in Florida for the other hearing. Um, where did we go next? Oh, we were in Utah as well. We were literally all over the US yesterday. It was. I'm glad that it's, well, it was free. That otherwise that would have been an expensive trip. Um, but before, oh, Colorado. What we were in Colorado for? Oh, and we were in Tennessee. Tennessee as well. Why we were in Colorado? Which case did we saw from Colorado? Oh, it was when I was asleep. Probably it was when I was asleep, wasn't it? Because I was out. Guys, Zio, because when the verdict for the Tyree verdict was coming, she tried to, oh, the Xbox. Oh, the Xbox is in Colorado? I thought it was Florida for some reason. But anyway, we were in Florida too. So we're Colorado, Tennessee, California, Utah. Well, we did 4 states yesterday, roughly. So that's not a bad thing. Um, Leo tried to call me several times, and then I was just like, I was gone. I don't know, girl. You cover that trial. I will go with what you say. It's fine. Hi, Nancy. Good morning. Sorry, I'm hearing things. I'm having noise. Hang on. Who is making noise in my ears? Huh? Ah, Court. Court is making noises in my ears. That's who's making noises. But hang on, I need to say this before we start court. Morning, Nancy. I hope you're all right, my friend. Hi. Um, yeah, I can see that. That was so much fun. I agree. But before we go back to court and when we get started with our day, next week, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream for 2 days, Thursday and Friday next week, because me and Garden Bot, we are away for we just away. I mean, we decided to go away next week. We've decided this a long time ago, and it is next Thursday and Friday. If we are in the middle of a trial, I will obviously ask Rubber or Enzia to help out if they can, but there might be 2 days that I'm not gonna be streaming because vacation time off. We are gonna go away for the weekend. But I probably will make some videos up ahead, just to make sure that you guys have something to entertain and you don't forget about me. But we'll see what happens. Still, seeing even what it's next in terms of trial, because this trial should wrap up um this week. So Monday we can start with a fresh trial if there is, or something. We'll figure it out. But just to make you aware, so if you don't see me next Thursday and next Friday, that is the reason why. We're actually going to go away Wednesday afternoon. But oh, Nancy, I cannot wait. We're going to go to a concert on Thursday night and then it's just chill. We booked a hotel. Oh, it is going to be amazing. I am really excited. I'm really looking forward to it. But I'm going to miss you guys. Obviously, I'm going to always miss you. If we have a trial and if we are going to be streaming it, oh, thank you. I'll never forget about you guys either. If we are streaming and if we are doing a trial, cover a trial or something, I will still try to pop in just to say hello, obviously, but obviously I want to take advantage of this little bit of the time off, and I cannot wait. Especially for the concert, because me and Garden Bot, we are gonna get happy for sure. But we're drinking in the concert venue because drinks are expensive. So speed is back up. Trial has not started yet. So we again, just a reminder, we're back in Ohio. Oh, I have a timer. Oh, I almost tried. I have a timer there and a feed there on my phone just in case anything happens in the Christopher third trial. We'll jump right back into it. So don't forget that we are on verdict. I do need to fix my banner, but I need to fix the banner. Um, whatever it is, the banner. 'Cause this looks different. um, oh, I'll make just a new banner anyway. I know it's not gonna be the same that with you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But I really appreciate the help that CEO and Robert give to the channel and the support you guys also give as well. It wouldn't be the same without you, obviously. So, oh, something happened that they had to call the lawyers. Mm, that is interesting. Mm, rather interesting that is. So yeah, but it's only gonna be 2 days. You're not gonna miss me for that much long. And it's yeah. So what are we feeling about this trial? I know we had a break yesterday because apparently from what I forgot who. I think someone, Paula or someone, that was saying that the judge doesn't work on Wednesdays, so we had the day off yesterday. That's why we were all over the place yesterday. I gonna not gonna lie, I want to watch the Carlos Dominguez trials, but the time zone is gonna be a killer. And the length of that trial. The length of that trial, it's 10 weeks. You guys know very well. I am trying to improve on that in terms of the length of trials that we are covering, but 10 weeks? We can't because we have a commitment. Because we're gonna be, if there is a feed, which I need to find information, is the Max Paul Anderson trial. We're going to be following that trial. If there is a feed, if we can stream it, we will. Because our friend Stephanie, she's going to possibly, hopefully, be in the courtroom on that trial. So she's going to be our insider on it. So she's going to help us out with that. Hopefully, if it is streamed. Otherwise, we might come up with another idea to still get you some kind of cover on that trial. But I'm sure it's going to be covered because it's a very popular case ish. And even if it isn't, it proves that other trials are streamed in another networks like we are watching. This case is being live streamed on the news channel and we are being able to cover it. So there's still that possibility as well. So, hey, buenos dias, William. Buenos dias, my friend. How are you? Good to see you here in this good, beautiful morning. Well, beautiful for all of you, the morning part, because it's afternoon here. But fear not. I have my coffee. I have a fancy mug thing today. I was in a mood to be what's it called? Aesthetic? What the influencers on TikTok that I keep watching, they're all in like with static mugs and everything. This is actually garden bots, so no one tell him please. But yeah, that's it's only my second cup of coffee, right? I'm trying to cut down on the coffee and drink more water. Who am I don't know. This is Hannah's influence that I've been drinking more water, and Maria's influence as well on the vegetable side. I hope she is better today. I think she's gonna go away soon, as well for a fun weekend, which I hope she has awesome fun in it. Gorge is a little bit delayed. It's only 1 minute past 9 a.m. anyway, so we still have plenty of time. And I just noticed that my nail is broken. Oh no. I'll fix the nail another time. It's not a major issue right now. I was doing some maths this morning. I know doing maths in the morning is not very advisable because it's maths and you should not do them at any time of the day. Um, and we've been on deliberations up until this morning, until they started actually deliberating. Or you're gonna do your nails, you need to show me. I would love, like, I'll say about the deliberation time, and then I'll say what I was gonna say about the nails. um they've been deliberating all together. I did a math for 19 hours. This is the day four. So on the first day they deliberated for roughly about 4 hours. Second day was about 7 hours, and yesterday they did for about 8 hours. So 19 hours of deliberation so far on the Christopher Schurr trial. This has been, I think, the most time that I've been waiting for a verdict since we've been starting like covering trials and watching trials. I don't think I ever had it this much. I think the other one was the Sheldon Timothy that is gonna get going on trial again later this year in Mississippi, but that was been. But anyway, nail talk. I would love to do my nails more often, Paula, but sadly I can't because I work in a bakery, and because of health and safety regulations, which is absolutely understandable. I can't have any nails. And the other day, a girl actually went into the bakery with nails, and she got told off, and she got like, bye, you cannot stay here because it's nails in the bakery. Doesn't work. So that happened. That was interesting. But you need to show me. I would love to see it if you want to share it, obviously. But I am planning to do it next week for the getaway that I'm gonna have with Gardenbot. So I'm planning to do it next week. Um well, the I think it is taking so long, William, because they are deadlocked and no one wants to compromise, which they shouldn't, because they like could compromise if they could get to the conclusion. But I think at this time, and I said this on our Facebook group chat, that I think at this time, if they come with a verdict, would it be because someone compromise on their verdict. Um, oh yes, that would be lovely. That would be absolutely awesome, Paula. Yes, absolutely. 100%. So that is what I think. Like, I think if we have a verdict now on Christopher Schurr after 19 hours of deliberations, I think that was because someone compromised and wanted to go home or wanted this to be over. And we don't want that. We don't want a compromised verdict, because it can swing either way, either side, and not him not get a fair verdict. And then if it is a verdict, to be forever, because we don't even know what is the holdup. If it is one juror, two jurors, three jurors, I'm sure we're gonna probably know after that. But it's just a question of it. Of I think after we're gonna know, but I think so far, and I am, well, I could be convinced in my heart that it's gonna be a hung juror, but they still actually get a verdict, and I would be very impressed. Then after. already saying they were hung, that they had a type of Allen charge that they had in Michigan, and now coming with a verdict after so long, I think that would be pretty surprising to me. Um, but that, I think that would mean that someone would have compromised their position on the case, and that is not good. But in this trial, however, the one that we are looking in the screen for, the Jacob McDonald trial in Ohio, I think that verdict is going to be pretty quick because it's a bench trial, guys. Bench trials is just the judge. The judge will judge you, will judge the verdict, and then will impose the sentence. So it can take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I remember a case, I don't know the state because I forgot, the Jose Ibarra, the he killed an alive the student that went out for running. I forgot something Riley or something Eiley. Um, so the judge took 15 minutes. It was a bench trial. That trial, we watched over at RA. Um, and that the judge took 15 minutes to come with a verdict. So because he doesn't has to talk to no one, he just has to think about the verdict, the evidence that was given during the trial, and just thinking to himself or talk out loud or however they do it, um and then just publish the verdict. It doesn't has to do anything else. It doesn't have to ask 12 people to file a thing, to choose a foreperson, to people that don't understand the law to talk about it. The judge does, and he already knows what he's doing. So that's why I think the verdicts on bench trials are quicker. This is just my opinion. I don't know. Do not judge me. Um, yeah, I was like, I completely agree with you there, William. I think in short trial, it was, and like he's had himself understand when he was testifying, and I said this myself. It was either a case of he was going to be unalived or was going to be Patrick. Sadly, one of them was not going to get out of there, that fight, that situation, alive. Sadly, that is the outcome that was going to be. um oh, I think oh no, it's just a member of the public or something coming in. um but another thing was that the prosecutor was saying all the time he could have just let him go. No, sir, you cannot. So if that person, imagine that you would have, oh, all right, see you very soon, Nancy. Thank you very much for popping by. It's always awesome to see you, my friend, and I'll see you very shortly. So what I was gonna say is that imagine if, a person commits a crime, right, an homicide or something. The officer is struggling to arrest that person, and now imagine that now the prosecutor is saying, "Oh, you should have just let him go." Excuse me, you should just let an unalive go because you're struggling, and because that's against the policy. What about the safety of the community? What about the safety of the officer and everybody else? Police officers have family too, that they want to go home at the end of the family, or do they just have to subject to anything? And imagine the Christopher let the guy go, right? Just imagine this picture. Christopher lets the guy go. He gets in the car, right, drunk, drives. 5 minutes later, not even probably that, he would have unalived someone with a car. What about then? The police officer would gonna be found liable because he let a drunk guy drive. What about then? Sorry about that. Is just doesn't, but that goes against completely against of what the Tyree Nichols case was. That wasn't completely different. These two cases are the polar opposites of each other, even though it involves situations they are very similar. So sorry, I'm getting a little bit heated, but it's, yeah. Oh, okay. All right, no worries, Paula. Absolutely, you be careful with your work. I know it's very sensitive, so you definitely need to make sure that, yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's a new person he might be new in doing the court. I don't know, because the zooming is like all over the place. It was fine the other 2 days, but maybe the other person is having the rest of the week off. Um so yeah. Oh, hang on, sorry. Just got a very good email. Oh, sorry. I just need to read this long. It's a very long email, so I can read when we the court starts. But I do need a sip of my coffee. Hang on. Thank you very much for that. So that is our defendant. That's Jacob McDonald. He is on a $1 million bond in. So he has not been um getting. He is not out. He's on bond, not on bond, because it's $1 million, and I don't think he can afford that, because he would have to do 10% of that, and that is a lot of money. I don't think not a normal person would. I know I wouldn't. So, and well, sadly, due to his age, any sentence that the judge gives him, it's a life sentence. Uh, but he's facing several life sentences because of the crimes that he has committed. We are still waiting on the start of the day. They all, the prosecution team and the defense team, they were in court ready to start today, but then all of a sudden the bailiff came in and took them away. And are they back now? Because I just heard the door. So they, yep, they I just came in. I think that we are ready to start today. Hopefully, it's not a deal that they have been doing, because I don't know even if they can have a deal at this point with being a bench trial. I think you can really, but we'll see. I think the day is about to start. It's exciting. Day three. I think it's only going to be a couple more days, or even one day, or they might rest today. So we'll see what happens. They had a day off yesterday, which that's why we were traveling all over the country yesterday, doing several hearings, sentencings, trial watch. We did a lot yesterday, which was amazing. But today, I'm glad to just be between Ohio and Michigan, and just be between those two states right now. So yeah, I don't know. I am running out of things to say, honestly. I never I did not think that I was gonna be talking this much. I was already expecting by now, being in the middle of the trial and struggling with audio and having to boost audios and doing all the good stuff. But anyhow, we're here. We're still talking. The judge should come in soon, because they probably were in the chambers, discussing some matters or something. Maybe jury instructions. Well, no, hang on. They don't have jury instructions on a bench trial, do they? I need to Google that. Do they have? Hang on. Let me Google that very good. Before the judge comes. Is there jury? Because instructions on a bench trial. Because that would be interesting. No, obviously there's not. In the bench trial, judge rather than a jury determines. Yeah, no. Okay, no. That's what I was thinking, that it was like, yeah, there was no jury. Why would we have jury instructions? Oh, that's gonna be awesome. No jury instructions, because normally that's the most boring part of all the trial is jury instructions. But because it's a bench trial, there is none. That is awesome. That saves so much time. I understand why there is jury instructions. Is that the judge? Oh, the guy's chewing gum again in court. Sorry, don't like that. I do understand. Like, they already standing, preemptive to the judge coming in. Which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, but okay. But yeah, because I understand why there's jury instructions, because jury, they don't watch true crime, because if they would not be on the jury. Um they don't know the law, they don't know anything, all that stuff. So that's why there's jury instructions. Sorry, I just need a tissue. um so, and they need to talk about the law and everything, and a little bit more about the case and how the jury deliberations are. We normally don't like it because we already know, we've been doing this for a while and watching trials for a hot minute, and that's why we don't like it, because it's the same thing over and over again. Obviously, we listen to them. They wait, can't speak no more, week in and week out. So that's why we don't like it. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to avoid it, but I have to. My apologies, and that is taken care of now. uh so yeah, no delays, my days, this trial. I don't think we like, should we work like zooming in the first. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Have a seat. Good morning. All right. Let's see. Mr. Murphy, I believe you indicated you had no additional witnesses, but
Yes, Your
you
Honor.
have some exhibits you'd like to address?
Yes, we have submitted an updated exhibit list in this to take into account that the state has 26 marked witnesses in this particular case. We provided to defense counsel the updated exhibits that were discussed.
And are you offering all exhibits then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brigden, any objection to states exhibits 1 through 26?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. States exhibits 1 through 26 are admitted without objection. Mr. Murphy, does the state rest then?
Your Honor, before the state rests, there's two other issues
All right.
I'd like to address.
Sure.
One is that the parties had entered into stipulations. We had reduced on the writing. I was brought to the attention that the stipulations on the third series of offense, the misdemeanor offenses, entail knowledge, which would extensively concede the reckless homicide and reckless assaults. So the defense at this point is not agreeing to the element of knowledge, but will agree again on the date, the venue, the causation, and the number of those counts of the victims that are injured, and would be contesting whether or not his conduct was knowingly in those particular misdemeanor counts attached to the indictment. And additionally, I provided to defense counsel, would like to have to be part of the record as part of the stipulation. We have listed for counts 1 through 6, the aggravated vehicular homicide counts by the name of the 6 fatalities and which count they apply to. And in counts 7 through 15, the names of the vehicular assaults that would be listed for each of the counts, as well as for the assault counts 16 through 26, the names of the victims for that as well. And I believe there's an agreement as to that. So the stipulations that the parties have entered into in this particular case would be for these individuals fitting the classification of the injuries situated and contained within the indictment. We have also entered into stipulations that for counts 1, 2, and 3, that the date of the event, the venue of the event, and the causation or responsibility of the event belongs to the defendant. And for counts 1 through 6 and counts 7 through 15, the issue will be whether or not the defendant, who's saying that his conduct was negligent, the state is saying that his conduct was reckless, as the mens rea. And for purposes of counts 16 to 26, I would imagine then that the issue would remain in court would be whether or not he was knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to these individuals, or lesser standard than knowingly. And I believe that fairly summarizes where we're at.
Mr. Brigden, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. For counts 1 through 6, which relate directly to the vehicular homicide, we stipulate the prosecution has provided us the names, what they are associated with each death on the indictment. We would stipulate to the defendant's operation of the motor vehicle as approximate cause of death in those counts. However, we are contesting the element of recklessness. The same with the vehicular assault counts 7 through 15. The prosecution has provided the names those individuals are associated with as it relates to the indictment. And again, we would be contesting that the defendant behaved recklessly with regard to those counts. And counts 16 through 26, we would contest that the defendant did knowingly cause harm, the knowingly element of that as well. And I believe we also have a State's Exhibit 14 stipulated to the authenticity of the cell phone records, the AT&T cell phone records as well.
All right. All right, then with those stipulations, Mr. Murphy, does the state rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state rests, Mr. Brigden, any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would call Sebastian Van Newton.
You solemnly swear testimony about the this case, now be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. You see? You state your full name, spell your last name, and please for a record, sir.
Sebastian Van Newton. Van Newton is spelled VAN space NOOTEN.
Thanks.
You may inquire.
Mr. Van Newton, can you please state your occupation, please?
I am an engineer and I do collision reconstruction and product failure analysis
Okay. And who you work for?
consulting. So I typically work for law firms or insurance companies,
Okay.
and I work for a company called Ambassador Forensic Engineer, and I'm the principal and the owner of the company.
Okay. And can you describe your duties involving crash analysis and forensic engineering?
Sure. So typically in a case I get retained, I'm asked to investigate the collision site. I'm asked to inspect the vehicles, download information, review whatever other information is available to me, video, whatever there is, and then arrive at opinions by after I've done my analysis.
Okay. Can you summarize your education and related experience?
Certainly. So I went to the University of Western Ontario and I received a degree in mechanical engineering. After I spent 7 years designing heavy trucks for International Truck and Engine Corporation, I started working for a consulting firm doing the line of work that I'm in right now. I started that in about 2000, so I've been doing collision reconstruction for about 23 years.
Okay. Probably a difficult question. Can you estimate how many total crash reconstructions or investigations you've conducted over 20-some years?
Yeah, I think my CV says, what, 2,700 or something like that.
Okay.
It's probably over 3,000 by now.
Okay. Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
On multiple occasions
Yes,
over multiple years?
yes,
So you were retained in this case to analyze the data associated with the accident that occurred on November 14th.
yes, I did.
Now, in the beginning of that, I think the day of the accident, you actually were at the scene. Is that accurate?
No, that's
Drove
not,
to it?
I was called on the day of the accident, late in the day, and, but I attended the scene 2 days afterwards.
Okay, so you physically were at the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And what different data or reports did you review when you were coming up with your opinion?
So in addition to inspecting all the vehicles and reviewing the information that, or the photographs and the information I collected from the vehicles, I've also reviewed the report prepared by Sergeant Jasper. I have reviewed the data from the Garmin and the coach bus. I've reviewed the airbag control module data from the Nissan and the Toyota. And I've reviewed some videos as well from this case.
Okay. Did you formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the speed of Jacob McDonald moments leading up to the collision?
I did arrive at an opinion in regards to that, yes. I established that it can't be said with absolute certainty what the precise speed of Mr. McDonald's speed was the moments leading up to it. However, in the 30 minutes prior to the collision, the ELD data, or the data from his electronic logging device, indicates that he had been traveling on an average over those 30 minutes between 70 and 71 miles per hour.
Okay. I'd like to take a moment just to look at that ELD data if we could.
Certainly.
Is this the ELD data that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this data demonstrates some fluctuations in speed over the course of travel. Is that what you were describing?
Yes.
Okay. And we have a low point of 62 miles an hour, roughly 62.8.
Correct.
Okay. And a high point, I believe, several minutes before at 8:25 a.m., well, many minutes before at 75.2.
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware of whether or not this vehicle had a cruise control system?
Yes, it had a cruise control system.
Okay. Are you aware of what the limitations of that cruise control system was?
I'm not too sure what you mean by limitations, but if you're specifically asking about the governed speed on cruise, I understand it to be 72 miles an hour.
Okay. Now, did you do any analysis related to the topography of the travel, of that course of travel?
I did.
Okay, can you describe that, please?
Right. So there's a couple of things I did. I've done three different things. The first thing I did was I used Google Earth, which has a feature that if you basically route a path between 2 points, you can view the elevation changes over that path.
Sorry to stop you
Yeah.
there. Is that what we're looking at right here in this figure?
That's correct. That's correct. And when you're looking at this elevation changes, and you're looking at this, what you've got on the screen here in front of us, is that you see the blue line represents the path taken by Mr. McDonald from where he left in Zionsville to the area of the collision. And then on the bottom, you're seeing something a little bit maybe distorted because the vertical scale is exaggerated compared to the horizontal scale. So that means basically it's overemphasizing, so you can get a good appreciation for the elevation changes. The elevation goes from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen. So the changes go from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, even though Mr. McDonald was traveling from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen, if that makes sense to you.
Clarify, this is page 11 of your report, correct?
I believe so. Let me.
Whatever, sir. page, Jeff, please.
Yes, 11, page 11. Thank you.
Sorry, pausing, but because there is very big movement out of the courtroom, out of Christopher Schurr. I don't know if it is a verdict. I'm already on the internet for information. Um, don't know what it is. Let me, let me. I know I'm scared too. I'm very, very, very scared. Um, Hang on, verdict or hung Christopher. So sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to go online and see any updates that there is. I don't know if it is deadlocked, if it is I think we all, after yesterday, we are a little bit thank you for that, Paul. I appreciate it. If you could post on Facebook too, that would be amazing. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Everyone is coming in, so possibly hung jury already again. There is thank you very much, Paul. I appreciate you. Ow, why every single time I do that it hurts. But I really, really appreciate that. Rob is should I call Rob? No, I'm joking. Let us sleep. We can catch up. Hey Bianca, hi, good morning. Hello, my friend. How are you? Good morning. I hope you are all right. We are seeing movement in the Hio is here. Yay. Good morning, Hio, as well. Good morning, my friend. Call Sheila. All right, I'm calling. I'm on it. I'm trying. Where is she? Where is Sheila? Oh my days. Oh, here. Hang on. 1 second. I'm calling. So hopefully, well, she's probably listening to me, but I think she might be I'm trying on the she's here, she's here, she's here. Okay. Panic is over. She's here. She's here. Everyone is here. Good morning, everybody. Hello, everybody. She's here. Whew. Why am I so nervous? I am so nervous. There is no information if it is a verdict, if it is anything. Oh, where is he going? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why? Why is he going there? Why? Why? Why is he going there? What is that room? What is that room? Anyone knows? Does anyone knows what that room is? You know, the other door is the I know, there she is. There she is. Hi, thank you very much, Becca. I'm just a wild one. When I had the full of rests. Oh, might I sorry. Oh, I am caffeinated, definitely. Hey, Kate Swan, good morning. Hello, my friend. Hi. um I need to know what that door is. Where that door goes? Where does it go? Because I know one goes to the jail or to the cells. They are in a courtroom or that area. No, 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 no. What? Rubber, what? So I need to know what that is. So the only thing I see is that the prosecution and the thingy return to the courtroom, so I don't know what it is. Right, deliberations on Christopher Shore. There you go. See if anyone says anything. No judge yet. No. Yes, Swan. Hello. Oh, holding room. Right. Oh, holding room. Okay. Interesting. That is interesting. So I threw this sorry. Well, hopefully we're not gonna have to cuss a lot either, or having to mute myself. So yes, we are waiting for the judge right now. Uh, No, he's not in custody. He's in custody though. So why are
thing with our
yeah,
technology here. But just for those who are joining us right now, that we have seen people get into the courtroom. We did see Christopher Schurr and his team walk in, and at one point walk into another room. We are looking at a monitor right now that shows that Prosecutor Becker right there sitting at his seat. We have seen family members of Schurr. Not sure if I'm sure Leoya's family is in there. We are not controlling this poll camera, so we can't see all the way, but we have seen people trickle into that courtroom.
Yeah, so just moments ago, before we joined you live on the air on WZZM, we did see Christopher Schurr enter the courtroom. This is a development from early this morning when we first got on our live stream on 13 Plus at 8:30, where we were told by our reporters on the ground that we had not seen Christopher Schurr come into the courthouse just yet. We do have confirmation as we actually just saw them go into the well of the court, and then there's a door. If we could take this live picture full, there's a door where those deputies are standing at. We saw him go into that door, and again, this is the first time all morning that we have seen this pool camera. Again, we don't have control over it, but this is the first time that we have seen this pool camera zoom out from the state seal, which is above the judge's chair on the left side of your screen, and out to the well of the court. A typical picture that we've seen for most of the trial. But again, we're still waiting on to hear about what exactly is going on. You can see some...
Okay, they don't know what's going on. Okay, so it's probably definitely a hung jury, because if there was a verdict, they wouldn't know there was a verdict. So, yes, we need to take the devices out of Zio. I agree. All of them. Like, meh, away. Like, bye-bye. Yeah, judge is not here. Mm, I am nervous. I am so nervous. Oh, pickles! Pickles! We need pickles! Where are you? Pickles, where are you? Panic! Hang on, I need to text Pickles. Movement in court for Chris. Hang on. I'm like texting all capitals because I can. Um, Thank you for kind of reminding me of Pickles. You said that Pika. I don't know who that Pika is, but yeah, sorry. I'm gonna take this out because they are talking way too much in my ear. I've texted Pickles. Hopefully she can be here quick. Hopefully she can be here. Yeah. I well, yesterday we shall not talk about. Yesterday, a subject that we don't talk about. There's several subjects we don't talk about in this channel. We don't talk about Colin Griffith. We don't talk about Nicole Rice, and we don't talk about yesterday. So there, right now, there's three that we don't talk. We don't talk about them. And if they find this guy guilty, we are not going to be talking about that. But I will be crying. So that is my opinion. Um, Yesterday was oh, sorry, case one. I am already on my second coffee, and I shouldn't probably have had the second coffee in retrospective. My apologies. Sorry. Yesterday we had a horrible day in terms. Can dogs drink coffee? Is that safe for dogs? Sorry, I don't understand anything of dogs. I literally, my husband's family, Garden Spot's family, everyone has dogs. Everyone has dogs, apart from his grandma. Uh, but I don't know anything about dogs, even though I constantly over. Um, yeah, I agree that those three shooters. They're not speaking sometimes. Oh, yes, I thought so, but I did not want to correct you because you know, okay, there's more movement in court. There's the prosecution. It's still they talking, so it's okay, Paula. It's fine. You can send to me in private if you want to. But I think this is going to be a hung jury. I think yesterday they took the whole day. They deliberated. Um, sometimes why Florida? The police officers was from Tennessee, Hannah. Florida does not too bad. You guys are hilarious. Oh my days. I missed you so much yesterday, but I was so tired and I was so emotional explained and all of it yesterday that I couldn't, but I still wanted to do the stream and everything and keep you guys well entertainment in here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Diversity in opinion is absolutely okay, and we respect each other for it. And we can try to be as the jury, try to convince each other to this. But absolutely it is, and everyone is entitled to their opinion and to disagree with each other. I'm all guilty, and you guys have to convince me that sometimes they are not guilty, and the evidence has showed. But you know. Um, Oh, you're just over Florida. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Hannah. Florida does has a lot of crime there. There's a lot of crime in Florida. It is sometimes probably not safest place, but it is the place where Lois is, and I like that Florida for that. So, and I don't know why. I really like Florida because I think I like the kind of transparency that they have. You know, that uh, they half of our trials is from there. So yeah, it's absolutely. But difference of opinions is what makes it. If we were all like red, it would not be fun. I like people that have different opinions and that you guys can share them with me, with us, and we all can talk about it and maybe sometimes change our opinions, which is good, and we evolve. So yeah. Um. Hey, where is mine? I'm jealous now. Where's mine? Ah. Anyway. That was it. Come on, just they've been So when they come back, I'm gonna pause the counter that I have. Um. What if it's still hung? Well, I think at this point, I just cannot do more than she can. So, hello. I don't think the judge can do more than they he can. So I think this um is the point that if they are still hung, the judge has to um call it a mistrial, and then the prosecution is going to have to say if it is going to be the prosecution is going to have to think if it is going to be tried again or not. So there's a lot of police. Oh, sorry, you cannot see. There's a lot of police outside of the courtroom right now. Snagging. Zio, you can do whatever you want to my behind, but snacking, it's garden bot will hunt you down and then alive you. Just like smacking, okay. I'm gonna show this to garden bot. So um I understand that your side, Benny. I do absolutely understand your side, and people should be held accountable for their actions and everything. But and I appreciate your you sharing your opinion and how you feel, and I really really respect that. Um, and yeah, but I'm gonna have to agree to disagree. I'm sorry, my friend, but really do appreciate your opinion, though. I really get take that in. So still not no information, no movement anymore, but people are still gathering. People are still getting into the side of the courtroom. So yeah, so I hope not because that
Also,
would
people can
not
get a
really
better
be
look.
justice. Sorry, be justice for this case. So oh yes, absolutely, Vinny. I absolutely agree with you. Um,
Behind
so
that door for a little bit, then step back in.
right, right.
We also obviously can see Kent County Sheriff's deputies all around in this courtroom. We saw police out in front. We see Kent County deputies here as well. We also have security for our team, for those who are wondering. Again, we are not sure exactly what is happening. We have not gotten word of we have reached a verdict or whether the jury is deadlocked once again. The judge also has not entered the courtroom at this point, which probably means that the jurors have not entered this room. So people are just patiently waiting, but there is a reason why they have been called back into this courtroom.
And that's exactly right, right? We're
Right. We still don't know if it is a verdict, if it is a deadlock, if there's a hung or not. But like Hannah was saying, there is a lot of cops in the courtroom. And I think that is just for any, if there is a verdict or not. I don't think even they themselves know what it is. So, yeah. And I think after yesterday, and it's a very heated situation, but it could also mean that there is a verdict. Because I don't know, it's ooh, it is. It's so we yeah, we are they were like an hour in of deliberations today when they came on. So it's been a 1 hour and 13 minutes day of deliberations. I'll show you the clock I've got on my phone today. There you go. That is the clock for the day. So that'll mean that in total deliberations. Oh, Schurr is back in the courtroom. He's back. He's not in the holding cell or in that like yeah. I I don't know. I am just yeah. So they are showing us the makeup of the jury that of this case. So let's listen in a little bit
And one
maybe.
member is black. And important to remember, both the defense and prosecution did approve this jury. So both sides going into this trial felt confident that this makeup of this jury would help them talk about listen to their case.
Yeah, and again, to your point, they did have to decide on those 14 people chosen. Again, the other day before deliberations started, we saw 2 of those jury members dismissed. Not necessarily dismissed, but again, they were asked, to be alternates in the case. That means 12 would continue on. And if at any point one of those 12 jurors needed to leave this.
Okay. They're just talking about what we know, but I am literally shaking. I am so nervous. They are still showing a bit of the courtroom where Christopher is and his defense team and everything. Oh, I am nervous. I am so nervous. I don't think I have been nervous every single time that there's a verdict. I'm nervous. I love doing this, but it's so rocking. Um, oh wow. Of like police officer or the court. There might be a verdict then. It could be a verdict. Oh, I'm so nervous. Why am I so nervous? I'm scared and nervous. Wow. I'm scared. Uh,
I know we were texting back and forth a few minutes ago. Any indication on
police.
what is going on?
Can you imagine?
No, Tanner, we really do not know what is going on in that courtroom right now. I know we're standing outside of the media room, so I can't see the feed right now of what's going on inside the courtroom. But, there's definitely a different energy up there today. I know our Riley Mack, who's currently in the courtroom, said, today just feels different. And when she told us, she'd sent us a text, she said, guys, we're going into the courtroom. And again, we don't know what that means. We've already seen people called back for when the jury told Judge Christina Mims, that they were deadlocked. So like you guys have been saying, for the past couple of minutes, this could mean a deadlocked jury, or this could mean a verdict. This could mean they came to a conclusion about, what type of verdicts, they want to they agreed on. And then, what I was seeing from that court feed, you saw the defense team along with Christopher Schurr, kind of go into a separate room for a few minutes. Again, we do not know what they were talking about back there. It's really all just up in the air and a waiting game to see, what's going to happen. And I would assume, the coming minutes when the judge comes back and the jury comes back in. And I mean, it's been 4 days of deliberation and the jury does not
Same. I wish I know exactly as well what was going on. If it is a verdict, if it is whatever it is. Um, I just want to know if there's a verdict. I'm hung and I'm so nervous and I cannot hold it. Oh, but I, I don't know. Something is telling it a verdict. I don't know why. I have this thing. It's just crazy. Oh, we need to breathe, but I don't know if I can breathe or if I know how to breathe at this point. Um, we're just waiting on more detailed reporting and talking about what's going on.
The media here on the fifth floor have been seeing for the past couple days have just been the media, unless they've gone upstairs to the 10th floor. But from the messages we're getting from Riley Mack, who's been on the 10th floor for the past couple of days, going to that courtroom, she said everyone is just waiting. She said there's been more people here than she's seen in previous days, waiting to get into that courtroom, anticipating a verdict. And so from what she is saying up there, it's just a different type of energy today that we've seen. And as you come inside the courthouse, you have to go through security, put your things through security. And I know that talking to people down there has also been the same thing. Everyone is just awaiting this verdict, hoping that it's going to come on the fourth day today.
It does seem like there is a different energy, Callie, to your point. And of course, there are those four main things that we could see in the outcome of this. Again, that second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, acquittal, or a hung jury here, in which case there would be a mistrial. Can you kind of explain what the energy has been like around court over the last 4 days as the jury has been deliberating? Of course, right now is a completely different energy, but over the last 4 days, it's really been kind of a waiting game.
Yeah, that it has. And I know no one was quite anticipating from, people who have been telling us what they kind of expect, how long for this is going to take. I know we were originally told 3 weeks, I believe the first week was jury selection, last week and this week. But, we're told that was kind of like a longer estimate. But so, we were knowing probably on the first day of deliberation, we were not going to get a verdict, maybe not on the second day either. But as the days kind of tick on, a lot of people are saying, there's a lot to get through. So, it's definitely over the past couple of days, it's just been sitting and
There's a lot to get through, but it's not going to take them 20 hours to get through all of the evidence. I'm sure that they are deadlocked. They don't take 20 hours to go through all the evidence. Normally, we do math is about an hour per um an hour. Oh, judge.
Thank you. You may be seated. And we're going back on the record in 2210260 FC, People versus Schurr. All parties are present. And I did receive communication from the jury that they're unable to reach a decision. I am going to have them come in to the courtroom to verify that, and we'll proceed from there. Anything you want to address on the record before that happens, Mr. Becker?
Nothing for Your Honor.
Mr. Borgula?
I asked briefly, Your Honor, just following up on some communications we had with the court regarding, I understand the court's going to declare on this trial. I asked the court if it would consider Michigan Court Rule 6.420 that relates to if the defendant is charged with 2 or more counts. The court may inquire the jury as whether they reach unanimity as to one of them. And it's my understanding that the court is not going to do that for the reasons discussed, which were that, first of all, it's discretionary. Second of all, it's the court's position this isn't actually 2 separate counts. It's just 1 count with a lesser included.
Right. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I've taken verdicts like that where there's 2 separate counts, but this is 1 count with a lesser included. So it's different, so I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, so that rule does not apply in this situation because there's only 1 count on the information, so.
All right.
All right, welcome back. You may be seated. And I did receive communication that you were unable to reach a verdict. Who was the 4 person to raise your hand? Okay. And so first I wanted to verify that that's true, that you're unable to reach a verdict as a panel.
Correct.
Okay. And so what I'm going to do is declare a mistrial in this case, and that means that you're all discharged. And so I'm going to send you back to the jury room just to await further instructions regarding transportation and that sort of thing. Also, I will come back and speak with you to answer any questions I can answer. And then potentially the attorneys may want to speak with you as well, but that would be up to you. And I'll be back in a few minutes. So we'll have you leave out of the same door. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Not sure there's anything else we need to address at this point.
Nothing, we are.
All right, Super Cool.
Not from the defense, thank you.
All right, thank you. Court is adjourned.
All right, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
Police officer might see me on the jury. That's all I gotta say.
Breaking news update here in Grand Rapids. The judge has declared a mistrial.
Oh my days. All right. So hang on. We're gonna go back. We are gonna go back now to rewatch again what happened. So Pickles can watch with us as
To
well.
an agreement
So
on
one
what
second. Let's go back. We're just gonna rewatch the judge when the jury comes in, or to see exactly what happened from there, so Pickles can enjoy it with us as well. Let's go.
By that, and we'll proceed from there. Anything you want to address on the record before that happens, Mr. Becker?
Nothing, for your honor.
Mr. Bordula?
I asked briefly, your honor, just following up on some communications we had with the court regarding, I understand the court's going to declare a mistrial. I asked the court if it would consider Michigan Court Rule 6.420 that relates to if the defendant is charged with 2 or more counts. Taking verdicts like that.
Fast forwarding is a bit very important.
That you were unable to reach, and I did receive communication that you were unable to reach a verdict. Who was the 4-person? Raise your hand. Okay. And so first I wanted to verify that that's true, that you're unable to reach a verdict as a panel.
Correct.
Okay. And so what I'm going to do is declare a mistrial in this case, and that means that you're all discharged. And so I'm going to send you back to the jury room just to await further instructions regarding transportation and that sort of thing. Also, I will come back and speak with you to answer any questions I can answer. And then potentially the attorneys may want to speak with you as well, but that would be up to you. And I'll be back in a few minutes. So we'll have you leave out of the same door. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
So this is over for now. So what's going to happen is
and
the hang on.
this
one
whole
second.
trial could happen all over once again.
So what's gonna happen now is
Charge,
that
and
they
Christopher
gonna
Schurr could agree to those
the
agreements,
prosecution
and then
is
that
gonna
case be over. But
reconvene. They are gonna discuss. They are gonna follow the same charges of the second degree murder, or they are gonna either do a low charge like the manslaughter, like they introduced at the end of the trial, and try him on that charge of manslaughter, or they're just going to drop off the charges altogether. So that's the options now for the prosecutions. The ball is in the prosecution side now. They're either going to file the same charges, go through this again with a whole new set of jury, maybe a new judge, because what they can normally the judge remains on a case. The judge can remain on the case, but I'm assuming that one of the prosecution tactics that they're going to want is a new judge for the case, so they can file a motion to change the judge or the judge to recuse herself to bias, which they already tried to of course, for those who miss, of course. So that's what they can do. Is either file the same charges, file manslaughter charges, or drop the charges again. I'm sure the defense is going to try to continue this a little bit longer to either motions to make sure they get a new judge. It's going to be a whole set of jury when or if this comes to um, trial again, because it can. That's the more likeliness is that the prosecution is going to file the same charges or lower the charges to manslaughter, because that's where it could be the deadlock. Because we all know that they included that charge of manslaughter at the last possible second of before jury's deliberations or before the closings. So yeah, but I think, like Paul is saying, I'm sure they are gonna impose charges again, and the whole family of Patrick, the whole family of Christopher is gonna have to go through this all over again. So that is it. 20 hours and 23 minutes. After 20 hours and 23 minutes of deliberations, the jury in the Christopher Schurr trial was deadlocked, was impossible to come to a decision together, and a mistrial was declared. That's the end of the case for now. Obviously, there is probably going to be a lot more to run. Hey, Maria, good morning. How are you feeling? That is what it was has happened so far. Wow, you coming in hot in the correct time, my friend. Good morning. I hope you are feeling better, by the way. Um, but yeah, we have a mistrial. There is no. Yeah, I think after the first time, this was kind of like literally the vibe that was happening, that was coming to that the mistrial has happened. So it is. Oh yeah, I saw. I just talking. I will check it in a second, Paula. Thank you. So right now they're still not showing the outside of the courtroom. Certainly hope that everyone remains safe. That Christopher, his family, and also Patrick's family, everyone involved in this horrible case, are safe. Um. Oh yay! I hope you are ready for your weekend away, for your trip away. I hope you have fun. It's gonna be me next week. Um, but yeah, so this is the end. I mean, well, we're still gonna be trying to keep an eye out. If anyone like gets any news or anything, please feel free to share on the Discord, on the Facebook, to me directly if you want to, or anything, and then I send back, because the second trial we might not cover, but we're gonna keep an eye out, because obviously I want to know now what happened. My interest is piqued. It's been piqued for a very long time, but I want to know what exactly happened. But that's it. That is an end for now on the Christopher Shore trial. Hung jury after 20 hours of the deliberation over 4 days. That's the longest deliberations I ever gotten in a single trial. Right now, we can remove that because we are not in the deliberations anymore. We are, yes, in the court. I am still gonna keep an eye on the feed on the Christopher trial, show trial, because I don't know if they are gonna show anything else that we want to see. If they are gonna have any Oh no, case one. I am so sorry. Well, well, who else voted Hungary? No one. No one voted hung jury. I have all that I have is not guilty across the border, and I think we voted not guilty because we all were all almost certain that he was going to be found not guilty, and it was at the time that was yeah, it was a thing. So yeah, so everyone went So there was a mistrial, absolutely. Yes, case one declared. Um, Maria was the smart of the bunch. Well done, my friend. Well done. Um, yeah, I think I think all of us change our minds when we went overnight and everything. So, uh, well, I agree with your statement, Vinny. Um, I agree with you with the verdict from yesterday. Absolutely agree with that. The cops getting treated like this and right, yeah, it's fine. But this one, I think, fair one in my opinion. Um, I was still watching
A
the
lot of them
feed.
not wanting to go on
There's still
camera
this
with us,
happening.
but we
I don't
did
know
talk to one
if
gentleman.
there is a jury interview, a prosecution interview, defense interview, Chris interview. So we'll see if something happens. We'll hang out a little bit longer to see if there is anything, like last minute an interview or something. Um, I'm interesting in this, and I think that's probably where the jury got stuck was on the manslaughter charge. I think if I was the prosecution, I would drop the second degree murder charge and would go for the manslaughter because I think that's where the jury got deadlocked on the manslaughter, and we probably will know. I I don't know if we will know about the if it was 10-1, 10-2, 11-1, even or whatever the composition it was. But we are definitely going to keep an eye out to see if there is any interviews with the prosecution, any interview or on anything. I'm trying to find. Um, um, well, I tried to call two, brother, but I only have you on Discord. So yeah, so there is a high possibility, Vinny, that the state is going to retry him. But yeah, all right. I'll see you in a few hours. Good night. Night night. Oh, yeah. So I think it might be the best for now. Yes, because this case was, in my opinion, it was completely different than the entire Nichols. But we'll see. Anyway, I think we're gonna go back to our trial, carry on watching that, and I'll keep an eye on the feed, see if there is anyone involved in the trial that is gonna commit and talk to the interview, like prosecutor, the defense, the defendant, any family victims. We'll keep an eye out on that, and then that means we can zoom through our trial as well. So let's, whenever we were listening to back to work, back to court. Let's go back to the Jacob trial. We had a very interesting expert on the stand. Um, Let me mute this lovely girls there, and let's carry on watching our trial. He doesn't look very happy that we are back though, but let's watch. I
And
need
this
press
is a
play.
true and accurate depiction of that Google Earth query that you did.
Correct,
Okay. So the blue line then is that you're referring to is up here, right?
correct.
Okay. And that's the course of travel.
Along I-70, yes.
Okay. And I believe that you said it goes from the right. So this, where my cursor is now, would be Zanesville.
Correct,
Okay. And so the impact would be over here.
correct.
Okay. And this is demonstrating that there's hills and inclines and declines.
Correct.
Okay. And when we compare that back to the ELD data that we were looking at, knowing that there's inclines and declines associated with that travel, would you expect to see the speed increase and decrease?
Yes, yes.
And you're aware that the semi, with its load, the Freightliner that Mr. McDonald was driving is approximately 46,000 pounds.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. And would you expect, now when we're looking at this data, we have a 71 mile an hour speed right here, for example, at 8:32 a.m. And at 8:33, shortly thereafter, we have a 62 mile an hour, nearly a 10 mile an hour delta. Would you expect a semi to lose that much speed going up a hill?
Some of the inclines along that path, I wouldn't be surprised, but there could be other reasons too for the slowing beyond the grade. So we can't say with certainty what it is, but certainly some of the grades that I've traveled along the I-70 are, a tractor trailer could lose a significant amount of its speed depending where it's at.
Now, if you assumed that the cruise control was set at 72, I'm looking at the speeds that are above 72, and there appear to be about 5 of them, maybe 6. But each one is only about a 3 to 3.7 mile an hour delta. Would you agree with that? Maximum of 3.7, excuse me.
Yes,
Okay. And would that be consistent with running on cruise control and then going down and a decline?
yes, it would be.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier the EDR, that you had reviewed that as well. The EDR device for the Nissan?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And EDR is, can you describe, what's that acronym?
Event data recorder.
Event, okay, event data. All right. And the Nissan EDR is interesting because it has 2 trigger events, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me, walk me through your analysis of the EDR related to the Nissan and the 2 trigger events?
Okay, so the first recorded event is the impact from the rear end impact.
Let me stop you real quick. Is it what we're looking at right now, and this would be Defense Exhibit D, is this the first recorded event that you'll be referring to?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of that data that was from the EDR?
That is, yes.
Go ahead.
What page are you?
That would be page 416.
As part of his report?
No, it's not part of my report. It's
Oh,
a separate one.
The Army approach.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on page 416, and this is the Nissan's EDR data, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we're looking at event record 1. Can you go ahead?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is the first event. And we can tell it's the first event because it says a number of events is 1, even though we know there's 2, because at the time that this is recorded, this is its first event. And so when we go to event record 2, we'll see that there's 2 events. And so at this point right now, we can see 5 lines down that it says multi-event number of events, and it says 1. So that tells me I'm on my first event. And then the next thing I look at is
Can I stop real quick?
Yeah.
Is event 1, what, in relation to the sequence of events, what is that related
this is the
to?
first event. This is the impact to the rear end from Mr. McDonald's Freightliner into the back end of the Nissan Murano.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we can see in here, one of the key points that you've got it highlighted here is the delta V. And the delta V represents the changing velocity of the vehicle it experiences during the crash. And in this case, it's 57 miles an hour, which is very, very significant. That's a very significant crash. It's 57 mile an hour delta V. And so that's a large number, and we're looking at that, and we notice that it's positive, which means by the fact that the value is 57 is positive, tells me it's being accelerated forward. So that's one of the things I'm looking at right there. And so one of the things that I'm also looking at is the time to the maximum delta V is 92 milliseconds. So it's not even a tenth of a second. It goes from, it's accelerated ahead by 57 miles an hour.
And would that 92 that you're talking about be this point right here?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me, so these EDRs that are recording these events, what are they typically calibrated at from the manufacturer?
So, I mean, calibrated, I don't, and again, because that's proprietary information to the manufacturer and I'm not privileged to that information. But basically, if you think of a traditional crash, an intersection crash between two passenger vehicles or more of a typical highway rear end crash, they don't involve the severity or the horrific severity of this particular crash. So it would be, they're typically, when if you look at the studies on when they're calibrating, not so much calibrating, but testing these event data recorders, the 35 mile an hour delta V crashes, they're not 757. So this is outside what I would say the normal kind of testing parameters that an EDR would go under.
Okay. So we also have another event too that occurs. Well, let's talk about this chart first, I guess. So this is the delta V in event record 1.
Correct.
Can you describe what's going on here?
What page are you on?
We are now on page 6 of 16.
Okay. So this is a chart and a graph showing the increase in the change of velocity, that delta V that we're talking about. So you can see it happens over time. So that basically you can see that it's reporting that it reaches that 57, that flat line at the top up there, somewhere near 130 milliseconds.
Okay.
So if you scroll down again where it says, keep scrolling down to where we were talking before. We saw that 92 on the page.
Right there.
Yeah. And
That
it
was
says,
on page
yeah,
4
right.
of 16.
Yeah, can you just stop it there?
Yes.
And we see that it says, no, excuse me, I was talking about the time to the maximum longitudinal delta V. I'm sorry if I make something. I should have been looking at the line 165. So you see where it says time to maximum longitudinal. I should have had you highlight that one, not the 92.
Right here.
Yeah, sorry
Okay.
about that. Let's go back up to the graph.
Let me just disclaim, I don't know where this green
I just
has
did that
come from,
accidentally. I
but
didn't.
I'm not putting that on there.
You can clear it out.
I don't know how.
Tap the screen.
I touched the screen.
Oh, clear it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're going back up to here.
Yeah. And so you can see,
We're back on page 6 of 16.
yeah, and so you can see that on the bottom part of it, it's also in a chart format. So those are the numbers, and the top part's the graph. And you can see that the delta V is climbing for, it's 130 milliseconds. It's almost leveled off, but the true number where they're saying the maximum happened at 165, but it's really right around 130 and 140. You're seeing that it's pretty much near its maximum.
Just for clarification, the millisecond is,
A thousandth of a second.
okay. So when we get to 130, that is,
Basically, 100 milliseconds is a tenth of a second.
okay,
So it's just a blink of an eye,
okay,
basically, we're looking at.
okay. So we're saying in a tenth of a second, the vehicle accelerates up to 57 mile an hour.
Well, it's
Roughly.
just
A little bit more.
just more than a tenth of a second, so 130 milliseconds, 140 milliseconds.
Okay.
So we're getting up there.
So we also have a second event that occurs, correct?
Correct. And I think it's down the other way. Oh, no, there it is.
The way
Sorry,
the
yeah,
scan
no,
did, I
yeah.
have to go.
Okay,
So this is on page 8 of 16. of the EDR report, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And so we know this is the second event, it's labeled that way, but also if you go down about 5 lines down, it says multi-event number of events, 2. So we know we have 2 events, and it says the time from the first event to the second event is 0.1 seconds.
And that's over here, right?
Right, and 0.1 seconds is 100 milliseconds,
Okay.
okay? And so, and that's recorded. So basically what it's telling us, this data is telling us is that, let me continue on a bit further. In this one, it tells us that the maximum longitudinal delta V, if we go down a bit more where you've highlighted, it says minus 37. The negative number tells me that the car is slowing down by 37 miles an hour in that crash. So the first crash, it was accelerated. The second crash is slowing down. So that's telling me that the second crash is when the Nissan is impacting the back of the bus.
Okay.
All right, so it's slowing down now got accelerated up to 57 miles an hour. Now it's slowing down by 37 miles an hour. And it does that in 297 milliseconds. You can see
That's
the
this
next
number
line.
right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And so when I looked at that information, I found that a bit odd because
going to have those similar notions.
And Tanya, we'd love to hear from you, Ozell. What would you be asking after this?
Yeah, I would ask exactly what Andrew just suggested, but then I would narrow in a little bit more and say, what specific issues did it come down to that you could not agree on? So yes, I want the big picture, like what did they think of certain witnesses? What did they think of the experts on both sides? But at the end of the day, as we've talked through this entire case, really the issue in this case all along has been a single issue. Was Christopher Schurr justified in shooting Patrick Lyoya? And so there had to be a fact or some facts that they specifically talked about and couldn't agree upon. And that would be really important going forward if this case is retried, because it would give the parties the opportunity to address that the next time the case is tried.
Something that the jury was allowed to consider after the testimony was done with is that voluntary manslaughter charge. Do you think that might have confused jurors at all? And maybe that's where we ended up. I know I'm asking you to speculate on that, but do you think that might have confused jurors when they attacked that on as something that they could consider?
I certainly think it could have. And if they do, in fact, interview the jurors and the jurors are willing to speak, it would be interesting to hear the jurors' answers on that. Sitting back on this and looking in, I certainly think when there had been no mention of manslaughter until the very end of the case and it gets thrown in there, and then the elements, depending on how the judge read the instructions to the juror, are very similar to second-degree murder, I think it could have confused them.
Andrew, I want to bring you back in. You were talking about it could take a couple days before Prosecutor Becker does decide to ask the juror questions. Can you give us anything in regards to a timeline if he does decide on a trial? You know, we waited 3 years for this trial. Should people now sit and wait another? Can they expect to wait another 3 years? Could it happen in a year? Kind of what is your experience with a trial being retried again?
Well, I can tell you this, is that it depends on the judge's docket. The judge could potentially have trials already scheduled. And then the judge would have to decide whether or not she wants to move a trial in order to try this one again. And so that's where the judge is going to have a lot of discretion in how she wants to proceed going forward. I've had judges say, well, declare a mistrial and say, we'll see you back here Monday morning and we start over. And I've had judges say, look, my docket's not clear for another 9 months. And then it gets scheduled for then. And so, and in the meantime, there could potentially be interlocutory appeals, appealing some of the issues they had at the original trial in order to resolve them ahead of the next trial. And so that's a huge question. And I'm telling you, I'm going to give you the Professor Tanya Kraus-Phelan legal answer. It depends.
I'm sorry, and I have another question in regards to a trial or a plea agreement. Is it one or the other, or can both happen? Can Becker propose a plea agreement and the defense say, no, I don't want to do that, and then he say, okay, we'll go to a trial? Or how does that even work?
That is an absolute possibility. It depends on what the jury's thoughts were. And what the jury split was, that the prosecutor could propose a resolution.
So they're just sorry. I forgot to unmute me. Yay! So they're just talking about like what is happening next and everything, and what is the next steps for the Schurr trial. So I thought we could just hang out here a minute if you want to discuss a bit more and share your feelings about this and see how it's gonna go forward. And maybe in about like what say 10 minutes we'll go back to our trial, because I don't want to carry on as well covering that, and I don't want us to follow too behind on that. I mean, we can always skip breaks and everything, which is amazing, which is always good, but just trying to figure it out and just getting a bit of more of an insight of what's happening and see if there's a press conference as well. So, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Another press conference we're waiting on is, of course, the attorneys Ben Johnson and Ben Crump are also expecting to hold a virtual press conference as well. Joining us live outside of the Kent County Courthouse is Deja Barrett and Aaron Sullivan, who have been covering the reaction of both sides outside. When we checked in with you last, it seemed like people on the Patrick Loyola side of this were disappointed in the outcome that we learned about an hour ago.
Yeah, that's right, Tanner. And those supporters, still just about a handful you see right here behind us, still here. Many saying they're disappointed, consoling each other, rather. Right. I spoke with a young lady who came out and said that it just was plainly unfair. Of course, like you mentioned, disappointed at the result of this being a mistrial. And then she's asking, well, what happens next? And of course, you all have been covering these options and what's going to be next, but not a whole lot of noise being made here outside the Kenton County Courthouse. Actually, not seeing any of Christopher Schurr's supporters out here. They were here earlier this morning, about over a dozen of them, but right now, not any actually out here outside the Kenton County Courthouse.
No, we did have one woman here who wanted to support Schurr, asking where did everyone go. We didn't have answers for her, but I know, Deja, you mentioned the Loyola supporters just disappointed. And I did talk to one gentleman earlier who said he just hopes in the next few years that the people of Grand Rapids can agree and come to a decision. And he just prays and is hoping for peace. And he told me Black Lives Matter, and he's going to be here today saying that and showing his support for the Loyola family.
Yeah, Aaron, I think we do have that sound from earlier today. Let's hear it.
It's two lives that's going to be lost here. You know, it's just not the guy that lost his life and the police that is being judged right now. You know, it's sad you know, for both sides. But, you know, there's a thin line. And like I said, when do the chase stops? And far as the judges and them coming to a decision, everybody has an opinion. And their decision, we have to accept that because we are the people.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. This both sides that have lost, so it's absolutely it is frustrating, and people are going to be frustrated on both sides, on Christopher's side and on Patrick's side, and everyone is going to have their opinion and to share, and they need to venture out there and try to making their own. So it's very irritating, very frustrating.
To the courtroom, but we haven't seen a whole lot of commotion of folks coming outside of the courthouse. Again, a quiet scene here outside the Kent County Courthouse. Of course, just hearing the news of this mistrial, and not a whole lot of reaction, but Leoya supporters holding Black Lives Matter signs are still here. Many sitting on the bench, you know, kind of just reading, gathering their thoughts, and just sitting to see what's next. And of course, as the morning continues to unfold and as we learn more about what's next, we'll keep you updated with reactions here outside the Kent County Courthouse.
Deja, I will say one more thing. We did notice some employees who we presume work at the courthouse. They are leaving for the day. I did ask one gentleman inside with security if a lot of employees were going to be leaving. He said most likely. They do suspect that there will be more activity out here later. But of course, Grand Rapids Police across the street underneath Fifth Third Bank Pavilion. So we're definitely going to keep our eyes on this and give you guys live looks at what we're experiencing right outside.
There's still a lot of police presence out there. Look at that. Wow, that is crazy.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's Aaron Sullivan and Deja Barrett reporting live for us outside of the Kent County Courthouse. We want to go now live to a picture of the backside of the courthouse where we understand that there is police protecting a van. Not sure who is in the van or why we're seeing this van. But again, this seems to be another area of focus for some of the deputies.
That could be either the juries or family or someone. I don't know. That's just a bit suspicious. Suspicious. Sorry.
Now to be true is that we're seeing that van. But of course, we heard that report that Christopher Schurr may have already left the courthouse. But at this point, if he might be in that van, that could be a possibility at this point.
And we're also kind of getting some more details. Every day, for the most part, we see him walk in front of the courthouse with support. Yesterday, we did not see that happen. Also, again, today. So there's a possibility.
This is why, in terms of the news, they literally analyze every single detail that you do. Like if you look right, if you look left, if you look in front. It is true that he did walk through the front, but it's just,
The air bringing you breaking news that it has been a mistrial declared in the trial of Christopher Schurr. Of course, we're doing this coverage on the air and of course on 13 Plus. This is really what we've been hearing, an underwhelming end. I won't call it a resolution, but an end to the trial, but a resolution to this. And of course, we are hearing from the judge. Let's go ahead and listen into what happened about an hour ago.
Right?
I wanted to verify.
Now they're just going to play the return again. Sorry, just had a good notification coming through. Never mind.
Trial in this case.
Just rewatching the case again. The
Very
mistrial
quick things happened. She called everyone in. There was a brief moment where the defense was asking for a ruling on a certain Supreme Court rule. And of course, she had denied that ruling. And then the judge or the jury came back in and said, we can't reach a verdict. And that's when the judge, as you just saw there, declared that mistrial.
And I know a lot of people were curious as to what was going to happen if the jury continued to be in a deadlock. Obviously, earlier in the week, we saw them come back and say they couldn't make a unanimous decision. All jurors had to be on the same page. And so the question turned from whether or not they were going to get a verdict, but also what would happen if they were to come back deadlock and if the judge would continue to ask them to deliberate. As we've spoken before, the judge, there's no limit as to how many times the judge can ask a jury to deliberate. She very well today could have came back and said, continue deliberating once again and go back in that jury room. I believe Riley Mack said that at this point they have deliberated 20 hours to get that decision. And in all those 20 hours, twice, they've come to the judge and said that they were deadlocked.
Well, of course, we just heard from experts
Right. So now that we actually saw, and we'll go. Sorry, I was just replying to a message that the garden bot. Guess where garden bot is? Guess where garden bot is? It's at Costco. So I needed. We actually do need a couple of things. So I had to ask him what we need and tell him what to say. So we're gonna go back to of course it's Costco. Of course we have to bring Costco in, Paula. Where when there is a live stream that I know that I don't bring Costco in. So um I still have the feed here on my phone, right? When the press conference for the Christopher Schurr trial, the virtual one that they say they're going to do, starts or is about to start, because I can still listen to it and to it. We'll jump back to it, but that's what was happening on the Christopher Schurr trial so far. That they're just going on through the charges that he's still facing, the charges that he could possibly face now in the future, because they cannot remove just the charges and just carry on like that. But now we're gonna go back to Jacob McDonald trial. We can even play at 1.25 to get through this expert quicker, because I am feeling that that expert is going to be a little bit tiny boring, but fear not, we are going to carry on that trial, and then we're going to figure out what happens, and then we're going to keep an eye obviously on the short trial to see what happens. But let's move on. I love doing this with you guys, so share this tab. I need to add it, and we're gonna play it. Just a warning for volume.
So in a tenth of a second, if it's only got 11 feet forward, we shouldn't be at the coach bus yet.
Okay.
So we've got a bit of an issue here. When I'm looking at the data, there's something that's not quite right.
Okay. So the EDR data at 0.10, the 100 milliseconds, the second trigger event, it's not matching up to the physical evidence, which we know is 40 feet, correct?
Correct. And there's about 24 feet separation between them, right? So if the tenth of a second should have moved 11 feet, not 24 feet.
Okay. So we have a second triggered event before when we'd expect when looking at the physical act.
Right, right. And
that's not.
Yeah, sorry.
That's not our only issue either, is it?
Correct.
So would be the differences in the negative number is associated in event 2 and the positive number in event 1, correct?
Correct. So if we go to the delta V longitudinal graph that you've got for event record 2.
Okay.
So.
And that would be page 10 of 16 in the EDR report for the Nissan.
Correct.
Okay.
And so when we're looking here, this event is triggered, and we're seeing the basically it's being triggered a tenth of a second afterwards. We have a delta V that's that's a negative delta V being recorded at the same time you're having a positive delta V. So the 0 point on this graph that we're looking at is that should be close to the 100 millisecond point on the other graph we're talking about. So from a perspective of looking at it, it's almost like you've got conflicting information. One part of it's recording it positive, one part's recording it negative. So as we're looking at the whole thing, it's not what we would expect. We would expect a longer time between the two events, closer to 2 milliseconds. Excuse me, 0.2 seconds, or 200 milliseconds, and not 0.1. And when we see the Nissan Murano strike the back end of the bus, we would expect a graph that would drop sharply and not what we're seeing here. So if you can imagine, if the front end of the bus, front end of the Nissan is impacting the bus, I'd expect it to slow down quicker than what we're seeing here.
Okay. And so we have conflicting data in the EDR of the Nissan,
right?
Correct?
And if I can go and make a third point.
Sure.
So if we assume that the Nissan Murano was accelerated to 72 miles an hour during the collision by the events, of when it's impacted by the Freightliner. The delta V, the longitudinal delta V, if you scroll down, well, it shows on the other graph. It's not on this one, but go up to where the chart is. It shows 37 miles an hour for event record 2.
Oh, event record 2, I'm sorry.
Yeah. A little, I think it's a little higher where you had basically it gives you the delta V just in a single number. Go down a bit, sorry.
Okay, in the actual chart.
There it is. Here it is. Yes, 37. So here we have a 37 mile an hour negative delta V. It's at 72, and it slows down by 37. Then your final speed would be 35 miles an hour. Just 72 minus 37 is 35. And if we look at the data about what the bus was accelerated to from the impact, it's closer to 40 to 42. And we'll talk about that more when we get to the Toyota event data recorder and we talk about the Garmin data. So there's a disconnect too there when we're looking at the speed of what we'd expect this negative 37 to be is almost over-reported, or the minus 57 is too great. There's a problem because we're not getting the numbers that we would expect.
So visually, we have a delta V of 57 going up and a negative 37 going down.
Correct.
And how do you explain this contradiction? Is there anything with regards to the airbag control module or the EDR device itself, given this accident, that would explain that?
Right. So because this is a horrific accident, and when we look at what happened to this Nissan Murano and how it was twisted up, that's outside the normal operating parameters of what we would expect an airbag control module to experience in a typical crash. So the airbag control module may not be facing level parallel to the ground at all times. We don't really know how it got twisted around during the whole course of the collision. And that would affect, because it's accelerometers inside there, and those accelerometers are expected to be, level or flat with the ground during the time that they're recording.
Let me stop you real quick. What is an accelerometer?
So, sorry, an accelerometer is a device, a sensor that measures the amount of acceleration that a vehicle or an object will undergo.
So is that what the delta V's, that they're coming from that thing?
Correct. The delta V's are, the delta V is calculated from an accelerometer that's inside that ventilator recorder.
Are there different types of accelerometer?
Yes, there's tons and tons of different accelerometers out there you can purchase, and they all have different applications for different reasons. And so you typically have, I'm not an expert in accelerometers, but from the accelerometers I've used during testing, you basically pick an accelerometer for the expected range of accelerations that you're going to anticipate experiencing.
Okay.
Right? And so this was some pretty horrific accelerations that it experienced and some very high delta V's. So I would suggest that there may be an issue here with the accelerometer not being level, which would have caused a problem, or perhaps some of the forces were outside its normal expected range. And I don't know, because I don't know the specifications for the accelerometer that's in that vehicle, nor do I know how that event data recorder was twisted around. But I recognize that there's some potential issues that I'm dealing with here.
This accident's been described that basically the top half of the car was peeled off, and it was described as rolled up as a burrito. Could that be an explanation as to why we have these contradicted numbers?
With the delta V's, yes. And as far as the delta V numbers, yes, that could help explain some of it.
And was the analysis of event record 2 in Sergeant Jasper's report?
No, I didn't recall it being discussed in Sergeant Jasper's report.
Well, you touched on the coach bus there a moment ago, and I guess I would go into that. Did you also analyze the data from the coach bus?
As far as the data came, there was 2 pieces of data that came from the coach bus. There was an event data recorder on the coach bus, which is because it was equipped with a Detroit diesel engine, and a Detroit diesel engine has an event data recorder on it. And I'm very familiar with that event data recorder. However, that event data recorder did not capture any of the events of this collision, and I reviewed it and quickly realized that. And the second piece of data that we have from the coach bus would be the Garmin GPS device, which I also reviewed, and the data from that.
Okay. And I believe you included that in your report, correct?
Correct.
Well, that's Jasper. And that in your report, I believe, ends on page.
It's right at the very end.
Right there.
That's where it starts on page
So it's
26.
Well, okay. And what did you determine from? Well, how did you go about getting this data?
Well, I'm very familiar that Garmin devices can be useful in collision reconstruction. And so we often come across them in vehicles. And in the years that I've been doing it, I've reviewed and studied, in fact, participated in studies of the Garmin data and its usefulness in collision reconstruction and its limitations, right? So when you have a Garmin GPS device, you can plug it into your computer and look at it just like it's a USB device, like a little thumb drive. And you'll see various files within that device. And there's one particular file we go after. And we take that file and we typically would then use some software that's provided by Garmin, that's published, that's available free from their website. You can download it, and you are able to take that file and open it with the software, and you can read the data that's been collected from that device if it was powered up during the time that the last events of when it was being used.
Did you do that?
And I didn't have access to the Garmin, but I was provided with the GPX file, which I opened up in the Garmin software, and this is a printout from that.
Okay, that's what we're looking at right now.
That's correct.
Page 26 of your report.
Correct. And the Garmin software also shows the elevation changes. And so this was another point that I used to kind of look at the elevation changes that the bus underwent, which would have been identical to the elevation changes that Mr. McDonald's tractor trailer would have undergone. And so this green graph you see in front of you here is the elevation changes that the bus underwent along its time. But obviously it was traveling longer, 115 miles than the distance that Mr. McDonald traveled.
Okay. And in your analysis of the Garmin data, I believe if we go back, I've highlighted it on here so I know where to stop. So that would be page 50 of your report and page 25 of the Garmin report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I've got some highlighted portions on this. Can you describe the significance of what these are?
Correct. So if we're looking at line 544 on the graph in front of me, we can see that it's showing the first number after the 544 is the elevation above sea level that it's recording. The second number is what we refer to as the leg distance. And that 60 feet that we're seeing on 544 is the distance traveled between line 544 and line 545. And the time difference between line 544 and 545 is 1 second. And so if you travel 60 feet in 1 second, you're going 41 miles an hour, which is what the 41's recorded. So you can see that if you go further, the next line over, the next number over is 273.1, and that is the heading or the direction. So 270 degrees from 0 degrees would be west. So basically it's traveling basically west at 273 degrees from true north. The next point in time, the next line is, or item is the date and time. So we see that the 11th of November, 14th of November at 8:47:42 was when the bus accelerated to 41 miles an hour. And we've got the location, the precise latitude and longitude in the final column.
What does that tell us?
So that basically gives us a precise point. So I can copy that point, north 39 degrees, 56.87 minutes, 897 minutes, and west 82 degrees, 40.237 minutes. I can copy and paste that and put that into Google Maps or into any map program, and it will show me on a map where that point is precisely. And I can then take the next line down at 5:45, take the same latitude and longitude. I can copy and paste that in, and I can measure the distance between that, and it should be 60 feet. Okay? And so if we look at the line 543, which was above it, it's showing that the leg distance, the leg time, is 9 seconds long. So the time, and there's 246 feet. So if we look at 246 divided by 9, we're going to get the speed in feet per second, and then we can convert it, and we'll end up being 19 miles an hour.
What is that 19 miles an hour?
That's the average speed over the previous 9 seconds of the coach bus.
Of the coach bus.
Yes.
And in relation to the sequence of events, when is that 19 miles an hour?
The 9 seconds leading up to the collision.
The 9 seconds leading up to the collision. Okay.
Correct.
So, do we have a precise speed of the bus at the time of collision?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Because we don't have, we just have the speed, we have a point 9 seconds prior to the acceleration at 41 miles an hour.
Now, the bus, once it's been impacted by the Murano and the Freightliner, then it impacts the Toyota Highlander. Are you dealing with that?
I am.
Okay. Did you review the Toyota Highlander data?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to determine any speed of the Highlander?
I was.
What was that?
If I recall correctly, just before impact, it was traveling around just under 9 miles an hour, 8.7 or 8.8 miles per hour.
Okay. So it's going slower than the bus.
But we don't have the precise speed of the bus, but it, based on the averages, yes.
Okay. What role in your review of this reconstruction of this crash, what role did the Highlander's positioning and movement play in the chain of events in the collision?
Well, there's a couple different things when I'm analyzing it. And if you go to I don't know if you have the EDR data from the Toyota op, but there's just one thing I'd like to point out there. I'll go through a couple different things that I was looking at.
No, I do not. I know that's not it. No, I do not have that.
Okay. Well, I can let you know. I mean, I have my own copy here of the data, and the we can look at the same information and note, just as we were discussing with the Nissan Murano, we can talk about the Delta V. So the last reported speed of the Toyota was 8.7 miles per hour, and it was accelerated forward by the crash when it was impacted from behind by the coach bus it was accelerated forward by 32.1 miles per hour. So if you add those two numbers together, you get pretty close to 41 miles an hour, which is what we're seeing here, right?
Earlier, you made a correlation between that and the Nissan that I think that you wanted to go back to. Is that
Right, correct. So if you recall, the 72 miles an hour minus the 37, I said was 35. So if the a Nissan basically slowed down to 35 miles an hour during the second part of the crash, doesn't match up with the 41 miles an hour that we see in the coach buses EDR or in the Toyota.
So it's further evidence that something with the Nissan EDR is not correct.
So it's not responding or acting like we would expect it to based upon the other pieces of information.
Okay.
Okay. And it's specifically only with the delta V, and not the reported speeds of pre-crash speeds, but just looking at the delta V numbers. You also were asking me about the position of the Toyota in relation to my analysis, and when I inspected the Toyota, and as it's pointed out in Sergeant Jasper's report, the impact was to the right side of the Toyota. So there was an offset.
We'll probably have this full statement up on our website, but again, people are still.
It really, we have a pretty good vantage point, up and down the street here. And it's very quiet. It kind of still has that, kind of solemn feel to, what a lot.
Sorry, a small update on Christopher Schurr trial. So we're just going to go backwards and forwards right now to get a bit of an update. So let's just listen into, because it's a part of a statement that has been read. And yeah, there's some movement, some breaking news. So we just listen to that. It's not what this guy is saying, it's what is going to happen next. But that's why I jumped on now and kind of went back a little bit so we can listen to it together. So yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Heel.
Supporters earlier, they looked like they were grabbing coffee, and they kind of hung out here for a little bit. So we didn't know if there was going to be kind of any interactions with them and the police, but but they left, and again, it's been pretty quiet out here.
Well, Micah, we thank you for giving us a report on the back of the courthouse. We are starting to hear more reaction from people all over this case. We did receive a statement from the I just said it the Fraternal Order of Police State Lodge of Michigan. It's a very long statement, so I'm only going to read a part of it, but they said today's outcome in the trial of Grand Rapids Police Officer Christopher Schurr, a hung jury, highlights the deep complexity surrounding this case, the difficult position law enforcement officers face when forced to make split-second decisions in high-stress situations. We'll probably have this full statement up on our website. But again, people are still starting to react to this hung jury.
Yeah, this is some of the first reactions we've seen, right? Of course, we're waiting on more reactions. So that's just one piece of the puzzle here, the FOP reacting to that. But then we also have Chris Becker, the prosecutor, who is due to make a statement as well to members of the media. We also have, hopefully, the defense team also going to be making a statement very soon along with the prosecutor. The other thing that we are going to be hearing from is the Loyola family, and of course the lawyers representing them in this civil lawsuit that's still pending. We do want to go and check back out on the other side of the courthouse, where the opposite side where Micah was.
Oh wow, a civil lawsuit. I did not know that was a thing. I did not know that was going on. So yeah, she literally started reading. Yeah. So it's not much of an information, but hey, I tried. Let's go back to trial. Still not happening. Nothing happening. People are like working, doing life together. So, yeah. Let's go back to old McDonald had a farm trial. Sorry, that's what I'm gonna call it now, because every single day.
So the coach.
Also, I'm intended of like speeding up this witness because this witness is so boring. This is literally making me fall asleep. But I don't know. It's up to you. We can like literally jump ahead, maybe. I don't know what is happening. Oh, there's a lot happening in the future. I don't know.
Bus was to the right of the Toyota, which would have caused it to spin out when it was impacted.
And did you review where the bus's position, where on the impact portion of the bus was in relation to The Toyota.
So the left front corner of the bus would have impacted the right rear side of the rear right side.
Would that be consistent with steering right?
It could be, yes, yes.
Now, you've reviewed the video, the Freightliner video from behind the accident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be this video here.
Correct.
Okay. And we've discussed, I know you weren't here, but quite at length, the frames at which we were determining impact or making the best judgment possible that we can as far as impact. Have you made a determination of that as well?
Correct. I used a different software program, but I looked through it, and basically 31 at time point 31. It's actually 31.1 is what I ended up, and you can see it's kind of a change in the attitude of the Mr. McDonald's trailer, and there's some flashes of color at about that time, which would indicate to me that an impact is occurring.
Okay, so if we agreed that the impact is so earlier they were shown in frames which are a second, correct? A frame is a second. Is that accurate?
No.
Oh.
So this video is recorded at 30 frames a second. So there's be 30 frames, 30 pictures in 1 second.
Okay. 30
all right.
pictures in 1 second.
And so basically, when you're going through it, you can go through it frame by frame, and you can and slowly look for the slight changes and zoom into the picture and see, and you can scroll through it that way and kind of basically look at the video frame by frame.
Did you notice when you were doing this light vein?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you consider it at all in any of your analysis?
Yes, I mean, it's discussed in Sergeant Jasper's report, and in the sense that there's a statement from him where that he's traveling along. He had been in front, and you can see from the video, it was in front of the Freightliner, in front of Mr. McDonald, and then it moves into the left lane.
Which is what we're seeing right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then you see it, the impact happens, and then you see it dive to the left.
No. On 1 second pass, but we, from 33, we see a change in the Freightliner. And would you agree? Well, can you describe the behavior, of the van up to this point?
It seems to be traveling with the Freightliner or right in the area of the Freightliner.
Okay. And then, did you do an estimation of how long after the impact to the van veering to the left?
Yes, I did.
And what is that?
It was about 1.5 seconds.
Okay.
In that neighborhood, and you might have 3 people review it and come up with slightly different. One might say, 1.6. One guy might say 1.4, but it's in the general 1.5 time frame.
And
let me know when everybody's ready.
Yes, are you?
I'll get going. Obviously, this was not what happened today is not what anybody was expecting or wanted. We're hoping for a verdict, and I think the family, I don't know if they've talked here, but they're extremely disappointed, as am I. This was something we were hoping to get a conclusion. We thought we'd put a good case forward. Obviously, the jury thought differently. They were hung. I spent quite a bit of time talking with them. They're very open. And they're really a good jury. I mean, they paid attention. They took a lot of notes. They obviously were in there for a long period of time and took this case seriously. So this is, this happens. This happens quite a bit in general cases, but especially if you look across the country, there's a number of police involved incidents where it ends up in a hung jury quite a bit. So we always knew there was a possibility. It's a difficult case. This was not an easy case. This is not a simple case. So at this point in time, I'm sure the next question is, what am I going to do? And I'm not going to make a decision right now. This is something I'm going to take some of the jurors obviously want to talk more. They may be reaching out, so I'm going to talk to them and take a look at everything, and I'll make a decision somewhere down the road. I'm not making a decision today.
Do you know how they were divided?
I do, but I'm not going to.
Talk about that?
Nope, I'm not going to say
It
that.
was close one way or the other.
I do, but I'm not going to get into the jury what the jury said. That's something that they told us in confidence. So I'm just going to hold it close to the vest. I know what it was, and so at this point in time, I'm not going to disclose that.
Is that going to help you decide whether to take this to trial again, what their vote was?
Yeah, it's a factor. I mean, definitely it's a factor. It's something that's kind of what I asked them. I want to get their feedback in terms of what the issues were. Just, talking to them, I can say they're on point. I mean, they were debating, sometimes you go back into a jury and you're like, what in the world, where did you come up with that? What were you debating on that for? That was not the case here. They were on point. They were discussing the issues that I think both sides had. Obviously there's a split in terms of what, who was believing one and which side. So this was, they were on point in terms of what they were discussing. So they were very thorough. So, it's going to be a factor, but I'm not going to say, well, because of this, I'm going to decide one way. It's still my decision ultimately based on all the facts and circumstances and looking at our case, looking at the defense case and what's going to happen down the road. So I talked to the family and I said, give me some time. We're all digesting this at this point in time, and it's something I'm going to talk with them too, because I think their feelings should play a role. So it's a process, and I'm not going to rush into it, and we'll go from there.
Can you share what some of the issues were that the attorneys?
Just like just like we argued, just like the argument was, was was it the moment of the shot was fired? Was that what you're supposed to look at, or is it looking at the totality of the circumstances? More, I was arguing. Was a taser a dangerous weapon or not a dangerous weapon? It's basically what you saw in the trial and what the two sides focused on respectively. That's essentially what they were focusing on, which I appreciate. I mean, they definitely knew what the issues were, and it sounds like they had a very thorough debate on those, and they couldn't reach a decision, which is not uncommon. So I'm not criticizing them at all. I've never had a jury take that many notes and ask the amount of questions, and quite frankly, very good questions. So they were clearly engaged, clearly dedicated, and I appreciate what their work they did.
The jury foreperson came out and she looked really upset.
She was not. She talked about this. She's like, I know. She just slipped and hit her chin. So.
And the FLP Lodge, State Lodge of Michigan, put out a press release just a little while ago, basically saying that public pressure is what led you to file these charges.
No public pressure. Yeah, that's. If I had public pressure, just stuck my thumb up in the air and went with that. That had nothing to do with it. I base every decision based on the facts and based on what I think I can prove. This is not, I don't bow to public pressure because there's a lot of cases I wouldn't issue or would issue based on what the public wants. I don't do that. So it had nothing to do with public pressure.
Given the results of this, do you have any second thoughts about bringing this?
No. No, I don't. No, if I didn't believe in the case, I should have been trying it. This was it's a difficult case. This is not an easy case. I've been involved in a number of officer involved incidents where I've cleared them, and if I clear them, that's because I believe it shouldn't go forward. This is one I felt, given all the facts and circumstances, that deserved to go forward. And so it's not a regret that we got a hung jury, and
I don't believe that at all. He was pressured.
And you've seen the split in the community. You've seen the jury was, there's issues there. So that doesn't change because, if you just try charge a case to win it, you shouldn't be doing this job because that's not your job. Sometimes they're going to be tough, difficult cases. This is a difficult one. It's difficult for the community. And so, but I still stand by the decision to charge.
Can you talk about what this has done to your relationship between your office and the Grand Rapids Police Department?
I've said this before. This has been pending for 3 years, and I'm preparing for a trial in 2 weeks with Grand Rapids Police Department. They're professional. We're professional. Clearly, there's people over there that don't agree with this decision, and I respect them. There are some people I probably respect. Nobody's confronted me. I think we still have a relationship. It's a working relationship, and I think it's we agree to disagree, but we still understand our roles and understand what we have to do for the community and protect the citizens. And we disagree on a case, but I think there's plenty of cases that we still work together on and work together very effectively.
The lesser included offense of voluntary manslaughter, was that something requested by you? And if so, when was it requested?
It's a necessary lesser included of a second degree murder. So that's common for any, I've never had a murder case where it didn't get included unless the facts didn't show it. I think clearly with the facts here. So yeah, we did request it, but that's just the normal, because it's a necessary lesser included offense.
Can you say whether they had dismissed the second degree murder and were looking more toward manslaughter?
I don't know. That's not, we never got into that deep. So I really don't know how much what they were focusing on, in terms of.
You rely on the possession of the taser question. You put up experts who, in their testimony, said he never had full possession of the defense. Show their version of the video where you see it in his hand. How much did that affect the case? Did that affect jurors and it doesn't affect the way you present the case going forward?
Oh, it definitely affected jurors because they were debating on that. I mean, that was one of the things they were looking at was the, taser. What was he intending to do with it? What, was it in his possession? So I think that was a key issue that both sides focused on, and they definitely looked at it. I can't get into their deliberations on how much it felt, but if I make the decision to retry it, that's something we'll take a look at and look, get the transcripts and go over it and say, is there something we could have done differently? Is it what, every time you have a case, it's the same case, but you're probably not going to do it the exact same way, and things are going to come out differently. So it is part of the case and it's an issue, but we'll see what happens.
So when speaking to the jury, I mean, can you talk about the emotions in that room when you're speaking with them? Are they
Yeah, to be honest, I think they were, there were some emotions, but I've been in hung jury where you can tell, oh my gosh, I think these people are going to kill each other, and this was not that. I didn't get that feel. There was, they disagreed. There's definitely some tension, but they got along and they seemed to be, really trying to make an effort. So I didn't get the feel that it was like a knockdown, drag out, or anything like that. They you brought from citizens of Kent County. They did the best they could. They had differences of opinion, but I think they were, talking about it, and it wasn't, hostile, at least the sense I got when I was talking with them.
Do you think, first time the jury came back and said, we're stuck, Judge Min sent them back in, this time she declared a mistrial. Do you think had they been sent back again, they could have eventually reached a verdict?
No, this is, the note came back saying, basically, I don't think she read the whole note, but the note was, yeah, I think one of the instructions is don't, give up your deeply held personal beliefs to just reach your verdict. And that was phrased in the note, essentially saying, hey, if you want us to debate more, somebody's going to have to do that. And so that's the time. And Judge Min's made the correct decision saying, yep, you've come as far as you can. So I don't think would have done anything more.
Did you receive an indication that the needle moved at all from Tuesday when you were still?
They gave us an idea, and there was movement. Yeah, definitely. It wasn't, they've been sitting in the same position for 3 days. So they definitely exchanged ideas, and there was changes.
Was you surprised by this outcome?
No, like I said, you look at across the country. I mean, I think I just found out the Memphis, that Memphis case went through, and that was a hung jury before. There was one in Detroit, a state trooper that was a hung jury. These types of cases bring divisions, and people have strong opinions, and so I'm not surprised. I always thought this is a definite possibility that we're not going to get a verdict, and that's what happened.
So if you retried this, I mean, did you change your strategy somehow?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that now. So, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do now. So I've not even thought about what I'm going to do if I do decide to make the decision to retry it. So yeah.
Should the case be tried again? What the difficulty in finding a jury pool that's not tainted?
Yeah, which I think the surprising thing is, I mean, we had an pretty extensive questionnaire that it's kind of, you guys are all here, and how many people said, oh, we don't watch the news to some extent. And that's kind of surprising. But, I thought we went faster in terms of picking a jury. We left a week because we thought, there'd be so many people that saw it and had an opinion and weren't going to be fair. And for the most part, there's a lot of people that didn't see it and didn't have an impact. This is maybe a little bit fresher, obviously, since this was 3 years ago versus, whenever if there is another trial, when that's going to be. But I think it's always amazing when you get into I've done a number of high profile cases, how many people are like, oh, don't hear anything about it, don't know anything about it. I mean, there's a number of people that never heard about this case. So I'm not as concerned, but probably have to go the same process.
What's the timeline you're thinking of on a decision of what's next?
I'm not going to let this drag out. I mean, I'm going to be considerate of the community. I mean, this is a big decision, but I'm not going to rush through it. But I'm not going to sit here and it's not going to be June. I don't have a specific timeline, but I hope to know relatively quickly.
Seeing the outcome, how do you think you guys did on selecting a jury?
Like I said, they were very dedicated. I mean, they're a very dedicated group. You never know. Every time you go in, you'd like to think, they're going to come to a verdict and everything. But this happens. This is a difficult case, and this was a very engaged jury. They were, like I said, I've never seen this many notes being taken. I've never seen that many questions. I've never seen that many good questions. I mean, sometimes you get really dumb questions, and this, for the most part, this jury was not that. So yeah, I think this was a good jury, and they did the best they could and didn't come to a conclusion. But that doesn't reflect on this was a bad jury because of that.
Do you think it was a factor that one of the jurors had her partner as a police officer?
Yeah, don't know. Maybe everybody that we asked the questionnaires, thought they could, you can't just exclude people because they have, a partner or know somebody that's a police officer. So, at the time we made the decision, it seemed to be fair and impartial. They all represented that. So. Okay. Take one or two more, because
you didn't use all of your challenges during jury selection. What led to the contempt between both you and the defense? Who also challenged?
well, you always get, they had more than me. So at the time when they had 4 left, I had 2 left. So I was kind of putting myself in a position. So at that point in time, I was fairly satisfied with the jury, and I didn't want to, put myself in a situation where all of a sudden I got none and they still could strike, and then I'm stuck with somebody who I really don't like. So that was just, it was a strategic move based on, I thought I liked the jury. You don't want to get too cute, just use the preemptories, just to use the preemptories, and then you're stuck. So
if there is a retrial, is there any talk about the change in venue?
I would doubt it. I don't see why, like I just said, I don't see why there would be. It's, we've had enough people that didn't hear about the case, or, when we pick this one, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
Could you talk more about the reaction of the Leoya parents? How the emotions after this, you met with them?
Yeah, I met with it. They're disappointed. This has been a long truck for them. This has gone on, longer than most cases, as you're familiar with. This is, 3 years afterwards, and here we just got done with a trial where a lot of times we've, maybe in the appeals process or it's over. So this is, I can't, I've talked with them. They're amazingly patient. They're amazingly, understanding. But I think they're frustrated, obviously. So, okay, thank you.
Obviously.
Oh, sorry. All right, that was the prosecution's conference. Yeah, like I was a bit weird. Was that fun for the jury? Hang on, let's see what they say.
Okay, so we do want to toss back out to Micah Cho, who's outside. It looks like possibly Schurr is leaving the bag. Micah, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I'm not going to step inside the camera frame just so that we can kind of keep an eye on what's going on right here. About maybe a minute ago, maybe less than, the tactical car that I kind of pointed out.
We're now going to the defense to hear their response. Take a listen.
Defense conference.
People off the street to agree as to a very important decision. So I thank them for all the work they did. Some of them were willing to talk to us. And so my sense is that they worked very hard to come to a conclusion, and sometimes you just can't.
Can you talk about the reaction from Christopher Schurr?
He's been living with this for 3 years. He obviously wanted some resolution. I think he felt that the jury took the time to deliberate, and he appreciates that. He obviously wanted it to be done, but it's a hung jury. So I haven't had much chance, obviously, to talk to him yet. Because I've been talking to the jurors. So, he'll probably have to reflect on it, as we all will, and as will Mr. Becker, on how we proceed next.
What do you think about the possibility of a retrial? What do you think should happen?
I do not think this case should be retried. I don't think it should have been charged in the first place. I think that it was clear, based on the evidence, that there wasn't enough to establish a charge in this case. I think there was a lot of evidence at trial that was irrelevant and that shouldn't come in. And so if there is going to be another trial, we're going to likely seek rulings from appellate courts as to what evidence is put before the jury. In particular, I do not believe that this theory that was sponsored by Professor Stoughton, how an officer can put himself in jeopardy by following what he believes to be poor policies of GRPD, where he loses the right to defend himself should he later be put in a position where someone is about to use, he's an imminent threat of bodily harm or death. I think that's absolutely wrong. I think the jury was confused by the fact that the prosecutor was saying that he cannot defend himself because he screwed up on whether or not he should chase him. I think that had effect on the outcome and the fact that they couldn't reach a unanimous verdict. And so if there is going to be another trial, we're going to be asking the Court of Appeals to decide whether officer-created jeopardy is something that should apply in a criminal case, and whether officers, if they make any negligent act early on, they can no longer defend themselves if someone turns on them with a dangerous weapon.
Were there a number of appealable issues that you saw during this trial?
Yes.
Can you talk about those, other than what you just spoke of?
Substantively, that's the main issue. And, you know, to those that are following legal opinions, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case just in the last 6 months called Barnes v. Felix, where this exact issue was argued extensively. I think that, you know, this officer-created jeopardy is incredibly dangerous, not only for police officers who are asked to put themselves in dangerous positions, but for the community. Because what's going to happen if you instruct officers that they cannot arrest somebody, and it's up to the person being arrested to decide whether they're not going to be arrested, you're going to see a lot of officers who are going to hold back and be instructed that if later on this person has a gun or gets a dangerous weapon and uses it on me, I can no longer defend myself because I've screwed something up early on. So that's the primary appeal issue. We, as you know, Mr. Coker, we briefed that extensively before the trial. We tried to exclude it all for the trial, but yet it became the central issue. It's clear to me, and if you listen to the prosecutor's closing statement, that he talked about the chase and whether or not that was reasonable, when the issue should have been whether at the moment of the threat, whether Christopher Schurr was in fear of great bodily harm or death, and whether he acted as a reasonable officer would in that situation. So that's,
sorry.
Go ahead, Duncan, right?
Sam.
Sam, sorry.
The decision for Schurr to testify, how and when was that made?
We anticipated he would testify, and you know, as we saw the proofs come in, we felt that it was important for the jury to hear from him because you know, it's a case where what he was thinking, what he was feeling is important. And while there were plenty of experts on both sides to talk about whether it was reasonable, the only person that could say what was in his head is Chris. And you know, it was a matter of, well, if something happens where he shouldn't testify, we won't have him testify. But the plan was he was going to testify unless something happened.
Do you know how that played with the jury? Did you spoke to the jury about his testimony, what difference that made at all?
I think they considered it. I don't think anybody thought he was dishonest in his testimony. We didn't talk to a lot of the jurors, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of what they're telling us, but I think it played a role, but wasn't the dispositive witness.
You can't tell us how close they were one way or the other. Was it 11-1 one way, another way, you know, half 50-50? Can you talk about that?
It was overwhelmingly in favor of acquittal, and there were holdouts on the other side.
How many holdouts?
I don't know for sure.
How long were you talking to the jury after this trial was declared?
I don't know what from the mistrial until I came down here. I don't know how long that was.
During the close, you had mentioned that you didn't have to put on a defense, but you did because of the importance of the case. Moving forward, should this be retried again, are there different approaches that you may take? I know you can't get too much into strategy, but were there things that you left out this time that maybe you think next time would be appropriate to bring in?
It's kind of speculative. I don't know. It would depend on what the trial looks like going forward. I mean, if we're arguing about whether or not he was negligent in chasing him, then I'm going to have to address that again. I just don't think that should have been ever put before the jury, and because it came down to whether or not GRPD's policy or no policy on foot pursuits has some sort of bearing on whether or not he can use deadly force to protect himself. And I mean, I think over half the trial was about irrelevant evidence. You had experts on both sides talking about how close you can stand to somebody when they deploy their taser. I don't know how that relates to a minute and a half later when Mr. Lilja has exclusive control of the taser and is turning. It shouldn't matter. I was flummoxed by the fact that an expert could get on the stand and say, because you're too close, Mr. Loya grabbed the taser. That was a decision that was made by the individuals that were in that situation, and not because of some GRPD policy.
Matt, you asked for a mistrial on that count 3 times, maybe it was 2.5. And Judge Min said you put something in motion about her rolling her eyes. What did you think of the judge in this case? And was this a fair trial? You keep asking for a mistrial. Was it ultimately fair? Did she do a good job?
We asked for a mistrial, and the primary reason was because there was all this evidence put before the jury that we did not think was relevant, and that was the focus of the prosecution's case. As far as the allegations of facial expressions, we obviously don't make those allegations unless we're certain that they're occurring. It was a crowded courtroom. It was our belief that the judge had been communicating with the jury. Why she might be biased, we never suggested one way or the other. We just thought that her demeanor at times suggested that she had feelings about something that coincided with the testimony.
So someone on your defense team actually saw her rolling her eyes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How many times? Can you talk? Was it often? Was it frequent? One time?
Throughout the trial, we thought there were facial expressions and didn't raise it. And then when Officer Schurr testified, we believe that there were facial expressions that were communicating something to the jury, and that's why we filed the motion. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. When you said earlier that the jury was in favor of acquittal, do you mean acquittal on the second-degree murder charge or voluntary manslaughter?
Both.
So if you're just joining us live, you're looking live on the left side of your screen. The defense attorney for Christopher Schurr is speaking following the mistrial declaration. On the right side of your screen, the civil attorneys for the Loya family, as well as much of the Loya family, is also giving their remarks. And we're going to listen
Shout
to
out
that.
on behalf of the family and the entire community that surrounds and loves the Loyola family. Prosecutor Becker, in this case, did something that very few prosecutors have the guts to do in the United States today, let alone in West Michigan. And he saw what he perceived, and we agree 100% to be an injustice to such a degree by a police officer that he, as the main legal representative of Kent County, charged criminally former Officer Schurr with second-degree murder. And obviously, we agreed with those charges from the outset. We support Prosecutor Becker's decision to do so. And we encourage him, first of all, and thank him for he and his entire trial team. Angelica, victim's advocate that was there for the family, all of these court people, if you will, from Kent County surrounded the family with love and support like they do every day in our courthouse. And we appreciate that and want to thank them. Not only did he bring criminal charges, but he himself, the main prosecutor, tried the case. Highly unusual. And we appreciate all that. And in this regard, of course, the fact that this jury could not make a determination either way, on behalf of the family, we encourage Prosecutor Becker to remain alongside this family and to move forward with a retrial, because we believe that this officer should be brought to criminal justice, and we will certainly address the civil justice that we, Ben Crump and I and our team will be asking for as well. But I would like to move forward with any questions so that you can hear directly from the family in terms of their reaction, which is obviously highly disappointed, but again, encouraged from the standpoint of it was a not guilt. There was no finding of not guilty, which is so often the case. And one more thing, I want to give a shout out to the family of Tyree Nickel, the gentleman who was killed by 5 or 6 police officers in Memphis, Tennessee, who 3 of those officers were found not guilty just yesterday. So we believe that was a miscarriage of justice. And we again appreciate our prosecutor, Chris Becker, moving forward. And we appreciate the hard fight that the jurors who believed in criminal justice in this case, we thank them for what they tried to do for what we believe to be that supported by the evidence.
Then question from Carter Landis. How painful has this been for the family, waiting and leaving justice into the hands of the jury, all for them to not deliver a verdict?
Israel, please.
Anauliza kuko swali na kia pale anasema hainjo maumivu. Tulere gani njo munasikia kusema mulingo ya panda 3 ans mupate justice mnafika kupwenye jiri haikukia kubapatia enye tulikuwa tunatafuta.
Kwa ngambo yangu mimi kama babake ya Patrick,
on my behalf, myself, like Patrick's father,
na familia yote,
and my entire family,
kwa kweli iko sawa, wanarudisha vidonda tena vinakuwa vipya.
It seemed like they reborn, we have a reborn of the wound and the image how my son was killed, he came back again.
Kuona kwa muda huu wa miaka mitatu tunasubiria ukweli wa kesi ya Patrick ya kuuawa.
To see that all these 3 years where we have been waiting for this case to be settled, but Patrick was killed.
Tulikuwa tunajua kama tumefika mwisho wa kesi na tunajua kama kwa kweli mtu akiuawa kinyume na sheria na tunapaswa kupigana na kupata sheria, lakini tumefika tunaona kama sheria inaenda kuyumbishwa.
And then we came here, we were fighting, and we get to the end. We thought that we were getting to the close of this case, and we were going to get the justice. But we came to realize that it was a hung jury. They could not come to the agreement to condemn this guy or to find him guilty.
Kwa kweli tumeumia sana moyoni mwetu, lakini naendelea kushukuru timu yote ya waavoka wangu wenyewe wanaendelea kutusaidia na waaktivisti wote wenyewe wanaendelea kutusapoti, naendelea kuwashukuru na hatutachoka kamwe na kuendelea kupigana mpaka tupate justice ya Patrick.
But also I want to say that it hurts my family, my wife, we are bleeding, we are in pain, but I would like to thank all my legal team that have stood by me and my family have been fighting, and all the activists, all the members of the community who stood by us and fight and will continue to fight until when we get the true justice for Patrick.
Prosecutor wetu amepigana kabisa kwa hii kesi, ingawapo vitu vinaenda kuyumbishwa, lakini kwa kweli tunashukuru na lawyer wetu Johnson, wote kabisa na Womack kwa vita ambayo wamepigana mpaka kwa hii kipindi tumefika.
Yeah, Mr. Becker, the prosecutor, he fought, he did a good job till to the end to get a justice for my son Patrick. Mr. Johnson has been with us from the beginning. Commissioner Womack, who have stood by us. I just want to say thank you to all of them for the fight that they have put in to get the justice for Patrick.
Lakini hatutachoka kamwe mpaka tupate justice ya Patrick.
We are not going to be tired until when we get the justice for Patrick. Thank you.
Ben, this one's for you. How does this impact your civil trial, and can you provide an update on timeline?
It doesn't affect the criminal trial or civil trial, at all. Currently, we're waiting since the United States Supreme Court denied certiorari. In other words, they're not taking this case like the Schurr defense team asked them to. The case is in essence going to be back in Judge Maloney's hands down in Kalamazoo at the United States District Court. And I anticipate we'll be meeting with Judge Maloney in the relative near future, where we'll be talking about deadlines that we have to meet when we can take certain depositions and so forth. So I anticipate that we will be moving forward now without any further delays.
Question from Simon Shaket, WXYZ. What does it mean for you to see charges filed again in a new trial?
And that's Israel from Mama, please.
Okay, Mama, wanakuuliza mnataka kuona ye kama bafungule tena hii kesi, position yenu iko wapi?
Sisi mimi kama vile mama
Myself as a mother,
sitochoka.
we are not going to be tired.
Maana nilikuwa sichoki mtoto wangu.
I didn't give up on my son.
Na sitochoka mpaka sheria ichukuliwe kwa ajili ya mtoto wangu.
And we are not going to be tired until when we find the justice for our son.
then what does this outcome suggest about the strength of the case or how it was presented, and will it impact any of your tactics on the civil side? I think that by having a mistrial, it's somewhat of a mixed bag from a criminal law perspective. I am not a criminal law expert, so that's something that you folks can certainly reach out to those folks and talk about. However, what you know is this: you could not get 12-0. And remember, the burden in a criminal case, y'all, is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a huge, high burden. And what you find out is either way, you couldn't get 12 people to agree. So it's somewhere in between that. Folks felt strongly about acquitting, meaning no, not guilty, and other folks felt very strongly about finding guilty. So in a situation like that, in police cases like this, that is often the case. One of the advantages of being a civil lawyer in a case like this, we're used to seeing that all the time. We have a lower burden of proof in the civil case. It's called by a preponderance of the evidence. Simply stated, if these are the scales of justice and they're even because the scales have nothing on it, having one marble, if you will, one pebble more on one side makes it more likely than not. That's all I have to prove. I personally think will prove far beyond that. But again, we do not have a beyond the reasonable doubt standard like they do in criminal law. So to me, as a civil lawyer, I think this shows that our civil case is extremely strong, and we will be moving forward with that belief. And we'll talk about as things materialize closer to trial. There's a question for Patrick's parents. What do you say to the community who have been in your corner and calling for justice for Patrick?
Ni swali ya bazazi ya Patrick, kama pito tuana kujibia kusema se kitu gani ndio tena kusema kwa community yote yenye ilikuwa nashimama ngambo yako yenye biko wanatafuta justice juu ya Patrick.
No, kwa ngambo ya community ya timu yenyewe natafuta justice ya Patrick, naenda kuleta shukrani na kuwaelezea kama wasichoke, hata kama wanafanya hii mistrial, lakini wasichoke, waendelee kusupport, tukue si wote kitu kimoja, na tunaamini ya kuwa tutapata justice tu juu ya kifo cha Patrick.
On behalf of myself and the family, I just want to say thank you to the community that has been fighting for the justice and seeking justice for Patrick. And I just want to ask them to don't give up, to don't get tired. We will keep fighting until when we get justice. We get justice for Patrick. I want to say just thank you so much for standing up with us for all these 3 years. Thank you.
And let me give you folks just a real brief overview of the next steps as we understand them. We, on behalf of the family, Prosecutor Becker has the discretion under the law, as many of you know, to decide whether he chooses to move forward with a second trial or not. That is his decision. He shared with the family today his initial thoughts. He did not make any recommendations either way. And he asked us, which is beyond reasonable for a lawyer that has fought as hard as he has, especially in a hard-fought case like this, for well over a week of trial. And on top of that, now 3 to 4 days of jury deliberations. He needs some time to kind of let things sift through and process. He will then be making his decision. And he informed us that he will be notifying the family of his decision. And then, of course, he will be making that decision public. So when that becomes public, we will, of course, meet with the family and make the family available again. So right now we're relative to the criminal case, we're sitting back and trying to give Prosecutor Becker some time and space to process and do his job. And then he will advise us as to his next steps. So we, along with, I'm sure many folks in the public, will be anxiously awaiting his decision. And again, from a civil standpoint, there's no reason to wait. And we are ready, willing, and able to move forward in the prosecution of our civil case. Commissioner, go ahead.
Next question from April Van Buren, Michigan Public Radio. We heard new information and testimony about both police training and the possession of the taser in this case. Does any of the new information in this case change how you'll move forward in the civil case? Is there a chance you'll try to pursue the case against, continue to try to pursue the case against the city of Grand Rapids?
April, none of this information is new to me. I've been talking about this taser information from about a week of our representation, since I am very familiar with this type of taser and what the taser report showed. I knew that the tasers both had been spent. The whole drive stun allegation is it's a joke, and we'll be exposing that in our civil case. We have very strong experts that will talk about this as well. These are separate and distinct experts from who Prosecutor Becker used. So this is not new. If you heard any of the comments by the criminal defense attorneys about officer-created danger as to whether it belongs in a criminal case, notice they picked the words "in a criminal case." That's because the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, that is the controlling jurisdiction that we all live in down in Cincinnati, Ohio, has ruled for years and years of this thing called an officer-created danger. And what that means is, just like in this case, when Schurr created the danger, he never should have had his taser out when he deployed it. He violated his training when he deployed it, how he deployed it, failure to give a verbal warning, and having it so close to Patrick when he first took it out of his holster. All of these are violation not only of his training by the city of Grand Rapids, but also on the training of Axon, the company that makes the taser. And we will talk more about that. And when you create a danger by doing something against your training, you can't then turn around and blame Patrick. And that's what this case was. From the very beginning, they blamed Patrick for everything. Patrick, because he resisted under federal law, ladies and gentlemen, cannot have excessive, unreasonable, or deadly force used against him simply because he resisted. Folks don't understand that, and that is the law, has been the law. So none of this is new, and especially in a civil setting, officer-created danger has been something that our circuit, the Sixth Circuit, has talked about for years. So this is not new, and we will be talking about that and utilizing that as part of our case here, the civil case.
Then I'll let you determine who this question can be posed to. Tessa Kresh from WLNS Lansing. What message do you want to send to the community, particularly other families impacted by police violence?
Well, number one, I want to again remind folks in the community that Prosecutor Becker stood up and did the right thing. And I think there are very few people in his position that would have done that. I respect that a great deal. Even though the jury did not convict, nor did they acquit in a case like this, in this case at least, again, he deserves full credit for standing up and doing the right thing. Relative to community violence, Commissioner Womack has done a great job and has been a voice of reason, and I would defer that to him.
I would just like to tell the city of Grand Rapids, the entire community, that our American justice system, even though there are still some flaws, that we have attorneys working daily trying to fix, and hopefully more politicians, we still have an American justice system that gives families and defendants an opportunities to present their case. And I'm just thankful that this community chose to follow that direction, because burning up the community, the violence, none of that could have brought this family justice. And I think the family is closer to justice. We're going to continue to support them, and we need the community to support them in that peaceful way as we stand by the Leoya family.
And I think it's important for the community and on both sides to understand there's a right to a jury trial. That happened here. The trial, Judge Mims did a great job, and her staff, very difficult, very high exposure case, did a phenomenal job. There was a fair trial here to both sides. The jury decided by not deciding, in essence. But again, you can't say there was no justice. The jury disagreed on what the evidence meant in terms of guilt or acquittal here. That is part of justice. So in terms of justice, although it may not be what the family and we believe the evidence supports, we respect that this is part of justice. And again, justice will be further defined in the criminal setting by Prosecutor Becker if he chooses to go forward. If he doesn't, that is his decision, and certainly justice will prevail, we believe, in the civil courts here in the upcoming next year to 2 years.
Question from Matthew Whitkos, Fox 17, Grand Rapids. To Patrick's parents, what went through their minds hearing Schurr's point of view during testimony?
Dorcas, please, Israel. Thank you.
Mama Dorcas, hii swali ya chini wanauliza nani Schurr alikuwa na panel témoignage yake, kitu gani njo ilienda mu mafikiro yako, ni nini njo ulikuwa unajisikia saa alikuwa na panel iko naenda kutemwanye pale mbele?
Yani nimejisikia vibaya, tena vibaya sana. Kwa maana alivyoenda pale, mimi nilifikiria kitu cha kwanza chenye ataanza nacho labda ni samani.
I felt bad, because very, very bad, because when he went there the first time, when he went to testify, my heart was bleeding. And the first thing I thought he would say coming from his mouth was going to say, I'm sorry to the family, to apologize for what he did wrong, but he didn't.
Lakini niliona kama vile ni mtu alikuwa hajali na alionyesha tu kama sasa vile hakuwa mwanadamu mwenzake, ni kama vile ameua kuku tu yenye haina mwenye nayo.
And it seemed like the way that he portrayed himself, it was like he had no remorse, he had no guilt, he didn't care that he took the life of a human being. It seemed like he only killed an animal. That's how he presented himself, because basically he did not show any emotion that he was wrong for what he did.
Peter?
Kwa ngambo yangu mimi, wakati nimemuona wanamweka ule muuaji Christopher Schurr pale mbele, kwa kweli nilikuwa najua kama ni binadamu na aliona amefanya makosa kuua mwingine binadamu. Nikawazia kama ataomba huruma kwa familia, lakini niliona hakujali na alikuwa kama ni mtu mwenye furaha, hakutingizika hata na kitu chochote kile.
On my behalf also, when I saw him coming from up front over there to testify, I thought as a human being that he will feel the remorse, he will feel the pain that we went through, and he could apologize. But no, he didn't care. And also he displayed like he was joyful, he was happy for what he did. So that was really painful to me and to my entire family.
Na uongo yote yenye ametumia, nimeenda kuleta shukrani, lakini ninajua kama Mungu atatusaidia. Najue kama anaendelea kubeba damu ya Patrick kwenye kichwa chake.
And all the lies that he portrayed over there, all the lies that he spewed over there, I just want him to know, I just want to say thank you to God, because God will give us the justice. But I want him to know that he's still carrying the blood of Patrick on him and is responsible for the blood of Patrick. Thank you.
Another question for the family from Michael Kranz.
Family of Ben Johnson, the family of Patrick Lyoya and their attorney, Ben Johnson, responding to the mistrial that, to the judge saying that this was a mistrial.
Yeah, so of course we heard from the Lyoya family that of course they seemed a little disappointed that this was the
I'm sorry, talking about this, and I agree with you, Case One. This might be a little bit controversial, that I agree with you. I agree with the fact that, and when I came to the UK, right, I had this goal in my mind that I was going to go to the UK, I was going to speaking English, I was going to be in a community that I can still be kind of speak Portuguese, yes, because that's where I come from, that's my nationality, but I need to speak the language of the country that I'm going to. I am not going to go there and not even try to make an effort and not speak the language. And that's a part that really, really bothers me, is that when people, and this is all over the world, I find that this in here in the UK, I find this in Portugal, I found this everywhere, and that people don't try to speak the language of the country where they are going for. And I find that a little bit annoying and insensitive and all the words that you can use. So it's just in my opinion, right, that people should speak the language of the country that they are going to. And you can still have your own culture as well. You can have both. So
but it's really just up to prosecutor
up
Chris
to-
Becker whether or not he's going to retry this case in the future. You're going to hear more about that in a second. But when we just got finished hearing from defense attorney, the defense Matt Borgala, who kind of alluded for us, while Becker wouldn't really speak to it, the defense said, he believed that really the jury in this case, it seemed, was very inclined towards acquittal from his view, and so he doesn't think this would be retried. But given how much time has passed, given what we saw today in the form of a hung jury, I mean, we asked, what if this case is retried? I mean, what's your confidence level in a possible retrial? He said he believes they're in a stronger position for that, given all that we've seen. But again, we're just in that waiting period now to see what prosecutor Becker does at this point. He also addressed some other things that happened in the case as well. There was also, if you remember, there was an allegation about, the judge potentially rolling her eyes in the case. He addressed that for reporters, and he said, demeanor suggested she may have had feelings about something in the case, but that was just his viewpoint on that. But again, we're just in a waiting period at this point for pretty much everybody.
Did he say how Schurr reacted to hearing that decision, Josh?
Yeah, what we know again is that this is not necessary. This is not the same as an acquittal. So we are all just, and I believe he indicated they're just waiting at this point to see what happens at this point. And he hadn't really talked to former Officer Schurr about, for example, the demonstrators outside. He said he hadn't really spoken to them about that at this point. But again, we're all kind of just waiting to see what the prosecutor is going to decide, and you're going to hear more about that in a minute.
Josh, something we did hear from the defense attorney there is his opinion on some of the testimony that we have even talked about on our live stream, the taser, as well as this idea of officer-created jeopardy. The defense attorney clearly calling out Seth Stoughton, who was that expert that talked about that officer-created jeopardy. He talked about that concept. What did he say? I mean, he clearly indicated he believed it was confusing for a jury in his press conference there.
And that's what I was just about to say. I mean, he was saying, basically some of the testimony that we heard was very confusing. I mean, you heard in his closing arguments as well. He made some arguments about, whether or not the prosecution's witnesses were contradicting each other on with these generally accepted practices and other specific elements of what they were giving to the jury at that point during the trial. I mean, that was a big point of contention throughout the case, whether or not to have these two experts, Nick Bloomfield and Seth Stoughton, testify on generally accepted practices and the like when it comes to use of force. So that's kind of what he indicated and kind of reiterated again here today, was that, some of that testimony was perhaps confusing and whether or not that played in. I mean, he spoke to a little bit about, where he thought the jury's heads were. Again, he believed, the body as a whole may have been overwhelmingly inclined towards acquittal, but, again, I mean, we're just waiting to see whether or not they would have to retry that, whether or not those same kind of experts may make a reappearance in any sort of retrial. But again, I'm just going to reiterate, it's all hinges on what prosecutor Chris Becker is going to decide next.
Josh, I want to ask you about Schurr actually taking the stand. What did the defense have to say about how important it was for Schurr to speak for himself?
Yeah, I believe the defense kind of signaled there it was kind of planned for him to do so in case anything really came up at that point. I mean, this was a critical part of the case. I mean, a lot of this case was about, the justification for the use of force, whether or not it was justified, whether it was reasonable for any reasonable officer in that situation to have used that kind of force. So, the Schurr testimony in particular, that's really the only person here who could have, gotten truly, genuinely into the mind of what was going on. I mean, whether or not the jury took everything he said as true or not from what he was feeling, that's of course was up to the jury. But that was such a staple of this case, and from what we heard there, that was kind of a planned decision.
So one of the things that we heard from the defense attorney there was that he says that the jury was overwhelmingly in favor of acquittal, kind of giving us a rough outline of what that conversation looked like. The prosecution didn't offer up any speculation on that or what their conversations led to, Josh. But one thing that they did offer up, and on the defense side here, is the appeals process that could happen after all of this, after this entire trial. So that appeals process, he mostly spoke on that officer created jeopardy scenario again. What did he say about that process and what they would look to do with an appeals court, if anything?
I mean, the if anything clause right there, Tanner, is really, again, what we've been speaking to this whole time, whether or not there would even be a retrial, whether or not there would be a different outcome in any potential retrial, and if the appeals process would be necessary at that point. But, you know, you heard from some of our experts throughout the week, I believe, as well. I mean, some of the elements perhaps leading up to sort of building a case for an appeal, if that were to come to that. But, you know, again, that's just, it's all hypothetical at this point because we just don't know yet what the prosecutor is going to decide, whether or not a retrial is going to be necessary, whether or not a retrial is going to happen, and whether or not, based on what would happen there, whether or not an appeals process would be necessary. So it's all kind of hypothetical at this point, and you know the answers are kind of going to come as these decisions are made. But as of yet, there's no decision there.
Certainly a waiting game.
Definitely, Josh. Thank you. We want to bring in Callie and Riley. This is the first time that we've been able to hear from Prosecutor Becker after this trial. I really want to get a sense of what he was talking about, Callie and Riley, in regards to the outcome of this trial.
You know, he talked about what the question on everyone's mind is right now. What are we going to see moving forward? Of course, he said, you know, he wasn't quite surprised by the mistrial.
Okay, so something that is not really trial related, because I think we're gonna kind of move on from it a little bit because we're done with the conferences and everything. But I want to talk to you guys. You guys that know, you know, we all do shopping and everything. So you see a promotion at Costco, or Mel, you know, the little drinks that they do. 2 for 1, like big packs of 10. What do you think? It is a good offer, right? Let me know what you think. And I need your guys, I really, really do need your guys' input on this one. So an Actimel offer, Costco, 2 for 1 on that. What do you think? Of course, we are talking about Costco, Paula. What else would we be talking about in this channel? We always talk about Costco. So Gardner Bot just went to Costco and he bought a couple beds and got me some sweets that I have a massive tub of, which it's amazing. I got it. And I got meal for tonight, got the other couple beds. And then he saw this promotion, right? On Actimel, 2 for 1. You are guilty for sending the ad. You was already there, but yes, you are guilty. I'll find you guilty, Paul, and sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Couple bits. Well, yeah, it's never a couple bits. It's always a truckload full of stuff. So you got the Actimel, right? 2 for 1. You thought it was a very good deal. But if you were fact, you forgot to check the dates on the Actimel. So, oh, no more Costco. Costco should be bad to me. Life without parole for Paul. But, so we forgot to check the dates on the Actimel. So today is the 8th, right, of May. The date for the Actimel, right, is the 12th. So me and Garden Bot, we have until the 12th of May to drink about 12 Actimels. I think it's 12. No, 16 because it's a pack of 8, I think. So yeah. Oh, awesome. I just saw the notification. Thank you very much, Kara. I appreciate it. So we've got until the 12th to drink, I think 16 Actimels. So you guys know what I'm gonna be drinking for the next couple of days. Love when Garden Bots. The shopping, he always forgets to check the date on products. It's okay. It happens. It's one of those things. It happens. It is what it is. Oh, Actimel. You don't have Actimel. Hang on. I'm gonna go grab one, and I'll show you. Hang on. Well, I'm gonna put the news things back
Pointed
on.
in
Hang on.
what
I'll be
happened
right back.
today.
I'm
Of
just gonna
course,
grab it.
that is expected, as I believe they were hoping for a resolution, and we heard about 6 or 7 days of testimony in all of this.
Towards the end, they were definitely saying that this isn't necessarily a win, because obviously a win for them is the acquittal of Schurr, but definitely taking in and grappling with the fact that there's a possibility that this trial could start all over again, in which they believe that this trial should not be retried.
Yeah, something that we're also waiting to see is if
Actimel is
Christopher
this
Schurr win
like
and if he will
yogurt
leave the
shot
courthouse, because
things
we have been
that
staking
says
that out.
the name there?
And in
If
the
you can
moments
see
while we were in some of the
Actimel,
press
it is
conferences, we did
supposed. It
see
is like
who
has
we
like
believe the jury to
yeah.
be
It is dairy
out
based.
out
It
of
is
there and
supposed to
getting
be
into a
good
van.
for
We
like
also
your
saw the
immune
Lioya family
system.
leave the courthouse, and ultimately we did
Guts.
see
Yeah.
some of them
So
in
it's
that
a good. Oh,
Ben
hang on.
Johnson press conference.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to repeat that. It's not like kefir, but kefir is better for your gut, but it's more for like your general well-being. It has like L-Casein and a multivitamin mix. Probably you can't really see that, but yeah, and it is a use by date. It's a use by date product because it's dairy. It's like a yogurt. It's a drinking yogurt that you can have, and you're supposed to have like one a day because it's good for you, blah blah blah. But now me and Garden Bot is gonna have to them, down them, so don't waste the money that you just bought for it. So yeah, but that's okay. It happens. It's one of those things that it's not massive. How many? We have about 16. So down in no, not again. The Nightbot. I'm gonna kick out this Nightbot today, man. I am gonna down it in one. Like, but this Nightbot needs to chill. See, normally you just drink it. And it's down. I'm so sorry, Anna. Not it's good. So it's literally can down it in one, and it's apparently good for you. But we have about 18 of them to 4 days. Okay, that's quick math. So 4 days, two per day for each of us. Okay, that's not too bad. It could have been worse. Uh, we could have been having to drink all of them all the time. But it's not too bad. So yeah. Um, well, that's a good idea, actually, Karen. One in the morning, one before bed. That's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, and we might feel better. Who knows? So yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, babe. Apparently, there's some breaking news. Hang on.
Really the biggest question, right, going into after we heard this hung jury decision, what prosecutor
hang on.
Becker was going to do. Is he going to call a retrial? Is he going to not do so? Is this going to be the end of the road for this? We don't know. So we heard from prosecutors.
Okay, I think that's it on news from Christopher Schurr's trial. I think for now that's all the news. That's yeah. You need the study hall. Kara, I love that. Right. So there is no really breaking news no more on this case for now. It's still a developing story. My sweets need to find a home. I need to find a home for my sweets. Is that I think they are now recycling the same news. I think I would say we go back to our current case, carry on with that, and then I still have to feed anything new, anything breaking. We're gonna go back, but I've got a confession to make. I've got a confession. I'm not gonna say. Sorry, never mind. Is that I closed the tab where we were with the Jacob McDonald trial, and now I don't know where we were. So basically, we're gonna go live, but the expert was a little bit boring anyway, so we are not missing anything. So it's gonna be good anyway. So yeah, um, because I don't know where we were. Oh, gone. What happened now? Oh my days! Wait. Did they go for break? Oh, that is why. That is why that I think I lost it. Hang on. Oh no. No, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Um, yeah, yeah, but they don't go. Oh yeah, they are on lunch. That's why I lost it. I lost it because they are on lunch. They literally went on lunch about 7 minutes ago. Uh, and that's why I lost it. That's why I didn't. Um, so who the prosecutor or the thing case one um oh, I think I closed it, or I don't know what I did, right? It went back to life on and then I don't know where we were, and my history, because it was live, yeah, it won't show, sadly. So I guess we are stuck with Christopher Shore for now. Well, they are on break, so um oh no, I'm not awesome. I try my best. But the thing is, with Christopher Shore, I agree, like we can carry on watching it, but they are just literally now recycling the same things. There's nothing new at the moment for Christopher Shore. I'm still keeping an eye on it. Um what we can do is watch a little bit left of the, I don't know, shall we say the last, what, 20 minutes of the, I think, cross examination that um of the witness, of the witness that was on Sanam Jacob trial. Probably we could do that while they're on break on lunch, because I think they might come back in within the hour or something. I think it is really good, and that's like I agree with kids being taught in school a second language, but at least in Portugal, and that is the experience I have. So that's what I'm gonna be talking about. In Portugal, like we had in school Portuguese and Portuguese, English and French, but the English that we had, we only practiced the same verb for like 12 years of school. So every single year we wouldn't have gone through the verb to be. That was the basic uh that we would go through, and then we would go through other stuff, but it was not very often. That would be more than that. So um it is great. Oh, I have so many stories about people not knowing that I speak their language, and they speak bad about me in front of me, not knowing that I speak their language. It's so much fun. Those stories are the best stories ever. I love it. Oh, that is awesome, William. That you speak English, Spanish, and a little German. Nice. Um, not really that shallow style. Um, well, sometimes it's good, sometimes can be bad, because sometimes you can be speaking like in the English, or like in my case, sometimes I'm speaking Portuguese with my mom, and I'm like, how do you say that in Portuguese again? What I literally sometimes have to look up words in on Google, and everything that um I can't speak. I don't remember how to say it, and I'm Portuguese. I grew up in Portugal. I lived there for 22 years out of my life. Ooh, hang on, what's Uh, sorry, it's just more of the same. Sorry, I was just hillbilly redneck. I don't know. I don't. I see. I There's a language I don't speak, Paula. I don't speak that for sure. Um. So. Um. Oh, hang on. Let me put this in the background. Hang on, so you guys can. That's some pictures coming from the courthouse, but there's no audio because there's nothing interesting being spoken. But that's the family of Patrick Leoa living the courthouse. Okay, and that's just from the thing. But I agree. If you like speaking, ooh, you do. I don't know. I don't know which. I don't know. Like, because when I speak with the CEO and Robert, they don't really have a. I don't know. I don't think they have a really Texan accent of what I've seen from the movies. I would like to know would be rather interesting to know, indeed, because that I would like to find that out. So yeah, but I do like speaking in the languages, but sometimes your brain, my brain at least, just like literally confuses all of them. Just like, hey, what up? Sometimes I don't even know what I'm talking about. You speak Texan too, okay, Swan. Wow. I want to speak Texan, dude. I need to learn it. No, the one talking about languages. Garden Bot is learning Portuguese, and it is so funny that I only thought the the cursey words, the bad words. It is amazing, but the Rob is listening to me. No, she was listening. I thought you were asleep. That's what I'm talking about. Uh, Oh, that is cool though, Paula. I like that combination. That combination sounds like Midwest Missouri and North Wisconsin. I love that. Um, well, I do not speak English. I no hablo inglés, William. No, no hablo inglés. No sé qué estás diciendo. No. So I do not speak English for that part. And then the good thing is when you speak another language, you can't say I don't speak English. So no, it is not. It's Manchester accent. The worst is Liverpool accent. No, I'm joking. Um, I understand you, but sometimes it does take me twice. There is some accents that it does take me twice to actually understand, and I think I'm sorry, Paula. One of them is yours, and another one is Scottish. Oh, I knew it. You were gonna say that. Yeah, Liverpool accent. It's let's not talk about that. We don't talk about that. Um, but Paula, it is not. It is funny. Um, So accents are different. Like I have so many people. Oh, oh, breaking news. Hang
Has
on.
been
Breaking
seen
news.
from the Sistine Chapel chimney there. As you can see, we have onlookers appearing very
Not
excited
the
as that white lift of smoke smoking from the chimney. The white smoke
Zio.
there is
Someone
coming
wake
out of
up
the
Zio.
chimney. This is a signal from the
Someone wake up Zio. Someone wake up Zio.
chosen. We do not know at this point who that pope is. Of course, this is just happening as we are watching. It's 6:12 there at the Vatican. And of course, we are 6 hours behind. So in the hours to come, we're going to certainly learn who that new pope is as we now have white smoke from the Vatican.
Yes, let's go back to our coverage. So here, throughout the trial, we've seen crowds gather outside the courthouse, which often led to shouting matches.
Oh wow, that is. I need to call Hio because she's been looking for that. I did text her, but she's sleeping. But yeah, so there is a new pope. That's breaking news. There was white smoke coming out of the Vatican. I was trying to yeah, it's payback for calling. Yeah, definitely need to pay back. So yes, there is a new pope. There was white smoke coming out of the chimney in the Vatican City. So there is a new pope. We'll find out whenever that is. You can find out, but that was just you know. Oh God! Oh look! Look what's
their
happening
concerns, but not a whole lot
in
of
Michigan.
reaction. Now, we will have to say the folks we spoke to
you.
this morning have mainly been Loyola supporters, and we have not seen any Christopher Schurr supporters out here this morning compared to what you've seen this week, right?
Right, Deja. You know, we were really surprised to see a lot of the Schurr supporters did leave very early in the morning.
Now, right now, there are people here only for Leoya. We did speak to one person here who did want to go on camera and say, his stance on this opinion. And he really hopes in the future that the people of Grand Rapids can come together and all make the same agreement for this next time they make any sort of verdict in a future trial.
And we do have a listen to that sound right here.
It's 2 lives that's going to be lost here. It's just not the guy that lost his life and the police that is being.
Wow, that was actually that interview we did watch this morning. That was before we knew about the hung jury trial. But not that we talk about religion or anything. We just were watching, and it came up. It came up. There. But you guys can share your opinion on Discord or anything, or maybe just just chit chat about it a little bit. But just make sure everyone is comfortable sharing their own personal opinions, and we are respectful to each other's opinions as well, which I know you guys are, but just in case. But yeah, um I think now they are literally just going over. There's like new things happening out there. There's like small crowds now outside of the courthouse. People are getting the word, and it's lunchtime, so they're probably gonna go there and see what's going on, saying if anything is happening or anything. So I don't think there's much going on right now for the Christopher Schurr trial. What we're probably gonna do is what we're gonna do is just gonna what's she saying now? Hang on. See if what right. They're saying about what this guy could possibly see out there. Not seeing much. Let's listen for a bit then maybe.
Ago, there was dozens of Kent County Sheriff's deputies and Michigan State police officers lined up right behind me, and now it looks like we're just down to about 3 Michigan State police officers on bikes. Or just maybe about an hour ago, that white shuttle van right there, it was actually loaded up. There are about maybe 12 to 14 people piled on into it. We do believe, we're just speculating at this point, but we do believe that was the jury. Now, again, we are out here waiting to see if Christopher Schurr and his family come out and leave the courthouse, either through the side door right here or possibly through that garage right down there. But again, yeah, we do believe that was the jury that left here maybe about an hour ago. And so we've just been on watch ever since. When that jury did leave, there was the street was closed off. There was about 4 to 6 officers in the road, kind of controlling traffic here. And so it's much quieter now it's been quiet all morning, but it's much quieter now here at this 12 o'clock hour with the diminishing amount of police officers that are out here. So we are going to keep an eye out.
His hair is so funny. Look, I'm sorry if the wind is making his hair come up. I'm sorry, it's funny. I'm a cat. I'm 5. All right. Sorry, his hair was funny.
This trial, a lot has happened today, ladies. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so I mean, what I've been saying, we were expecting, a mistrial could be an outcome of the past couple of weeks that we've been here at the courthouse. But I don't think any of us were really expecting that decision would come around 9:30 a.m. We know that a couple of days ago, the jury came back, told Judge Christina Mims that they were deadlocked, and she encouraged them to go back into deliberation. It's their job as jurors to come to a verdict, maybe hear each other out, find.
Right, I'm gonna give up on Christopher Schurr for now. I'm not saying that I'm gonna give up for all eternity, but I think for now it's good because they're not saying anything new. There's no new information they could possibly give us. I'm gonna be playing the last like 20 minutes or so for the. Let's do a half an hour because I think they do back enough for now, and we can watch in 1.25. of our case, because we haven't watched and we need to kind of catch up on our case, because I understand it's still very new, the Christopher Schurr situation, and we can talk about it, and if there is any new movement and any new information, we can cover it, and we will cover it. But it's just now they are just repeating themselves over and over again, and that gets a little bit exhausting, in my opinion. So, and I really want to carry on with our trial. I don't want to be too far behind on it. But let's just watch on 1.25 so we can speed this up. So this witness is Sebastian Van. It's not Van Houten, but let's call him that because I misspelled his name. He is a reconstruction specialist. He reconstructed the accident as well that happened, and he's been on a stand since early this morning. Um, oh, that's okay. All right. We'll wake you up, Hannah. Don't worry. Well, no, I'm joking. You take a nap. You sleep. You rest, my friend. Your morning. I understand. Your morning has been very, very emotional. So and very not emotional. Very yeah. You know what I mean. Never mind. Um. Oh. Well, you kind of did because I don't do religion. I don't do that. But it's you did taught me. I did not know why it would be the last pope or whatever. So, but it's very, yeah, definitely. No, I don't. But I might know people that do. No, I don't know people that do. Why is things always happening? Now that I want to carry on with the trial, why is things happening in the short trial? I can't get better. I can't. Let's watch the trial, Maze. Um, and we'll carry on talking because I think they are just showing him leaving the courtroom. I'm not sure what it is happening. Hey, wait, see, are you here? Did you see my message? Did you see my chat message? Um, oh, hi, Becky B. Hello. Doggies had their. Oh, ouch, girl. I'm so sorry. That hurts. Oh, what kind of doggies do you have? Not that I really know the breeds, but what kind? And I'm so sorry. That is just. Oh, I'm hope everything. Um, it's fine with the doggies at least. Then you don't have to do anything more to them than that amount. Ouch! I'm so sorry, my friend. Sending you. Yes, we did cover. There was white smoke from the Vatican City Pope thing. Sorry, Pope thing. Me in description. So that was all. Sorry, our apologies. Yeah, I wanted to keep you informed as I am informed. You tried to inform me yesterday. Yeah, so I know you were looking at that. So I just wanted to try to help you, I guess. So yeah, amazing. Yeah, so yeah, that it's good. So oh, thank you. We help each other, isn't it, friend? So things in the short department as quiet down. There's still some movement. They're still talking about it. So there's still a lot, but they not there's nothing like breaking news events types in. So that's why we are gonna kind of come back to our trial. We're gonna watch the last half an hour of the morning trial that we've missed, and then joining for the afternoon when they come back. I think at I want to say 1 p.m., but I'm not 100% sure what time it is there in Ohio. But I want to say that it's about half 12. So um, oh, two seniors who hate less than them. Crazy. Oh wow. Right from Oh, wow. That is harsh. That is a lot of money for heartworm. Ah, wow. I don't understand anything of dogs, but I hope they are okay though. And Garden Bot is here, guys. Yay! You say hello. Hey. So, yeah, it's 12:23 in Ohio. So I think they're gonna come back in about half an hour. So yeah. So now let's carry on. Yeah, see, we're all saying hello to you. At least Anna did. Yeah, he's very tired today. So he needs to relax a little bit, bless him. So I'm just gonna put the trial on, and we're gonna chat a little bit about that.
The Mark States Exhibit number 22. Have you ever seen this picture, sir?
I believe I have.
Okay, what do we see in this picture?
We see the coach bus, we see pillar of fire, and we see the Mr. McDonald's tractor trailer behind it.
Okay. At this point in time, we generally can agree that the bus doesn't appear to have the extent of fire and other damage that would have been observable at the conclusion of this event.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with this particular part? What are we seeing here?
We're seeing the right steer tire of Mr. McDonald's tractor elevated off the roadway.
And sir, where is it elevated into?
Well, I think the front, what you're trying to point out is that the front end of his truck
Is
is in the rear of the coach bus.
Okay. In an elevated position.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not on the road level, it's heightened.
Correct.
What's doing this, sir?
Well, it's been ramped up by the Nissan Murano is underneath the Freightliner.
Okay.
Or partially underneath, not fully underneath, but partially underneath the Freightliner.
And that's a result of two separate events. I think you had indicated one event created one delta V, the other created a negative delta V.
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that most likely causes a negative delta V would be the Nissan going into the pavement.
Again, it's a possibility, and because we can't understand when I look at the time sequence why it's experiencing a negative delta V as early as it did. So its interaction with the pavement is a possible explanation.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 26C. You ever seen this picture before?
I may have.
What are we seeing in this picture, sir?
We're seeing some debris in this right lane of the interstate. It's fairly early on in the collision.
Do we see a color change on the surface of the roadway here, sir?
Yes, we do.
And what color change do we see?
We see fluid stains making it dark, and we see what I'm going to refer to as a material transfer, making it white. So could be aluminum transfer or some metallic transfer onto the surface.
Silver?
Sure.
Okay. What color was the Nissan Murano, sir?
I don't recall it as I sit here. But it could have been,
it was silver?
It could have been silver. I don't recall. But the other side, like the aluminum transmission housing or the engine housing, could leave a mark like that, even if the vehicle wasn't.
Showing you the mark, States Exhibit 26B. What do we see here, sir?
A whole series of pavement scars, fluid stains, and metallic transfer.
And sir, would this be indicative of the area where the Nissan had been collided into by the Freightliner vehicle?
No, this is where the Nissan Murano, well, yes and no. The initial impact, I believe, is one slide or two slides back there. So that's where your initial impact is with the Freightliner. And then the Freightliner is pushed forward into the back end of the bus. The Nissan Murano is pushed into the back of the bus.
And sir, zooming this up a little bit, what are we seeing on the roadway here?
Debris, fluid transfer, fluid stains, pavement scars, metallic transfers.
So this would have been the area where the Nissan was driven forward and driven down into the pavement by the Freightliner.
Correct.
What are we seeing in States Exhibit 26G?
Looks like a piece of air dam from a bumper.
What else are we seeing on the roadway?
Pavement scars, fluid stains, metallic transfers.
Going to show you what's been marked case exhibit 24. See. What are we seeing here, sir?
We're seeing the front end of the Freightliner and the back end of the coach bus.
Okay. You were asked a question on direct about a metal roof being sheared off of the Nissan.
I don't recall being asked a specific question about it, but I remember it being mentioned.
In your direct
Yes,
examination?
it was mentioned, but I don't know if I was asked a specific question about it.
So in this particular photograph, do you see that?
Parts of the roof?
Yes.
Yeah,
Where
I
do you
believe,
see that?
I believe I see that on top of the Freightliner.
And sir, if you could use your screen in front of you to point to where that would be?
You want me to touch the screen?
Yes,
Touch
please.
screen, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Second lunch break. Be back at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Wait, was that half an hour? Oh no. Well, what happened there? Sorry, what did he say? Ingon, let me go back. What did he say? Because I was a little bit distracted. Hang on. Let me just the power of destruction.
So in this particular photograph, do you see that?
Parts of the roof?
Yes.
Yeah,
Where
I
do you
believe,
see that?
I believe I see that on top of the Freightliner.
And sir, if you could use your screen in front of you to point to where that would be?
You want me to touch the screen?
Yes,
Touch
please.
screen, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Second lunch break. Be back at 1 o'clock.
All right.
I did not catch that. Did he say let's take lunch break? Oh, I think he did. Wow. That was way too quick. That was that half an hour? That is a horrible scene. I absolutely agree. So let's take lunch break, which I think it's an hour because all that it is now is just the placeholder that it has, and if we go live, that's it. Well, the good thing, yeah, you said take a lunch break. Yeah, so they are done with this witness. So hopefully, because the state already rested, what happened with Laurie Daybell again? With what Dingbelt did now? So yeah, now they are on lunch. Wow, that was a quick cross examination, and that I lost, and I did not pay attention because I was talking to Garden Bot because he was talking about his day, and I need to pay attention to that. It's very important that I do. But and he's laughing about that. I'm gonna take away your sweets. I was gonna say maybe there is something that I want to watch, but I don't know how long it is, to be fair. So I don't think we're gonna have time because we only have really half an hour for oh, hang on, they've gone live, so I don't know. That's the thing. That it's hard for me to understand. First of all, because they did not say what time they would come back, if it is like an hour or not. The other feed is already back live because they separate the morning from the afternoon. And then I have no clue how long this break is gonna be. If it is half an hour, if it is an hour, I guess we'll see. But meanwhile, I'm gonna play some music in the background because I know Paula misses already the music. and I'm gonna take a 5 minute, 10 minute breathe, and I'll be back. So just watch it. Here's the music.
Air faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers aloud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haste. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. On repeat. On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes to gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gaze. In this court, no room for haze. In this court, who holds the past? In this court, who holds the past? On repeat. On repeat. No repeat. No repeat. No.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth, our true crime addict revealing in the truth. Java the Hutt's where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flirt's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive.
Sorry, this is a
Yeah,
lot
because
of
you don't
fun
know.
watching. It is a Portuguese court, it's Brazilian court. But to this speak English real quick. No, it's Portuguese in Portuguese, but I just because it was like because I was watching on my small break that I was doing, I watch sorry, I forgot to turn on the camera. I was watching the Brazilian court. That's what normally like I do because sometimes they have cool cases as well. Um so I watch it and it popped up in my feed that they're doing jury selection for a case because hang on, I'm gonna take the name just above the sliding thing. I can translate. I have no problem translating. So the name that is above or like kind of next to me, that's the defendant's name, and shows in the thing in there. And then if I take the ticker out, it shows the date. So obviously Brazilians do like the other way around, like Europeans do. We have the date, the month, and the year. So that is today. That is live right now. So they're talking about what the defendant did and the probable cost, I think. Yeah, they're talking about what he did. Yeah. So 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 it's just like I really like watching it because it's completely different. Well, not completely different, but some ways similar to what we see. But this is the jury selection because I'm assuming because that's the jury box with the 6 seats. I don't know why it's only six, but just wondering maybe it's a civil case. It didn't sound like a civil case though, but yeah. So that is just like that. What I do. That's what I do, like on my lunch break when they are not. I don't have nothing to investigate or anything, or maybe sometimes just to have in the background if no one else is live. I watch in courtrooms, which is fun because I do need to brush up on my Portuguese and. Maybe sometimes I could find like a cool case. It's not that we can cover, we can, like, what I can translate it somehow, that's one of my plans, um, but we'll see what happens, but yeah, that is really cool to watch and to see, other countries doing it. I would love if Portugal would do. I still need to investigate that, if Portugal does any live stream whatsoever, in terms of courts. I don't think they do. I think they're still a little bit behind on that because I don't find any information either in Portuguese, but to be fair, I'm not in Portugal. But I do can use my VPN to do it. So which would be very cool to do. Like we can talk about Portuguese case. Oh, talking about Portuguese case, right? Do you guys see the development on the Madeleine McCann case? They believe very strongly that they have found her sadly remains. I don't know how truthful that is. I haven't investigated that at all, but they do believe that they found uh, what actually has happened to Madeleine McCann. On speak. See, this is what happens when you speak more than one language. You all of a sudden can't speak any of that certain language. Madeleine McCann, I think that's how you say it. So that is a very sad development. I mean, after so many years being gone missing, I think that I saw not on the best platform to get news. I know it's not the best platform to get news, and that's why I take it with a pinch of salt. The fact that I found that on TikTok, I know. I'm taking it with a little bit of oh, can't speak again, pinch of salt, that information. Again, I haven't had time to investigate or anything on that. I do need, but I'm not spreading misinformation. But I'm just talking about what I saw. Let me actually like, Google to see if they say anything. Um, oh, McKenna was sad, Robert. I grew up in Portugal around the time that that was happening. Um, Okay, actually, the Telegraph just did that. So, saying that the hard drive found a suspect's factory contains evidence that Madeleine McCann is dead. And it says that a stash of children's items and child sesame items was also discovered at the abandoned factory owned by Christian Brucknecker, and that is already in jail serving time for something else not related to this. But that's the name of their suspect on this case. So um yeah, so I it is very sad. I grew up around the time, and I was literally a kid when Madeline went missing, and we all got affected with it. My childhood completely changed for the fact of her gone missing 18 years ago. Um, well, oh yeah, he's gonna keep them forever, but I mean, I think it's heartbreaking for the parents. You always have that little bit of a hope, somehow that the kid that is missing will return safe, but I don't think sadly it's going to be this case, and this case marked the whole world and also a lot of Portuguese people. I got marked by it because growing up with this was rather. Oh, what's happening in court? Sorry, nothing interesting. It's just giving. I think that was like the clerk. So because like for example, we used to be left alone at home, like me, my brother, my sister, the three of us, and we were left alone at home, and we were just there while my mom was working, my grandma was working at the time as well, and after her disappearance. No, we never stood home alone anymore. We always had like an adult with us. So, oh, did you ever look into the season rings in UK been active for 20 years and the fillings of the police? No, I haven't. I need to. Hannah, I need to. Definitely. So basically, Madeleine McCann was I guess I grew up with. Growing up in Portugal around that time was not easy. Around that time and around the time as well, that the 9/11 happened. It was well, it marked our childhood for sure, but especially I think in a way more Madeline because he was in the country, literally was in Portugal that happened, and we got, yeah, we got marked for that, and it's something that will basically not haunt, it's gonna haunt us. I remember where I was on that day, and that the news was breaking in Portugal that Madeleine McCann was she disappeared, and the 9/11 as well. So it's two events that happened. Well, 9/11 was what, how long ago was it? More than 20 years now, wasn't it? Wow, crazy time. No, hang on. Yeah, 1921, 2021. Wow. Yeah, it was in 2001. So, um, I absolutely I remember like it sadly was yesterday where I was and what I was doing in Portugal at the time that that was happening. Um Absolutely guarantee. And I think most people know. Almost 24, that's what I was gonna, wow, 24 years ago. That doesn't seem that was that long. That is crazy. Um and I think most people can because it was something that affected the whole world, mainly, you guys in America, but I think it affected everyone. My mom was scared to get out of the house that day and the day after. She did not want to go anywhere, because she was so scared. And I think everyone was exactly the same. Um, like I I don't remember um that as well. I rem I remember when the Queen died. When the Queen died, just well, recently, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, almost. I remember that the when the Queen died and how everything here almost kind of stopped because of that. Literally, shops closed for the funeral of the Queen. I remember that very well. Oh wow. I was around. I was around when Diana passed away, but I don't think I was fully involved into that stuff. And like in terms of news, I was still a baby kid. Oh, thank you very much, Hannah. I will check it out in a sec. Or do you want me to check it out now? I can check it out now. Um, as well. Um. Ooh, that looks very interesting. Um, I think I was about 5, 6 years old. Yeah. So 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. I was a seven. Yeah. Yeah. I was 7 years old when Diana died. So I don't think I was. Yeah. So I don't think I. Yeah. I was really much interested in news and wow, that is wow. Well, when Diana married Charles, that must have been big. I would have loved, watching the royal wedding. I did enjoy really watching the what's the name, Kate and William. That was good. Meghan and Harry. Let's not even go there. We don't talk about those two. But no, I did not say that. I did not say that. I said wow because you remembered that uh the Queen. I actually was as well a bit sad. I'm not gonna lie as well, Hannah, but probably not as much as you because I'm not English. Um Hey, 18. So it's just like yesterday then, Paula? Which is yesterday. I said, wow, that was a long time ago. I did not say um that. I promise on my days I'm gonna find a hole next to it and then I'm gonna crawl into that. Okay. Bye. I'm joking, I'm so sorry. But yeah, the Queen was very sad. Where was I? I don't even where was I exactly? I think I was at a friend's. Yeah, I was house sitting for friends that I saw the announcement from BBC because in England they have a whole full-on protocol for when one the king or the queen they die, and they have the BBC. It's mandatory that they have always a black suit or oh, Court is back. I need to stop talking. No, no, I didn't want to do that. Why am I such a spaz today? Hang on. I need to close that one. Oh, and do that. Put some sound on.
Here.
Well, nothing is happening yet. We still have the same witness, I understand. That we had. before going to lunch. Hopefully, is gonna finish soon. Otherwise, you're gonna have just one witness all day on the stand. But this is a defense witness. We are on the defense case. Do not forget. State arrested yesterday. Oh, not yesterday, the day before. You know what I mean. I do not speak English. So they did arrest yesterday. So now we are on a defense case, which I don't think it's going to be that big of a case. I think that is going to be today. This witness, I think it might be the only the only witness for the defense, and then they might rest. They will do their closings, and then the judge will be on verdict watch again, which is getting up. But it's going to be quick, I think, because it's just the judge anyway. Well, I hope you enjoy work, and I am so sorry, Paula. I feel horrible. I did not mean to call you old. You're not old, you're young. And I'm so sorry if I'm sorry, my friend. I do apologize. Send you a hug. Um, it was about 3 minutes, but to be fair, Anna, I agree. Sometimes the short snaps, the quick naps are the best ones because it gives you that like little boost to carry on. And yeah, work sucks. I agree. I absolutely agree. Oh, there's still nothing happened. I have a headphone in. Make sure that the is nothing happened. Food is almost ready. So when Garden bought I think it's just serving food. I can hear things clinging. Um, so I'm gonna be absent from camera for a little bit because I'm gonna be eating. But yeah, but food is almost done. Yay! 4 hours. You can do this, Paula. I think it's about the same for us. I think 4 more hours and we are out of the trial. But I do enjoy hanging out with you guys. You guys are amazing to hang out with. And I don't mind doing this at all. No, there's still nothing happening in court. Judge is not back yet. I think you must have taken the longer route to get to the courtroom. And yeah, so there's no more news, I think, for Schaefer. Schaefer, who's even Schaefer? Sure. I think that is just gonna be it for that case, and then we are gonna follow when there is news to follow. I did create an alert on him when his name is when there's some information, and I just got scared because Gardenbot put the food here, and I just got scared. Look at this gorgeousness of carbonara from Costco. It's making my mouth watering, but that's for sure. So just gonna read. I can't speak today. I honestly gonna give up that I can speak because I was gonna say I'm just gonna read my food. I'm gonna eat my food, guys. I need some food. I'll be right back. Court should be starting very, very soon, so just hang tight and I'll see you very shortly.
All rise.
Thank you. Have a seat. All right. Back ready to go. Mr. Brigden, redirect. Go ahead. Ask your question for the page. You recall
in your testimony of cross being shown a couple of videos of semi drivers that with the inward facing camera.
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe to me what's going on in each one of those videos?
Well, from my recollection, for the brief, we saw a driver with a phone in their hand, operating their phone, traveling. The vehicles were relatively straight in their lane from what it appeared. And they came upon a line of stopped traffic. And there's a moment of panic in their eyes, and they aren't able to avoid the collision.
Did you make any observations as to relation to maybe their eyes?
Well, and again, I watched two short videos very briefly, and I can't recall anything specific about their eyes other than it appeared to me from their head movement that their eyes were directed between their phone and the road.
Did it appear to you that they saw the vehicles in front of them at some point in time?
It did right at the last second, but to no effect.
Okay.
Right?
Did they appear to have reacted when they saw those vehicles in front of them?
You saw basically what it appeared to me, and again, going on something that I saw briefly, it appeared to me that there was kind of a moment of shock where they kind of tensed up, which, and again, without being able to see their feet or know specifically, maybe there was some hand movement. I don't really specifically recall.
Okay.
And but there was a kind of a brief instant of fall around the face.
Okay. So, if you, as you are a reconstruction expert, traffic reconstruction expert, if you were shown those two videos and said, this is our baseline as to what constitutes distracted driving, and then given the facts here of what we know with regards to the steering box and reaction, is that the same thing?
Well, we have no evidence on the steering box of any steering in this case.
Right.
And there could have been, and again, I'd want to review the videos to confirm it, but my memory seems to think that there was some kind of effort, albeit to no effect, in the last brief second in those cases.
Okay.
But and again, I'm going on memory, and I can't be 100% sure.
Okay. You talked with Mr. Murphy about perception time, and can you re-explain just the idea of perception time?
Right. So we refer to the whole concept as perception response, but before there's a response, there has to be a perception.
Okay.
So there has to be a detection. You have to know that there's something there. You have to be able to identify it, and then you have to make a decision. So the first two are often referred to as the perception part of the equation of perception response. And so, we have to visually intake it and process it. In our, for our eyeballs, it's not instant. And there's been many studies done, and there's a whole field that deals with that, a field of study that deals with perception response. And within that field of perception response, there's subfields with specifically dealing with the driving task.
Okay.
And so in this case, basically there's, or I should say, in all cases, they try and establish what's a reasonable amount of time for a given situation, how long the driver should take to detect, identify, perceive, and detect, identify, decide, and respond to a given situation.
And sometimes that could be, you said earlier, I believe, a second and a half. Is that what you mean?
From the point where, for example, let's say a typical one where we often use a second and a half is, let's say, an intersection accident where you've got a car that pulls out in front of you from, let's say, from the right or the left. There's a good study on that one that's done in East Liberty, Ohio here, that basically shows that the 50th percentile driver, the average driver, is going to take somewhere around about a second and a half to perceive, respond, and touch the brakes. That's to the point from where the car starts to move to the point when a driver will start to apply the brakes.
Okay.
And Some drivers are obviously faster. Some drivers might be closer to 1 second, where other ones might be closer to 2 seconds.
You mentioned brakes. Is there a lag time on the brakes?
On a passenger vehicle, the lag time is almost so small we don't even really consider it. But on a heavy truck, it's an air brake system. So on air brakes, a heavy truck uses compressed.
For the record, we're going to object unless he establishes a foundation for this particular truck that he's talking about.
Sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. You spent a great deal of time talking about frame 24 to frame 33, right? You recall that with Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
And the shadow of the bridge?
Yes.
And the distance there of 700 feet?
Yes.
I think was somewhere around there?
Yes.
I'm not pinning you down on that. Just prior to that, we watched the van, Eugene Mann was driving, move out from in front of the truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your opinion, did he aggressively move out from in front of the truck?
It didn't appear that way to me.
So he just kind of moves over into the other lane, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't quantify that or qualify that as aggressive or evasive maneuvers?
No, I did not.
Okay. So to assume at frame 24, which is that bridge, that Jacob McDonald wasn't paying attention for, I think, 6 or 7 seconds is what's being said, you also would have to have assumed that the hard braking event occurred at frame 24, correct?
Which hard braking event?
Well, that the bus brake had applied its brakes, correct?
So yes, the bus applied its brakes at some point to slow down. Correct.
But we're not saying that happened in frame 24. Are you opining to that?
No, I'm not opining to that.
Okay. So if we have the white van moving out of the lane in a, I'm going to use the word normal manner, a non-aggressive normal manner.
Right.
Then as an expert, does that tell us that there's an immediate threat at 24, frame 24?
It would not appear that there was one for Mr. Mann.
Okay. So the event in which Jacob McDonald hadn't observed yet could very well not have been at frame 24, but rather further up, frame 28, frame 29. Correct?
Objection, speculation.
I'm not asking you speculation, I'm asking.
Counselor, why don't you approach up here?
Because I was gonna go grab some more food. Because this carbonara is sorry about that. That white noise is loud. Sorry about that. Of course it's muted for you guys now. It's only me hearing that. So yay for me. Sorry about
You
that.
may continue, Mr. Reed.
So as we approach, you testified earlier that there are different types of distracted driving, correct?
There,
I
yes.
think you offered a numerous of examples.
Yes.
You offered looking out of the car next to you, equipment, stuff, this sort of stuff. Coffee cup, I believe you mentioned. You recall all that?
Right.
Okay. So you're not trying to win exactly that, if it did occur at all, happened in that sequence of frames that you were testifying to earlier, correct?
Correct. I have no idea what happened.
Okay. All right. Now, we spent a great deal of time on the elevation. And did you know that the bus detect different changes in the elevation to their Garmin data?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that's similar to what the Google map is that you pulled up?
Yes. If you look at it, you can almost kind of follow the traces, and for a little bit, they look relatively similar.
Okay, so that's not unique to that. We're not saying that that's unique. The elevation would have been unique to Freightliner, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as the cruise control goes, I believe that you indicated that you rely upon what you're told.
Correct.
Okay. And you were given that information through your client, which you call the attorneys.
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the owner of the company itself testified that it was 70 off, 72 on?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And again, that means 70 off means you're off cruise control, correct?
Correct.
And 72 means the cruise control is on.
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked about your opinion on recklessness. And I want to be sure here, you were referring to data, correct?
When I was looking at it, and I was specifically referring to the speed data.
Speed data, that was it.
Correct. That's all we have.
Okay. And we have the two, so in the Nissan EDR, we have the two triggers, correct?
Correct.
We have two events that are triggered, that are recorded, that we went through the graphs on, you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And the second event is not in Sergeant Jasper's report, is that?
It's not discussed in Jasper's.
Okay. And so you took the Toyota data and you were able to determine that the Toyota Highlander was going about 8 or 9 miles an hour. I believe you said 8.6.
8.6 or 8.7,
Okay.
and again, it's just under 9 miles an hour.
And then we were able to determine with a 32 mile an hour speed increase, it was about 40, correct?
Correct.
And that's also at odds with the Nissan EDR data, correct?
It basically contradicts in the sense that if we're looking at the Nissan EDR data, it suggests that the bus only, or basically would accelerate it somewhere to 35 miles an hour.
Okay. And
It was only accelerated up to about 35 miles an hour. Yes.
And the Toyota that's in front of it saying it accelerated to 40 miles an hour.
Correct.
Okay. And again, those two triggered events, we have the one with the 57 delta that we've heard about, which shows it going up. Correct?
Correct.
And then we have the negative 37.
Correct.
Okay. And those two things are at odds with one another.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Recross, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Can we use the, sir, you were asked again about the Nissan,
Yes, I was.
and you were asked about the electronic data recorder in the Nissan,
Yes, I was.
and you were asked about these data results being inconsistent and not lining up,
Correct.
and that's what your belief is?
Correct.
You testified, and I asked you earlier ago about whether or not you had any of the spreadsheets that you reviewed in this particular case relative to that. You remember that, sir?
You asked me about it, yes, and I said I do not have them with me.
Okay, sir, I'm going to show you what's, yes, we marked States Exhibit, I think it was 20.
Let's see, 29.
I think it's 29.
I got 26.
Yes, this we marked States Exhibit 27. Sir, there are two events that this recorded, this Nissan, I think you testified to and you're asked again about. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And record 1 and record 2. And I think you indicated at some point that they were at odds with each other, that they didn't line up.
Correct.
Yeah, show you this specific Excel sheet. And it looks like we have time in milliseconds. I think you were using 1. And I believe that actually 160 milliseconds. And at 1.60 milliseconds, they actually do line up. And then they start tracking right down from the change from 0 to 0 to 0.6 to 0 to 0.6 in this particular case. Is that accurate, sir?
What you're showing me, it appears that way, yes.
And if that's the case, the data that was provided, assuming that that is the case, that they line up, the data that was provided on the speed of the Nissan and utilized by Sergeant Trevor Jasper would be validated and correct. Agree?
Well,
I asked you, assuming that that is correct.
I'm looking at it, I'm not agreeing that we're showing a point, we're showing when we look at the time between events is showing at 0.1, not at 0.16.
That's a roundup, sir, on number 2. If we're looking down on event recorder number 1, the longitude delta V data, and now I'm specifically looking at defendant's exhibit D, and it's page 6 of 16, and I track down to 1, you have mile per hour at 41, correct?
Yes.
And then if you go down to 160, it lines up to 57, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the intersection between that data on event record 1 and event record number 2, and now I'm looking at page 8 on that. You see where it says 0.1 on time from event 1
Yes.
to, and it says 0.1?
Yes.
When we look at the actual data link from the first one to event 2, it's actually 160 milliseconds. And that's from table 1.
Right.
And then, again, going back and showing this again. Again, looking at States Exhibit 27. It all zeroes out at that point, correct?
So I'm just being careful here because we've got the miles and the kilometers. And so I'm just looking at the miles per hour on this particular one. So if we have 160, and I'm agreeing with your chart that it's rounding out. But if I'm looking at the data on page 6 of 16, if we make the data point, let's say assume instead of being 0.1 seconds, it's actually 0.16 seconds. Then in the next 100 seconds, 100 milliseconds or 10th of a second, it's lost 2 miles an hour on page 6 of 16.
The actual loss chart, when,
Right.
when they line up, is equal.
But let's move that over.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking you, it looks like it's even then when you go to 190 milliseconds.
Right, so.
And at 210 milliseconds, they're moving as one at this point, these two vehicles, not as separate vehicles.
Correct.
So if you were to come up and punch me, and that's it, I would move, in a different direction from that force than if you were to come up and bear hug me and continue to move.
Correct, correct.
And in this case, you have two vehicles that have joined up and have become one vehicle at this point.
Right.
And so the event recorder is now logging both of these as a single unit.
Okay, so we're not, when we're looking at the data from here, he's showing the data in being expressed in the Excel spreadsheet is shown differently than what it's in here. So if I look at the data, and this is what I'm using, the data from the ACM, and I agree what you're showing me, what you're saying is correct. But if we line up these 2 points, and we say at 160 milliseconds, speed is 57 miles an hour, or 91 kilometers an hour. And then we look at point 250, we're at 55 miles an hour. Then if we look at the second chart, we've lost 2 miles an hour. And it's on the left side, it's only showing we're losing 1 mile an hour. Excuse me, we're losing 1 mile an hour, even though he's showing 2. But we've lost 2 miles an hour on page 6 of 16. And I recognize that he's playing with some conversion here to kilometers. But at the end of the day, there is a discrepancy.
At the end of the day, they line up at 160 milliseconds and not at 1 millisecond. And that you have these two things start to read in parallel to each other at 160 milliseconds, correct?
Well, we can agree to disagree.
So the Excel sheet is wrong in your opinion?
No, what I'm saying to you is that we're just looking at it from the miles per hour. Okay?
I'm listening.
Page 6 of 16. 160 milliseconds, 57 miles an hour. 250 milliseconds, 55 miles an hour. Loss of 2 miles an hour. Flip over, page 10 of 16. In the first 100 milliseconds, it's only lost 1 mile an hour. Not 2 miles an hour, but the other one should.
The lateral data from event record 1 stops registering at that time period, sir.
What are we going on with lateral now?
I'm looking at the lateral data.
We're dealing with longitudinal data.
Right, I'm looking at the table that says lateral delta V event record.
On event record 1?
That was record 1.
Time to maximum lateral delta V. Is that 92 milliseconds?
Looking at page 5, the event record number 1, and looking at page 9, the event record 2.
Page 9 and 16.
Page 5 and page 9.
Okay, we're looking at pre-crash data.
And this is for both of these event data recorders, correct? Pre-crash data.
Yes.
You're lining up.
Yeah. Except the last entry at 0.
And what's happening at the last entry of 0?
It's being accelerated up.
Okay. And then looking at the longitudinal data, event record 1 on page 6. Your figure was at 100 milliseconds, or is that 1 second? This number up here is 100 milliseconds.
Correct, 10th of a second.
Right. That is tracking independently of what's going on the data recorder number 2.
Correct.
At 160 milliseconds, they both zero out. That's accurate.
On what you're showing me here, what I'm pointing out to you, you look at line 160.
Mhm.
It's being shown here as 56.6.
Correct.
In the report, the number is 57.
It's rounded up to 57.
Well, how do you know it's rounded up?
I'm just asking, does that round up to 57, or is that?
Again, I'd have to go back, and I can't sit here and know. I'd have to go back and look at research papers to find if they rounded it up or truncated.
Okay, so you don't know that.
Some truncate, some round.
Okay.
And I can't sit here and pretend that I know whether it rounds or truncates. Some do, some don't. And so then when we're looking here at 55, it's at 57. Line 250 in the report that I'm looking at right here is 55 miles an hour. So that's a loss of 2 miles an hour.
Right.
And what you're showing over on the right side at 100 is a loss of 2 miles an hour. But in my chart and on the report, it shows a loss of 1 mile an hour.
So at 160 and 170 on event data up through 180, we have the same speed, 57, from event record number 1.
Yes.
And then what we have is that at 190, we are down 1 mile. Correct?
Yeah.
At 190, we're down here -1. Correct?
So what you're showing here on this chart, so again, on this, what I'm saying, on this chart that you're looking at, it's showing a loss of 1.3 miles per hour.
It's recorded as -1. Whether that's truncated or rounded down, I don't know, but it's showing the same loss of 1 mile an hour.
They're showing two different numbers. And I just explained this. I don't know how many times we have to go around this.
Well, let's just try it one more time. Looking at page 6.
Yes.
The longitudinal delta V, event record number 1.
Yes.
At 160, and in fact from 140 through 180, the event data record is showing 57 miles an hour.
Correct.
And then thereafter, at 190, it's showing 56.
Correct.
At 200, it shows 56.
Correct.
And so at that point in time, if we go up here and we're looking at this Excel spreadsheet, what we're seeing is loss of 1 mile an hour, loss of 1 mile an hour. Then I want to take you to the next line, which is at 210. And through 210 through 250, the last recorded, it is at -2 miles an hour, which is matching up on both sides, -2 and at 55 miles an hour. Is that accurate, what I just said, sir?
That is accurate.
Thank you.
But let's now go to.
Sure, there's no question in front of you.
Okay.
You're asked about the truck again and what the driver was or wasn't doing. I'm going to tell you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 2A. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 2A, sir?
I've seen this photograph before.
Does it appear to be the driver's seat of a semi truck, in this case, a similar Freightliner?
Correct.
Which position does that seat face, sir?
It's a forward-facing seat.
And what is the design purpose of having a forward-facing seat in a Freightliner or other semis, sir?
Well, I think for all vehicles, a forward-facing seat so you can look down the road ahead of you where you're going.
And as a professional driver, you literally only have one job. And that's to do exactly what you said. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Brignan, your next witness.
Defense would call Anthony Gentili.
Solemnly swear testimony about to give this case now being heard as a true, told truth, but not the truth, so be God. Proceed. State your full name, spare last name, please, for records.
My name is Anthony Gentili. Last name is spelled Gentile.
Thanks.
You may inquire.
Thank you. You state your name. Can you state your occupation for the record, please?
My occupation is a digital forensic analyst for Vista Forensics.
Okay. And what's your current role in this?
As a digital forensic analyst, I provide consulting and analytical review of call detail records, historical cell site analysis, and mobile device forensics for defense attorneys, prosecutors, and plaintiffs' attorneys.
Okay. And do you hold any certifications in the area of digital forensics?
I do. I'm a Cellrite certified operator, Cellrite certified physical analyst, and I've received training from other sources as well.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in criminal or civil trial before?
I have 4 qualifications in testimony in criminal cases.
You were retained as an expert, and you were given some materials to review in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did your analysis include the AT&T call detail records?
Yes.
And those would be report AU_38239929 and report AU_3837301. Does that sound familiar?
Correct.
Okay. And what do these AT&T data sessions reflect?
So AT&T data sessions, these records reflect a phone number's use of the internet using the AT&T network, communication with the internet through AT&T's network. So that would be independent of any internet source the phone may have. An example is Wi-Fi. If you're on Wi-Fi, that's not going to be using the AT&T network. This is communication with the internet using the AT&T towers. So I say cell sites, I mean the towers that AT&T has to provide a service for their network.
Okay. So make sure I understand that. If I'm at my house and I have Wi-Fi, I'm connecting through my Wi-Fi, and as of right now, my phone's connecting to the tower. Is that
correct?
Correct. Okay. Now, does a data, what do the bytes up and byte down mean?
So bytes up and bytes down refer to communication with the internet. Bytes up records data that goes from the phone to the tower. Bytes down would be data that comes from the tower to the phone.
Okay. And does the user have to initiate that?
No. So internet-enabled devices are constantly in communication with the AT&T network. And then applications are constantly performing activity while minimized in the background or while not open immediately on the phone. There's many examples of that. You can receive messages through an internet-based messaging service such as Facebook Messenger while you're not actually holding the phone or in the same area as the phone, and it would appear that data is being used for that transaction.
So if I'm standing here right now connected to the tower on a cell phone, and someone sends me, you just said a Facebook Messenger thing, say with a video of sorts, and it comes to my phone, is it logging that data?
Yes, it's using data when it transmitted it to your device, ready for you to view whenever you would view it. But you do not have to take it out of your phone or accept that message. The message comes through and that data is transferred to your phone without you having to do anything to manipulate the device.
Okay. Now, those records I want to show you here. I have this as Defense Exhibit C. Are these the records that you looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of what you looked at?
It is.
Okay. And before we talk about the data itself, did you notice the disclaimer that AT&T makes?
Yes, that's a standard disclaimer that's on their data session records or data usage records.
What are they telling us?
Well, I'll read it and then I'll give you my interpretation of that. The AT&T network constantly communicates with internet-enabled devices when they are powered on. These communications will show as data usage on the customer records, but do not necessarily indicate a customer initiated a transaction. AT&T does not retain records that can definitively show whether a transaction was customer initiated or AT&T's network initiated the data transaction. So it's pretty straightforward to me that they're saying, AT&T is saying, from the records that you see before you here that we have, we do not know as a network whether these are user-initiated transactions or they are network-initiated transactions. They do not have the data, they do not retain records that will allow them to differentiate between what is a network-initiated transaction or user-initiated.
So is that what we were just talking about?
It is.
So if someone sends me a Facebook message with a video, as we just discussed, and it comes into my phone, and I haven't touched my phone, and we discussed that the data is going to show up as a transfer, is that considered carrier initiated?
So that would be network initiated. You did not do anything as the user to initiate that. The opposite of that could be you do a Google search while using cellular data. You have initiated now that transaction. But what AT&T is saying is that they don't keep a record that says whether it was initiated by the user or AT&T. Also, AT&T is in communication with the network to test their network and for reasons that they do not express to us. But they are in constant communication with the internet-enabled device, and we do not know in the records which are those or customer initiated.
Okay. Have you ever done any testing of a phone that would have no user input, but perhaps was receiving data?
Yes, so in my time as a law enforcement officer, I did work a case that was an AT&T provided cell phone. And this situation was, there was an incident location where a crime occurred and the victim's phone was taken from the scene. I received the case after it happened, and in looking at the historical records, such as this from AT&T, the data records, I saw that there were data records that occurred after the time of the crime. And that data records existed after the time of the crime. And to me, I was puzzled as to whether there would be someone with the device or not. Well, we did find the device. The device was abandoned near the incident location on the side of the road, covered in dew, and it appeared that it had been there for a while since the incident location. That told me from that experience that it further emphasized that a phone could record data transactions while being unattended by itself.
Okay. So that's a real world example of something you already knew?
It is.
Okay. So you reviewed these records, and we have some bytes up and bytes down on the data of November 14th, 2023. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is in con time, so it would have to be converted back, but this is about midnight here on this 5/24 to 18. So presumably these smaller bites up and bites down are throughout the evening. Do you agree with that?
Yes, the time does show that they're in the evening, early morning.
Okay. So the data that really becomes significant is the data that happens somewhere around 7:41. If we take 5 hours off of 12, that gives us 7:41. You agree with that?
Correct.
Okay. So we have bytes up and bytes down, which can be converted into megabytes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in reviewing this data in the morning of November 14th, after 7:41, is there any significance to that data?
Just that there was data that occurred on the network.
Okay. And would the size of the data be able to tell you exactly what's going on with the phone?
No, there's no way to know based on how much data, what occurred on the device. And that is evident from the disclaimer as well. AT&T doesn't even know. For me to try to make a determination when AT&T is saying, as the custodian of the records, that they can't differentiate, I do not attempt to interpret that one way or the other.
Okay. So in your opinion, in looking at the various forms of bytes up and bytes down at the different intervals that morning, can it tell us what type of activity was going on with that phone at all?
No.
What if someone suggested that there was some way AT&T had a way of knowing what the user was actually doing by looking at that data? Would that be a correct assumption?
I think it's speculative. We have no idea to know. They say they do not.
Did you notice any other, well, tell me about the last data event that occurs on there. And that would be right here. So that would make it 8:47:45.
Yes, for that transaction, it had a duration or an elapsed time of 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And so for that data session stayed open for that amount of time. And that further emphasizes to me, based on what we know about the accident and the state of the phone user at the time of the accident, that that device is conducting data independent of the user manipulating the phone.
Because it's after the accident.
Correct.
So how often do you look at these type of records?
I look at them on a regular basis. I would say call detail records are part of my everyday analysis. Going back from my time in law enforcement in 2015, I would say I've analyzed over 1,000 sets of records from the major providers, AT&T being one of those.
And as an expert in the area of, and that would be telecom or carrier side data analysis we're talking about.
Yes,
correct?
this is all information that comes directly from the provider.
Okay. As an expert on telecom data provided, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of certainty, can you say what this data is?
I could say that it's a log of communication with the internet.
Okay. Can you, with a reasonable degree of certainty, tell us whether the user, in this case Jacob McDonald, was actively using the phone by looking at this data?
No.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross, thank you. Sir, you live in Ohio?
No, sir.
Where do you live?
I live in South Carolina.
Okay. How'd you get up here in Ohio?
I took a plane.
Well, okay, let me be a little bit more basic. Who hired you, sir,
I
initially?
was hired by my council.
Okay, not the trucking company?
No, sir.
You never worked for the trucking company?
No, sir.
Okay. And sir, in terms of, you use the phrase actively operated, and I think it's you have a 5-page report here. Number 1, I guess, is the cover. Page 2 under discovery provided, and then page 3 under AT&T call data record. You use that phrase there, being actively. I was asked to determine if the data usage could indicate if the device was being actively operated by the user. What does actively operated mean to you, sir?
Manipulated by hand.
Okay. So under that definition, if I have my phone out and I'm reading and I'm actively moving my hand around on the phone, then I'm actively operating the phone in your hand.
Yes.
If I turn on, and I think we had a few examples that were provided, if I was to turn on something on Rumble, could very well be, or some other streaming device, and I put it back in my pocket, am I actively operating it in your definition?
No.
Okay. So if I have data coming to my device that at some point I initiated, but I'm no longer initiating it, it's already, the message has been sent, it's being received. In your terminology, it's not being actively operated.
Correct.
Okay. And so, for instance, if when I left home and I drive to 60 miles, and before I leave, I put on one of those things, I plug it in, I stick it down, I'm not actively operating.
If you were play what?
Just, I don't know, a high definition video, a regular video, but I'm not watching and it's just sitting there and I'm listening to it.
Yes, if you were to put it out of reach, you didn't have it in your hand, you would not be actively.
Not actively operating.
Correct.
Okay. That was the question you were asked to answer in your 5-page report. The first part is just the cover sheet as to whether or not Mr. McDonald, at the time of the collision, was actively operating his cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're following along here. There's a different standard, as in passively activating my phone and listening to whatever it is. It could be something on an initiated audiobook. It could be something initiated on some other kind of streaming service. That's not something you were asked to look at here.
No, I was asked to look at something to see if it was actively operating.
Under that limited definition. Okay. Sir, what is UTC time?
Universal time coordinates.
Okay.
So that is a 5-hour difference from where we were looking at during the time of the incident.
And that would be Eastern time.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, would you agree or disagree that between 8:20 to 8:37 in this particular case, that there was a substantial amount of data that was transmitted to this phone of Mr. McDonald's?
I'd have to refer to the records.
Please look at your report.
I don't have the records in my report.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Can you say those times again, please?
Yeah, 8:20 to 8:37.
I think it's relative. So bytes down and bytes up.
Well, walk us through what they are.
So you're measuring it in bytes, which is the smallest unit of measurement for data that are recorded on here. It takes 1 million to make up a megabyte. If we look at a picture, if you were going to email a picture of 3 images.
Sir, can you answer my question?
Yes, I thought you wanted me to explain.
No, I'd like you to answer how much data was from 8:20 to 8:37 received.
How much data you want me to add it up?
If you don't mind.
I would say there was
No, I can't do the math up here of how many millions of.
Does it look like 203.86 megabytes of data downstream and 6.72 megabytes of data upstream?
I can't say. I didn't do the math on it myself.
Is that wrong?
I don't know, I can't say. My point is.
I can ask you what your point is.
Okay.
Another expert who actually did the math found that between 8:20 to 8:37 a.m., a total of 203.86 megabytes of data came downstream and 6.72 megabytes of data went upstream that was recorded. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Agree.
Okay. But under your definition, unless the person is actively popping away, then it's not being actively used.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. The best evidence of whether or not this phone was actively being used under your definition would be in the recovery of the device and a forensic examination.
Correct.
You indicated that you do cellular bright is universal to most officers out there. Most officers have taken the class and they can dump a phone. They can look at that information. That would be the best evidence in this particular case.
Yes.
Okay. And the phone burned up. You were told that. Do you know exactly when the phone was burned up, sir?
Do not.
Do you know whether it was on initial contact?
Do not.
A minute later?
No.
2 minutes later?
No.
3 minutes later?
No.
4 minutes later?
No.
5 minutes later?
No.
6 minutes later?
No.
So you have absolutely no idea whether or not whatever that initial request for data that was made that's being actively fulfilled.
Nobody does.
Well, it's going down to the phone, right?
Yeah, but no one knows where it came from. That's my point. That's what AT&T
It didn't
said.
come from Mars. It's something that's actively on the report. That's a standard disclaimer, like smoking may cause you cancer.
I believe it's a little bit different. I believe.
Have you ever worked for AT&T, sir?
No.
Have you ever held a job at AT&T where you received a paycheck from them?
No.
You ever worked for a consultant for AT&T?
No.
Okay. Sir, did you review the NTSB material in this particular matter?
No.
Were you aware that the NTSB issued a report in this matter?
No. I was asked to look at the discovery, which I named.
Okay, so then let's go through what exactly we looked at.
Okay.
Did it include more than just the phone records?
No.
Okay, what else did you look at?
No, it did not include more than just the phone records.
That's it?
When I did my report, I looked at the phone records. Afterwards, I was provided a copy of the expert's report. So I did read that.
Somebody else's report?
Correct.
Okay, the guy that did the math. Well, let me ask you this question. In terms of what is considered high definitional streaming video, do you know what that looks like in terms of megabytes of data per minute?
No.
Would you know that AT&T in one of those non-disclaimers finds that it's 41.7 megabytes of data per minute?
Okay.
You didn't know that? Was that not on the report that you saw from AT&T?
I saw the report from him. It's not in the report from AT&T, no.
Okay. Sir, if I had a video on and I had the phone in my hand and I have the wheel in the other hand, but I'm not actively manipulating any of the numbers or any of the other keyboards on the phone, under your definition, would I be actively, what was that term, using the phone?
I would say no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Reader.
You're asked about the data between 820 and 837, 200 megabytes. Does that have any specific meaning to it at all?
No.
Is it indicative of a particular type of use?
No, that's the point. By AT&T's own disclaimer, they're stating that they do not know what occurs and whether or not it is AT&T network initiated or customer initiated.
So that 203 megabytes from the NTSB could have been initiated by AT&T.
Yes.
And it really doesn't matter who's doing the math. It still doesn't tell us what the data means, correct?
Correct. Looking at the speeds and the amount of data really doesn't tell us what we're looking for to answer that question because we don't know how much came from either source. So of that 40 gigabytes or megabytes, excuse me, then we don't know that that came from the user or AT&T's network. So analyzing that really has no bearing on whether it was actively used.
Okay. And again, you look at these records on a daily basis in your current work?
Yes.
Okay. This is something you analyze the carrier side records. Is that correct?
Yes.
Something you do on a daily basis?
Yes.
Have you testified in court about this before?
Yes.
Okay. And so with regards to when the phone burned up in the truck, you're not opining to that, are you?
No.
Okay. I believe that you did make a distinction that there was a data transfer or session, as you call it, with the carrier roughly about the time of impact, which continued on for another 6 months.
Correct.
You're not saying that tells you when the phone burned up, are you?
No.
You're just saying that, I believe you said it was highly unlikely that the individual was actively using the phone because the accident had already happened. Is that what you're saying? No further questions. Thank you.
Would you establish as a forensic baseline for determining whether the phone was in operation?
I don't make that distinction.
You never established a forensic baseline of use to Mr. McDonald's phone in this case?
There's no way to know. We don't have enough information.
You don't have enough information. In terms of the 203.86 megabytes, that was actually in the state's expert's report. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Further.
Is there there's no way to tell without the phone what apps were open, or anything like that on there?
Yes, Your Honor.
These transfers of data from the phone to the carrier internet. If I have an email, let's say I get up in the morning, I drive to work, all my apps are closed out. And in between my home and work, I get 10 emails. Is there communication? And I don't open them up until I'm here, not reading them. Is there going to be data from the carrier to my phone saying, hey, you got an email at 7:01, one came in at 7:07?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're going to see that data traffic,
You are.
even though my app is closed.
Exactly.
Is the data going to be different size based on what's transmitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I say to Siri, open my Audible app and play whatever book, is that considered active use?
I wouldn't say so, Your Honor, because you're not actively manipulating the device. You'd be operating it with your voice. So I wouldn't say that'd be active use.
So if I do an Audible, either the app Audible, listen to a book, or I play music through YouTube Music. Is my phone, are those songs and that data being transmitted as I go down the road, or does my phone catch it and store it and play it and say?
It's a good question. So if you are actively streaming, then it would continue on as you go down the road. If you're accessing a database that has the songs on it, you may download those one time and then play them without using data for that transaction. But the data that comes in as you're listening to music driving down the road on Spotify or Pandora, for instance, is constantly using data.
I may have asked you that. If the phone is not available, what other way is there to evaluate, if there is one, whether apps were in play at the time of the accident?
There's nothing.
There's no cloud storage.
The cloud will have a last backup. The cloud will not have, depending on your settings in your device. So there could be a cloud backup that exists for that time period, depending on the last backup. That data could appear to show you the snapshot of the device at that time, depending on the settings you set. A lot of times the cloud backup, in this case being an Android device, would have those items backed up that you would put onto a new phone. It wouldn't have application information, more like contacts, pictures, and that sort of thing.
Would the app itself have that information? For example, if the phone doesn't exist, could you go to YouTube Music and say, hey, this guy's a subscriber, tell me what this app was doing at such and such a time and date?
No, Your Honor, they don't store that data.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Recross.
No forensic baseline, 203.86 megabytes of data that's coming in between 8:20 and 8:37. This guy must be the most unluckiest person in the world that it's just all that device at that point in time just hit. Is that your testimony, sir?
Yeah.
Just a coincidence? You don't know, do you?
No answer to that.
You don't know, do you?
Do I know what?
Do you know whether or not he's somebody that all of a sudden this big dump of 203.86 megabytes of data hitting his phone, download, 6 megabytes of data upload is not related near in time to where this collision occurred, that this was hitting his phone?
My answer is that nobody knows. The data we have does not
So
say,
you
for
can
instance,
speak for yourself. Thanks.
speaking for the data.
You can.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Brady.
Your Honor, I have no further witnesses.
All right, yeah, the exhibits you want to
I
introduce?
would, Your Honor. I have essentially. Okay, I have exhibits A through E that we've used here. Your Honor, you have the 2 expert reports, which F would be from Ambassador. It's the one with the colorful cover.
This is F?
Yes, sir. And then Invista is exhibit G, Your Honor.
All right. You're offering then A through G?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
No
Murphy?
objection.
Defendant's exhibits A through G are admitted without objection. All right, Mr. Murphy, you need time?
Exhibit 27. This would be exhibit South Street.
Good day, everybody.
Huh?
No.
No rebuttal.
No rebuttal? You need some time for closing?
You want to use no?
All right, so the state has no rebuttal. They are gonna go ahead into closing. So we might have another verdict to watch today. I don't think we are. I think they might conclude for the day, come back tomorrow, do closings, and then verdict. So we'll see what happens. They don't.
Mr. Murphy, does the state have any rebuttal it will be introducing?
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, then let's take a break. 15 or 20 minutes. I'll let the lawyers gather their thoughts, prepare for closing arguments. We'll come back for closing arguments in about 15, 4:20.
All rise.
All right, 15, 20 minutes of break time. And then we might start closing argument. And, well, do you think we're going to have a verdict today? I don't think so. It is, what time is it? Um, yeah, this case is like literally over. So we are having closings today, I think. The judge is having a 10, 50, a 15 to 20-minute break. And then they are going to come back. And, oh, it's only 2 p.m. there. So I'm assuming a what, half an hour to closings? I don't think that much because um, this I don't think that much because the case has been literally 3 days. So hang on. So I need to write something. Defense was 2 witnesses. Prosecution, I need to go back and have a look. Prosecution took 2 days. Defense took basically half a day. So on the case. Um, so I think where is this at? This is in Ohio. Um, so this is an Ohio case. We are in Ohio at the moment. Next case, Hannah. That is a very good question. I need to start hunting down, don't I? I think if tomorrow, if we have a verdict today and we don't have the case is done by today, which probably it could be. There's a very high possibility of that. Tomorrow, I think we're just gonna hang out because there is a couple of things that I want to watch. Like a few sentencings that of cases that I've been following that there is happening. And then there, because I had a trial lined up that I was waiting for, that was going to be for tomorrow, or start tomorrow. We could play some of the Dominguez trial, that is true. We could catch up on that. We could and pick a case on Monday. We could, but there is an ex NFL player that Israel was supposed to start tomorrow. It was literally going to start jury selection tomorrow and everything, but it took a plea deal. Literally on Wednesday, yesterday, took a plea deal. So so you already got sentenced as well, I think, apparently. Um, and I want to watch that because I've been following that case, and now that he already got sentenced, I want to follow that. I know it was a Hail Mary for him, so I want to watch that, and then maybe we can catch up on the Dominguez trial. That is a possibility. But I'll see as well what's going on in the world of true crime. We do have a lot of stuff to catch up on, and then maybe, like you're saying, Hannah, on Monday, we do we start hunting down for a new trial because there is a trial that started, but I don't know about that trial. It's a double murder trial. I have no clue where it is, but I saw popping in my feed yesterday. It was a murder that happened last year, but I have no clue whether this is. And I don't know if they are even live right now with that trial, and they are not. So, um, so that's a possibility because there's a lot going on. But yeah, maybe a catch up on the Dominguez trial is in order after we watch that sentencing that I want to watch. So and yeah, so there was already the news. There is a new pope. He's American. That is quite interesting, and it's going to be interesting. And yeah, so we'll see what happens if you know of a case that is starting actually quite soon or soonish. Let me know, and we'll see. Well, if there is a feed or anything, that to obviously follow. So, hey, there is no shame in that, but there is shame. Where's our pickles? Where is that? Where is my ice cream? I'm literally, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm really, really warm right now. I'm having a really bad hot flash, and I think I need some either ice to cool down, or I do have my fan here. I literally have it here, but I don't know. I think this one will be worse to the microphone than my um oh, I'm sorry, Pickles. I'm so sorry. You definitely deserve that ice cream, girl. You have it yourself. You don't even have to share with me. See, I am being that nice. No, I'm joking. You deserve it. You completely, absolutely deserve it. I'm sending you lots of love, my friend. And yeah, and see, I forced someone to eat today. I'm so proud of me because I've been eating and I have not forced, obviously, she can do whatever she wants. She's a grown adult. But I encourage someone to eat today and I feel good with myself. And I'm glad that she's taking the advice and she's eating. Even though it's McDonald's, but McDonald's is very good, especially the milkshake. She has made very good choices. Um, but now I'm glad that you're eating and having some food, even though sometimes we don't feel like it. And I speak from experience. So definitely. So we're just talking about what is coming up because we might have a verdict on this trial today. I was not prepared. This was more like a full time. Yeah, I know. I am surprised that too. Surprised that you also listen to Hannah. But no, I'm glad because like I know how it is. I know how I am as well. In terms of like not eating and having to force myself and everything. So I completely understand that and how it is in terms of like when people say to eat and all of that jazz. um so we're just waiting on something to happen, well, for the court to come back because they are on a 15-minute 20-minute break. Because they are at the moment going into closing arguments. We've already oh, hang on. Sorry, I just caught my eye. We might have to watch this another time. Yes, I am still here. I'm always here, case one. I live in here. I'm joking. I am here. We are right now on a 15-minute, 20-minute break for our case because our case is gonna go to the hands of the jury, the judge today. Because we are the trial that we are following is a bench trial out of Ohio. So that means that the judge is going to decide the fate of our defendant and they are going to make closings in about 15-20 minutes when they are back from the trial. Oh, cookie dough ice cream. Best decision ever. I think I made a very good friend here. Cookie dough ice cream. Absolutely agree, pickles, and very good choice. And yes, ice cream shot. Oh, I am so hot right now because I'm having a very bad hot flush and I can't have my fun on and I'm dying. Um, so I'm gonna say if there is a hearing, I never can say this word, preliminary hearing on a road rage pew pew that killed a DoorDash driver, and this is in Detroit. So I'm gonna save this one to watch later, and then we can talk about this another time. Oh, you know what? My favorite from Ben and Jerry's is the brownie. I think it's brownie called brownie one, the brownie one. So that one is a very very good. That is, I think, my favorite, but I don't have that brand very often. Normally, we have is was it that Scottish make of ice cream that you like? The big tubs. Oh, sorry, I'm just asking her. Oh, I need to Google. Oh, it's like Hannah probably knows a blue and cream ice cream tub. Let me see if I can Google it. Ice cream tub. Let me see if Google. Found it. Mackey's. I don't know if you know this brand. Let me share this screen and show you guys. Hang on. Why is it not showing? That one. Let me zoom in. Hang on. This one. Like this one. That. That one is the one that we normally have for ice cream. Um, it's Garden Bot likes the is it honey version one? Which one?
There's a honey and there's a cream one.
There's a honey and or cream one that he likes. He's like an
The
orange.
honeycomb, but I like the
Oh, I thought it was the orange one that you like. So there's this version, the honeycomb. That's it, honeycomb version, and then there's the blue version. Apparently, Garden Bot likes the blue version and not this one. I was confused. Oh, so see, you're learning about something new today. Again, with me. I'm imparting knowledge. Wow, that's surprising. Um, sorry, just going back to the feed, and but we kind of carry on talking about ice cream because ice cream is a lot more interesting today to talk about and livings. So that is the ice cream the garden bought, and we eat a lot because they sell that at the place that I work, and we get discount on it. Just good. And that's why we kind of splurge on it a bit. It's a bit expensive, yes, but we both work hard, so we deserve it. But it's very very nice. Um. Oh yeah. They are, and I absolutely agree. This one is also a bit on the expensive side, but oh well, we work hard. Gotta work hard to play hard, so we deserve it. Like you know, it's. But that's one of the ice creams. There's another ice cream, the Haagen Dazs. I think is it mango and raspberry. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I thought I saw a head in court, so I was just like, "What's happening?" Yeah, see, there's people walking in. Did you see on the screen? That's crazy. The screen on there, you can see like the feet of people coming in. That is just crazy. Um, so yeah. Mm, so yeah, so tomorrow we're probably gonna do that. Oh, there's so many like sentencings and things happening, and my feed is full um of that. So I was like, I see a case and I'm like, ooh, that sounds interesting. I'm always like, I need self control and I don't have it. That is something that I definitely don't have it. It's self control because I'm watching all this kind of trials that I want to follow and I want to talk about, but and oh, and it just court is coming back. Hang on. Nothing is being said, but there's just movement. So we just court is coming back. Ooh, oh, Kara, I really want to get that. The ninja creamy, the ice cream ninja. It is not crazy expensive, but me and Garden, what we are putting money together for a house first, and then that's gonna be one of the splurge items that probably we're gonna get it down the line. That looks so good. That machine making my own ice cream is going to be crazy because I'm going to make a Red Bull ice cream and that is going to be amazing. A Disney's Dole Whip copycat. Oh, that sounds so good. See, you can try any kind of ice cream you want, and that is the part that really really entices me. And sorry about that. That was just kind of what. Apologies. It's okay. It happens. I hope you did not listen to that. Um, ooh, like I need any more reasons to spend time on Reddit. I know. Can you imagine? Red Bull ice cream, Hannah. That is exactly. And then there's TikTok, amazing as well. I've seen some. But a Red Bull ice cream. Oh my days, that's the dream, Cara. You may need. Do you drink energy drinks? Reddit is a rabbit hole, girl. I cannot go to the Reddit if I'm going out of the door or if I have something planned because otherwise I need to literally not go in there because I get lost. in the world, and then I start on one thing, go to another one, and then all of a sudden I'm in a food subreddit or on a game subreddit. It is not good. I need self-control on Reddit. But talking about the Red Bull ice cream, the carrot, if you do drink any energy drinks and if you want to try it, ooh, Earl Grey ice cream, coffee ice cream, coffee ice cream. Oh my days, what would I do with coffee ice cream? I know probably there's already one out there, but I could do a Portuguese coffee ice cream and never sleep again. That would be good. That would be very, very good. What else could we do of an ice cream out of? Uh, Coca-Cola ice cream, but that's already F, the Calippo. Uh, oh, Boost, really? But they are the same, yeah. Um, so Portuguese coffee ice cream is very good, but Portuguese, I will never sleep again. Definitely. What else could we do as an ice cream? Uh, Coca-Cola this already. Oh, Prime. Three leches. Oh, yes, William. You know that you guys probably seen me drink this all the time. I drink this drink, Prime, all the time. Not sponsored. But we could do that as an ice cream. Um, ooh, waffles and syrup ice cream. Yes, garden bottle. Yeah, I'll let you, but post there, or I'll send you the invite to the Discord, to the channel Discord. It's just like chat and everything. I'll send you personally the invite, and you can post there as many links as you absolutely want. Let me share the link with you, and then you can post there the whatever you want and chat with people. Hang on 1 second. There. So oh, you're already there. So yeah, so if you just there. Oh, Biscoff ice cream, Java cake ice cream. Yes. Ooh, what's Big Red? What's Big Red, Case One? I don't know that one. Oh, Biscoff ice cream. I'm crazy for Biscoff. I cannot go to the shop. I work in a shop. Um, so um, absolutely yes, Biscoff ice cream. But what is Big Red? I'm interested. I'll try it. I'll eat it. I'll eat anything as long as it doesn't have kiwi. I'll eat it. That's for that's fine by me. Because I am allergic to. Oh, cinnamon. Oh, yes. Yes, definitely yes. Then absolutely 100%. Uh-huh. Because I'm allergic to kiwi, so no kiwi, any related things. So just because you don't want to unalive me and put me on the ground, and you guys are gonna go in. Um. Oh. That sounds very interesting. A low calorie, high protein Biscoff cheesecake. That sounds very, very good. Kara, absolutely yes. Um, no kiwi for Katya. Do not unalive me, please. Thank you very much. Which is sad because I really like kiwi, but ever since I got to England, I got allergic to kiwi for some reason. It's just since I've been in England that I'm allergic to kiwis. When I was in Portugal, I wasn't, and I haven't like no tried kiwis in Portugal because I don't know now if I'm allergic to them, and I don't want to try just in case. I like to be alive and all. Sometimes, even though sometimes it's hard. So, thank you, Kara. Yeah, got it. Oh, Josh is coming.
All right. Ready for closing arguments?
Yes,
Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, the interesting thing here, Your Honor, is you've heard all the evidence in this particular case. You've had a chance to listen to the witnesses. There are a number of exhibits in this case. There's some issues of law that need to be discussed a little bit, especially in these particular type cases. like most cases, there's usually direct and circumstantial evidence. This was supposed to be the best of times for the students and staff members at Tuskegee on November 14th, 2023. The day was supposed to start that way. The day was supposed to be to go and celebrate the appointment of one of their own to the board. They got a special motor coach to transport them. This Vanderbilt motor coach, it came at about 6:53 in the morning. It was loaded up by the students. The students got to choose based on grades that they're in as to where they were going to sit. With seniors in the back, juniors, sophomores somewhere in the center, and freshmen in the front. The driver was Donald Wagler, who was 65 years of age at the time. He's a commercial driver. In this particular case, he'd been driving buses for quite a long period of time. And he shared the same thing that Sam Dowie and Josh Chica shared, which is that it's having a special license. You can't drive a vehicle with a certain weight on it, over 26,000 pounds, unless you have a commercial driver's license. And the reason why this is important is because there's special rules that apply to commercial drivers that don't apply to Class D drivers. There's special training. There's more risk because of the weight and size of the vehicle that you're going to be moving down the roadway, whether it's in the state of Ohio or whether it's in any other state. There's a uniform code conduct that applies in federal law as well as state law. Ohio has some of those rules as well when it comes down to cell phones. And one of the things to discuss in this case is because there's a lot on cell phones, and there was some interesting things as to what was considered for coming to a conclusion on cell phones. But I think one of the most important thing is when the court looks at Jonathan Buffington's report, one of the things that he brings home is that at 8:20 in the morning through 8:37, 203 megabytes of data is downloaded to that phone after a request of about 6 megabytes of data goes up from the phone. I asked the witnesses about forensic baseline. Mr. Buffington testified to that on the AT&T records. You get to see what that baseline is when the defendant was in his rest period, when he was off. His data is about 0. He must be the most unluckiest person in the world that all this data is just ascending or descending, both actually, to and from his phone within 10 minutes of the fatal collision. We think it's important because Ohio does have a statute that was in effect at the time that this collision occurred. It became effective October 3rd, 2023. And it's called driving while texting. And it basically says this in Division A: no person shall operate a motor vehicle on any street, highway, or property open to the public for vehicular traffic while using or holding in an electronic wireless communication device. The reason why I only read those two, there's others, or physically supporting with any part of the person's body. And of course, when you look at the Spartan nature of the interior of this truck, most likely you are holding it. And that is because the defendant's expert has only one standard for actively using. You literally at the time have to be punching something into it. That may be the law in South Carolina. That may be the law in New Hampshire. It may be the law in Michigan. But in the state of Ohio, that is not the law. The Fifth District Court of Appeals had the opportunity in a decision that is State versus Havens, 2024 Ohio 2204. It was decided on June 7, 2024, that said that the state's obligation is only to prove those aspects in Division A. The state has no obligation to prove any of the other aspects as to whether or not they have an earpiece in, or whether or not they're using it for navigation or any of those other things. That's not the state's burden. So with respect to the defendant's expert and to the presentation that was put on regarding what something was actively used, it does not mean that the person at any particular moment in time has to be punching things or data into a phone. It means that they're just using it. And we're not talking about a small amount of data. The testimony is that that data that's coming in is high definition data. We're very close to it. I think it's 41 megabytes, and 40 was actually what was coming in. Yeah. We heard a lot of things about other sources. The phone was being used. And why is that important here? Well, as the Danville bus and the Tuskegee students had passed exit 117 and were moving forward to Columbus, there was a line of vehicles. And I know that there were some statements about whether these vehicles were stopped or moving. They all were moving. And that is just because in 2025, most vehicles are equipped with some kind of forward-facing video cameras. And in this particular case, Sam the Dowie had one of those in his vehicle that was trailing behind, as well as the Volvo driver in the front. Trooper Grimm had a body cam. And you could see that an accident that was further up the roadway that he was at was clearing. And one of the first things you see on the body camera is that you see him looking back, and you actually see the plume of smoke coming up. The plume of smoke is something that Trooper Grimm immediately called in for ambulances and emergency response vehicles to go to that location. And when he arrived at that location, his body cam shows what had been unfolding. Prior to that time period, the defendant, who's driving in a particular truck, a 2019 Freightliner, that is not equipped with any kind of lane avoidance or collision systems, that is not equipped with any kind of cruise control that varies based on other vehicles, is heading down the roadway. The sun is to his back. The weather is perfect. There's no ice on the roadway. It's a beautiful day. There's no adverse weather conditions that he had to contend with. As he moved down the roadway, the video camera system from Mr. Dowie shows him pulling away. His last ELD mile per hour figure, besides 0, was 74.7. The speed limit was 70. The vehicle had nearly 50,000 pounds of weight to it. It was carrying 24,000 pounds of battery, lead acid batteries. He crossed under a bridge with a van in front of him that started moving away immediately into another lane. In front of that van that moved away was a 2015 silver Nissan Murano. It had 3 people in it. That vehicle was slowing down but moving. In front of that was the Van Hool bus, which is 11 feet 6 inches tall. It doesn't get any clearer than that. There was no visual obstruction to seeing that bus on that roadway. In front of the bus was the 2006 Toyota Highlander operated by Mr. Wolverton. And in front of Mr. Wolverton's vehicle was the 2014 Volvo that also had video. And at the time of the collision, the camera in the Volvo shows, there's a couple things that are important here. One is on the video, you can see in the passenger side mirror, you can see an image in the back, and you can see it darken, and you can see it come up as the testimony was. And that's actually the bus. And it doesn't happen immediately. But when it happens, you can see that his vehicle is pushed forward. And you can see the extensive damage that is on the back doorway and container area of that trailer that he was pulling. But what you can also see, more importantly, before that is that traffic was slowly moving. It's a common experience to anyone that operates a motor vehicle. It's not a first in this world that traffic will slow down and speed up. We entrust 16-year-olds in this state to operate motor vehicles. That we entrust them to understand and know what their obligations are when they're driving. That is not the obligation of someone who is a commercial driver's license, who has specialized training in order to have that license, who has been driving that same route for over the last year as a routine. He's well aware of what's happening. His statement, I don't remember anything past exit 126. So from exit 126 to 118, he has nothing that he remembers. Dr. Lee testified that there was nothing that he saw, in his opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that he would have not been able to be attentive to the roadway. And at that time, what's going on is all this data has been sent up from his phone and is coming down from his phone. He had one job, literally. The seat is set up. It's not meant to be sarcastic. It's not meant to be diminutive. It's the obvious. The seat in that cab is set up for the driver to look forward. There's no center console between the driver's position. I'm sorry, a center, I'm looking for a word, your console between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. It's an open space. They have a radio that looks like it's from the 1990s. Some of us would know what those radios look like. They're terrible. There's really no place for this person to put a phone other than a cup holder. That's it. There's no way that he had access or had any ability to use that phone under the rules that he signed as an employee in 2020 for the company. You can't use it. In fact, if we call you, you have to wait till you're off the road. And yet he's getting high definitional quality video. The most important time frame starting at 8:20 to 8:37. And when their expert was on the stand, and he says, well, I didn't measure the distance from the bridge to the area of impact, which is typically and traditionally what is referred to as an area of impact, but not in this case. That is because the area is so pronounced that they can tell exactly where this happened. And the photographs in Exhibit 23 show this area with clarity. You had a truck that Trooper Jasper has a low speed of 72, he said, which our expert said was the best estimate. Asked about the ELD speed, he's like, yes, that's within that range. The speed limit's 70. The speed that he hit the Nissan was 72 miles an hour at minimum. The Nissan was not tailgating the bus. The Nissan wasn't at a standstill. The Nissan was moving. The impact was so over the top, brutal, that his semi literally went over and pushed down onto the roadway, the Nissan, and literally took the top part off of the roof line of this Nissan. And what's the most telling on this is that there's no evidence that he had any braking whatsoever prior to this event. The testimony is not disputed. That question was asked directly. There is no evidence that this person applied their brakes, a professional driver with years of experience, who had one job, and that is look forward and out that windshield. Hit his brakes. And how do we know that? In addition to the different ways that Sergeant Jasper figured this out. From the distance he measured from the bridge to that point of impact is 800 feet. The testimony of their own expert, 6.5 to 7 seconds at 72 miles an hour, which he believed was 105 feet. It's 105 in a couple decimal points, actually. Every second he wasn't looking out that window. And on a step-by-step basis, there was nothing that prevented him from doing that. His training, his obligation, he's aware of that. You heard testimony from Josh Chica, who said, I put the vehicle in the ditch. Well, how would you know? I was watching the road. That's what professional drivers do. They watch the road. That's their one job. Their one job is to make sure that they can bring their vehicle to a stop. Sam Badawi said that. Sam Badawi said, well, yes, I have the entirety of the automatic brakes, the collision avoidance, the side impact detection. I also have the cruise control that is modulated by speed. And in fact, my company takes it so seriously that even if there's not a collision, that they'll still deduct money from me if I get too close to another vehicle. And why is that? Because like every other profession, they demand professionalism. They just don't give that license to a 16-year-old. As far as the bus driver is concerned, the man's a hero. The man lost a leg. The man basically, we're talking about perception time and reaction time. The man almost immediately turned the steering wheel of his bus to the right. And that's the only reason Mr. Wolverton is still with us. With a broken leg at the time, he still managed to get off the bus and open the doors and testified that he was the last one off the bus. He lost that leg as a result of this. You heard from Bryn Goodell. The only reason that she was alive and is alive today is that she never made it to the bathroom, into the bathroom. Because if she did, she'd be dead. The reason she's alive is because Josh Chica came across the roadway, helped pull Mr. Wolverton out of the vehicle with Trooper Grimm, went on the bus, pulled numerous people off the bus, including Grimm. The person that she smiled at before she went and got into the bathroom died. As well as 2 other people on the bus, a total of 3. There was no effort of braking. Even after he ran over the Nissan Murano, even after it continued down the road, there's no braking. When they looked at the steering column, it was broken in a straight position. There was no effort to turn. And the one photograph that Mr. Mann took before police arrived shows the defendant outside of his vehicle with his hands, Exhibit 3, his hands in the air. Absolutely no idea what happened. The reason he had absolutely no idea what happened is because he had one job, and he wasn't doing that one job. He wasn't looking at the road as a professional driver is required to do. Your Honor, there's 3 different groupings of charges in this particular case. The first grouping goes to aggravated vehicular homicide. This encompasses the 6 people that lost their lives. 3 of them on the bus, all 3 people in the Nissan Murano. The next charge is vehicular assault, next grouping of charges. Both groupings of charges of aggravated vehicular homicide and vehicular assault require the state to prove that on the 14th day of November 2023 in Licking County, Ohio, the defendant did recklessly cause the death or serious physical harm to the individuals that are here. The court has stipulations that the state and the defendant have entered into. Those stipulations say that the defendant concedes that he is the proximate cause of what occurred here. The defendant concedes that it happened in Licking County on the date and time as stated in the indictment, and that the death and the injuries resulted from his conduct. The defendant is contesting whether or not his conduct was reckless, which is what the state is contending, or whether his conduct was only negligent. There is a difference. Perhaps the best difference in the most on-point case is State versus Beard. It was decided by the 8th District, January 18th, 2024. The citation is 2024 Ohio 161. And what this case talks about is a person who was driving a dump truck into a construction zone that after he dumped the load in the zone, failed to lower the bed of the dump truck and drove out from the dump truck area or the construction area onto the roadway. He then got onto a ramp and he hit a sign with the raised bed of the dump truck. That sign fell and killed somebody in a half-ton pickup truck. And what the court spoke about in this particular case is the known risk of driving with the bed of that truck in the upward position. What we're talking about in this particular case under the definition of recklessness, which they also define, is a person acts recklessly when with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the person's conduct is likely to cause a certain result or is likely to be a certain nature. Person is reckless with respect to circumstances when with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such circumstances are likely to exist. That is within paragraph 14 of the Beard decision, as well as in Ohio Revised Code section 2901.22C. And why that's important is that, as in Beard, as with this defendant, he is aware in two separate circumstances that even independent of each other, but more so when combined with each other, especially after he signed the documents, especially after he went through the training, that when you close your eyes for 6.5 to 7 seconds and you're not looking at the roadway because you're distracted, you have, with heedless indifference to those consequences, disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk. And in this case, that the vehicles in front of him would be impacted not only by his truck, but the momentum of his truck. The cell phone makes it even worse. The data getting there after that level of request and that amount coming down to his phone, right at the same time or near in time to when these collisions occur. We believe that the defendant's acts in this particular case, for the purposes of the aggravated vehicular homicide and the vehicular assault, have been established under the reckless standard. The final group of charging is misdemeanor assaults. The standard, the elements for that is that the date that this occurred, which is again November 14, 2023, again in Licking County, Ohio, again the causation, all of which is stipulated. But essentially it is that the defendant knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to individuals. 2901.22 of the revised code, subsection B, says that a person acts knowingly regardless of purpose when the person is aware that the conduct will probably cause a certain result or will probably be of a certain nature. Closing your eyes for 6.5 to 7 seconds. A person has knowledge when the person is aware that such circumstances probably exist. When it's a particular element of offense, this knowledge is established as the person subjectively believes there's a high probability of its existence, fails to make, inquire, or acts with the conscious purpose to avoid learning the facts. We heard from 3 professional drivers. Again, he had one job. He didn't do it. It's part of the training. It's part of the requirement in order to do this. You're under 1.8 miles away from this. This truck was at 74.7 miles an hour, accelerating from 71 miles per hour going up a hill. He wasn't driving on cruise control. He had his foot on the pedal, and he had his eyes someplace else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Brayton, your closing remarks.
Thank you, Your Honor. On day one, we heard from Kimberly Charlton. She was the 20-year volunteer on the bus. She sat next to Ms. Gensley, who was the van driver. And Ms. Charlton had testified that she had told Trooper Keaton that she experienced aggressive braking, like, I have to stop now. On direct, she described it as all he had. That's a significant piece of evidence on the record, Your Honor. And it's backed up by Stephen Tripp's testimony that he's studying for his master's degree. He's engrossed in his studies, and there was an aggressive braking that caused him to lose his concentration on his studies and look up. Between these two pieces of testimony, witnesses on the bus describe an aggressive braking event. Now, when we combine that with the fact that the bus driver veered to the right, he steers to the right, we know that. He tells us he did. Kim Charlton also told us that he had steered to the right. What's important is that both Stephen Tripp and Kim Charlton both use mere seconds and then the impact in the rear. So we have the braking event, we have mere seconds, and we have the impact in the rear. And we have the steering to the right by the bus driver. And we have, through, I believe it was Trooper Grimm, we have the impact areas from the bus to the Toyota Highlander in front of it. We know it was the driver's side corner, and we know that it hit about mid-tailgate on the Toyota Highlander and increases the damage as it pushes over to the passenger side. So all that fits. We also know from the data that the Toyota Highlander was going approximately 9 miles an hour. According to Trooper Jasper's own data, that the bus was going approximately 25 miles an hour. So the bus is going faster. So all this starts to add up to the fact that the bus driver had a hard braking event, steers to the right to avoid hitting that Toyota Highlander. I asked him that, could the Highlander have had its brakes on? He answered, I don't know. So we talked at length about the Volvo in front too. We spent a lot of time on the Jake brake, the fact that it allows the truck to slow along with the transmission once engaged. It's highly plausible that he was doing just that, that the Highlander begins to slow. It's going slower than the bus. And it's possible that the bus driver in that moment was distracted as well. He looks up, he sees the Highlander, realizes he's going faster than it. He hits the hard braking event, like I have to stop now, all he had, and veers to the right. And when he does this, the Murano has to react to the bus that's braking hard. So the Murano applies its brakes. And along comes Jacob McDonald and impacts that. The Murano. Now, what's critical to this is the white van, Eugene Mann's. This is a critical piece of evidence that's been left out on every single solitary reconstruction chart, never accounts for the white van. And it's significant in two ways, Your Honor. It's significant because, as we've seen from the Freightliner video behind, that Eugene Mann's comes out of the right lane into the left lane. He doesn't do it aggressively. He moves over. indicates there's not an immediate threat in front of him. He doesn't yank the wheel over. He moves out. Jacob McDonald's coming up next to him. And when I asked Eugene Manns, you were flowing next to him, he says, yes. We talked about the silver metallic piece, and I played it back a couple of times. And after that, I said, that's when you heard the loud boom. You were flowing next to him. He says, yes. Now, Eugene testifies that he heard the boom. He looks out his window to the passenger side and sees the truck hitting into the bus. And then he looks back and he describes it as a burgundy SUV, which is the Toyota Highlander, and takes evasive maneuvers. What's important about that is I asked him, did you take evasive maneuvers before you saw the SUV in your lane? He thought about it for a moment and then said no. That's critical, Your Honor, because if he's flowing next to Jacob McDonald, not taking any evasive maneuvers, and we have this hard braking event from the bus, which causes the Murano to brake, and the semi impacts it, which he hears the boom, and now 1.5 seconds, that's in video, that's indisputable, that from the impact, we've all agreed, frame 33's impact. 1.5 seconds later, he begins to veer to the left, which means the burgundy SUV, really the Toyota Highlander, is in his lane. 1.5 seconds. And that's important on a twofold. That sequence of events. One, it furthers the theory that in the very beginning, that the bus broke hard, like I have to stop now, and veered to the right because he would almost hit that Highlander. That was the hard braking event, which caused Murano to hit the brakes, which caused Jacob, who at the time was likely looking out the window or doing something where his eyes are not on the road, and he impacts the Murano. But what's critical about that moment is Eugene Mann's van, his white van, is flowing next to him. Twice I asked him, he's flowing next to him, and you can watch the video. Then that means that he's behaving in the same way that Jacob is behaving at this point in time. That neither one of them are behaving recklessly. You would have to say Eugene was too. He doesn't take evasive maneuvers for another 1.5 seconds until he hears the boom. 1.5 seconds later, the burgundy SUV comes in his lane. That's very important. Now, I asked Sergeant Jasper, is it possible that after the impact of the Murano, did he not have the faculties to hit the brakes? He agreed. That could be possible. That large impact. Now, we've heard about distracted driving. There's lots of scenarios that go on there. I think there's there's a lot of different scenarios it could be, but one of them that was suggested was perhaps he was looking at the white van. It's not uncommon. You're on a route that you do all the time. You're thinking about other things, and you half-heartedly look out your window at the vehicle next to you. Maybe it's a vehicle you like. Maybe there's something wrong with it you're focused on. Maybe the passenger is doing something and you can see through the window and you're trying to figure out what they're doing. But we've all done that. You're looking over here. And then the impact. The part where the state makes this 6.5 second claim then you have to assume that the threat or the braking event occurred clear back at the bridge in frame 24. And that simply can't be. And we know that because Eugene moves over like a normal person would. He did not react to an event right in front of him. That kills the 6 second thing. Where did that braking event occur? Someplace after that. We know the impact was at 33, but you can't definitively say it was 6.5 seconds from the bridge shadow, which would be frame 25 or 26, all the way up to 33, that he had his eyes closed. Also in contradiction of that is the videos of the semi-truck drivers driving down the road that we saw. And in both of those videos, if you were to believe that that's what looking at video is on your phone, then that doesn't really apply to this case. If that were the baseline, then Jacob couldn't have been doing that. Because in both of those, their eyes are up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And in both cases, they see the car right before they hit them. In both cases, they turn the wheel and you can see them tense up on the brake. And that's not the claim here. We've gone through the steering box. The steering box was, so he wouldn't have been doing this. That contradicts the 6.5 second thing too. The up to that point, Your Honor, we know that we had, there's no reason to disbelieve Kim Charlton and Stephen Tripp. And the evidence, the physical evidence lines up to that. That was a heartbreaking event, and he went to avoid that Highlander, and with only 1.5 seconds before Eugene makes that invasive maneuver, which means that bus had to be right on that Highlander at the time of impact. He had to have been. So only 1.5 seconds before it gets pushed into Eugene's lane, and Eugene's going to avoid it. He had to have been right on that thing, which explains the heartbreaking event. Then we have the EDR data from the Nissan, which cannot be relied upon. We spent a great deal of time with that, but we have two problems with it that's still have not been explained away. One being that the physical evidence demonstrates the Nissan was 40 feet from the bus. I believe that was State's Exhibit 26, that shows the point of impact on the paper. After the first impact, which would be Jacob's semi hitting the Nissan, the first event is triggered. And that's the one that says the 57-mile-an-hour delta. But just 0.1 of a second later, it says there's a second triggered event, which presumably would be the impact with the bus, which would mean 11 feet have passed by, which is in contradiction of the physical evidence that everyone agrees to, that the Nissan was 40 feet away. So if the EDR is telling us you were only 11 feet away, that contradicts the physical evidence. The other big problem with that is we go back to the Toyota Highlander and we look at its data, it has a 40 mile an hour speed increase after impact, after the bus hits it. Well, the Nissan says a 35 mile an hour. Well, that can't be. It's in the chain of events. It can't be a slower speed back at the Nissan and an increased speed up at the Highlander. The data is flawed somewhere. No one's explained it. Sergeant Jasper left event trigger 2 completely out of his report. Didn't even discuss it. When we get to the cell phone data, without the cell phone data, with that as a plausible explanation of the events, that there was a heartbreaking event that occurred after Eugene moved out of that lane, like a normal person would, occurred someplace in between those frames up to frame 33, which is very plausible that Jacob McDonald was looking out his window or looking at someplace in the cab. In fact, I believe I asked Sergeant Jasper, could he have been doing a flexing routine? And his response is it could have been any numerous of things. So there could have been any explanation as to why his eyes weren't on the road at that, in those last few seconds. We also have the perception time reaction. It could be 1.5 seconds to build in there too. But that's being negligent, Your Honor. That's not being reckless. Taking your eyes off the road momentarily to look at a car next to you, observe what it's doing, is negligent. The cell phone. Your Honor, there's not a single expert that's come in here, from Sergeant Jasper to Mr. Buffington to Mr. Gentile, that can tell us what it is. AT&T themselves say, we cannot tell you if we initiated it or you initiated it, and we cannot tell you what that data means. And the state can claim 203 sounds like a heck of a lot of data. We still don't know what it is. We still, to say that someone is streaming a video at that point, you're merely guessing. That's it. And nobody could explain to us, since it's not really 41.7, which is what the NTSB claims that the AT&T discloses on a consumer level of what high definition streaming is, and we're only at 38. Does that mean conclusively that it couldn't have been that? Nobody can answer that question either. We don't know what the data was. No one can opine to the fact that that data would demonstrate that an individual was actively manipulating his phone. In fact, the state's cell phone expert defined initially when he said on the stand, active use is he made sure he defined that when he first sat down. Cell phone use is using the cell phone is using the network to accomplish a task. That was his definition of active use when he sat down on the stand. Now later, he opines that, yeah, he was using his phone, which seems to be in contradiction to that. He seems to have come up with a two-fold definition of what active cell phone use is. But most interestingly would be that he has no analytical forensic baseline that he used. In fact, he used the totality of the circumstances, and I listed two of those, the first two elements out of his report. If you recall, one of them was did it make any difference if I feel good or I feel bad with my cell phone connecting to the carrier? And he agreed, no, it does not. That's his first element in the totality of the circumstances. The second element was he discussed Jacob's familiarity with the route. Again, he's just quoting the NTSB all the way for 10 pages of this report. But I asked him, my familiarity with the geographic location, does that affect how my phone connects to the carrier? He agreed it did not. Well, that's in his totality of the circumstances analysis. And if you recall, I asked him, did you ever take 100 different phones from different carriers and look at the data and say, hey, you know, if you're streaming video, this is kind of the average, and then compare it back to our results? No, that would have been scientific. His was, I read the NTSB report, was kind of made a guess. And most interesting is that he made the claim from the stand that somehow AT&T really does know what that data is. If you recall that, I said, why don't you have that? You're in a case testifying as an expert. 6 people died. Why don't you have that? His answer was, I wish I had it. Your Honor, that was a gross error to make that statement from the stand. And all the work the NTSB has done, and all the work Sergeant Jasper and his team has done, and all the work Invista and their team has done, none of them have come up with the fact that AT&T has some secret knowledge in the background of what that data actually means. That goes to his credibility as a witness. Your Honor, the state is correct that in counts 1 through 6, the defense has conceded or stipulated that as charged in the indictment, that the events did occur in Licking County on November 14th, 2023, and that Jacob McDonald driving the Freightliner semi was approximate cause of the death of those 6 individuals in counts 1 through 6. And in counts 7 through 15, the same elements. Rather, the death caused serious physical harm to those individuals. However, in both of those, in counts 1 through 15, the defense contends that that proximate cause was due to Mr. McDonald's negligence. And the state failed to present any evidence that would demonstrate that he was reckless or operated with a heedless indifference to those around him. In counts 16 through 26, Mr. McDonald's charged with misdemeanor assault. The defense acknowledges that individuals after the fact of the accident were harmed, or we contest or deny that Mr. McDonald did knowingly harm those individuals. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no names. Start out close by talking to Jervis about but both myself and Mr. Brigden, who's a very good lawyer, will tell you this is what we believe the evidence is. Please utilize your own memory, review your notes carefully, decide the issues in this particular regard. One of the most important issue is subjective versus subjective. And the state talked about objective evidence on the facts that were brought before the court. Subjective evidence that the vehicles were moving. There's objective evidence that from the sight line, the defendant had absolutely no difficulty, had the defendant been doing his one job, looking out the window to bring his vehicle to a stop. It wants to cherry pick testimony from Mr. Charlton, Mr. Tripp. In fact, I think Sergeant Jasper said it's pretty evenly split as to what subjectively folks on the bus were doing, other than you had the driver
And that is because what they were doing on the bus was as they were getting ready to celebrate going to the Columbus Convention Center. They were not there to document what was about to happen. Mr. Tripp had several jobs, actually. He was there as assistant band director. He wanted to work on one of two parts of his master's degree, one down and one back that he's working on. And he also has to, keep an eye and make sure that, the noise level and things in the bus stays at room temperature, maybe, so to speak, is the best way of saying it. In terms of the bus driver hard braking, we have objective data that that isn't the case. That there were two recorded and logged hard braking events, one in September and one in August. The bus didn't record a hard braking event on November 14, 2023. That's objective. As far as trying to place the blame on Mr. Mann, or say that somehow he only had 1.5 seconds because of what Mr. Mann did. The video, Sam Badawi's video, as well as the PowerPoint where you can watch slide by slide, objectively shows that that's just not accurate. Mr. Mann had no difficulty bringing his vehicle to stop, other than the fact that he had a Toyota Highlander coming at him because of the conduct of the defendant. The man's a hero. 6.5 to 7 seconds is what we see on Mr. Badawi's video, PowerPoint, that their own expert agreed on the stand that he would have that time. 11 feet, 6-inch bus in front of that. You didn't see any of those things? You weren't able to bring your vehicle to stop on those kind of weather conditions? He wants to talk about videos. I think he missed the point of the videos that Mr. Buffington had. And the point of it is that when the brain is engaged in doing one activity, and then you want your brain to also do another activity, and also do another activity, Mr. Tripp was doing at least 3 of those. It's very difficult then to break from those activities and then visualize and react. And why that's so important is that you see these 2 trucks in those videos are able to maintain their lane, just like the defendant was. You see them looking up or down, at least in the one. The other one, you see the hand on the phone. And what's happening is that you're so focused on the phone that you're actually looking short. You're not looking distances, you're not perceiving distances, you're just looking up short and you're going back to what you're doing. And with all due respect to the data, well, we don't know what app he was on, or we don't know what he was doing. Or how do we know that it was queried? We know it was queried by him, which is the definition Mr. Buffington gave too. Ohio would utilize both of those. If you query the network from your phone, whether or not you crash at that moment, or whether or not 203 megabytes of data come down the line and you're watching it down the road, doesn't matter. You queried and you are receiving data. And it's not an email. An email doesn't contain that amount of data going to his phone. Well, how do we know then about the EDR for the Nissan? Well, he said he had an Excel sheet and he didn't bring it with him, so I showed him one as to when the events occurred, because he presented an argument that it was twisted and therefore it was unreconcilable. So then we showed him Exhibit 27. What I was waiting for him to do was to recognize that one of these graphs was in miles per hour, and the other was in kilometers. And he was confused. He couldn't answer it, but they did line up. And he said, well, they line up, but they're not consistent with this table. You've only selectively looked at a specific point. You haven't looked at the totality of what's going on here. And I think that's pretty much came from both their experts. Their other expert had such meaningful insight into the phone records. He said, hey, I read the disclaimer. That's what I'm going to say. Can't really comment on anything else. I did, one field thing with AT&T. Never don't know what their thing is other than I see this here. That's not an expert. That's not an expert opinion. Your Honor, in this particular case, the state appreciates your patience, appreciate your time. On behalf of myself and Mr. Brigden in this particular matter, I know that these are tough cases, and the state at this point in time will rest. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the matter under advisement. I have a lot of exhibits, reports, data to get through. Tomorrow, I hope to be able to announce or schedule when I will have a verdict. I anticipate it probably will be early next week. I know people coming from different parts of out of county. So I will make sure there's plenty of advance notice communicated to the parties so that there's enough time for everyone to get here, at least those folks who want to be here. So I anticipate at this point, Monday, Tuesday of next week. If that changes, I'll certainly let the parties know, and that'll be communicated to everybody. With regard to the exhibits, do I have your
Do you have a combination there, Your Honor? You have.
I'm not.
You have
the videos.
The videos and the other stuff are actually in this one. I'm sorry. For the witnesses.
Those are on thumb drives, I assume?
Thumb drive, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, great. All right, then. Is there anything further then before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
What in the world did just happened? I was stretching my legs, and I took the headphones for a second. I saw that the judge was talking. I was like, I need my headphones, and he was talking about the verdict next week. Well, I understand, but next week verdict? Wow, that's gonna be crazy. Well, I guess we're gonna have to come back. You guys need to remind me, y'all. I need to make a note. Hang on. I need, and I put Nightbot on a timeout. Hang on, Jacob McDonald. Verdict. This was from Monday, Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Monday/Tuesday. Need to keep watching. That I understand he wants to review everything, and fair enough. But it's I understand that. I am verdict only next week. Next week, Judge. No, that's just not right. We can't wait that long. Well, we did wait 4 days for a verdict on what's his name? Christopher Schurr. Oh, I can't even say his name anymore. You know who I'm talking about. You trading my your face. Lol. I just can't believe we're gonna have to a no verdict on Schurr. Yeah, definitely a no verdict indeed. Wow, I am shooketh. I was literally thinking, and we were talking half an hour, 20 minutes. We're gonna have a verdict, and we'll be done with this. No, we're gonna have to come back tomorrow. I was like, honestly kidding me? You are behind again. No. You need to catch up, Roba. That has been has been a lot happening, but an absolutely mess of a case. Um, my days, this has been crazy. So, um, where did I put? No, I think it was in my other account. I was thinking we could watch the other sentencing of the other case I was talking about, or should I just keep that for tomorrow? I think I'm gonna keep that for tomorrow because I want to do the thumbnail for that case because I want that case to be included on the correct playlist. But well, yeah, that was a mistrial, but yeah, it's just crazy. Um, oh come on, where is the video? Oh, it's still. I know how to get it. I can just go to my conversation with Theo and grab it because I think she sent it to me. But that is absolutely crazy. My days, what is happening with true crime this week? No guilt, not guilty on the Tyree case. A hung jury on the Christopher Schurr. This one that's supposed to be very quick verdict. We're gonna have to wait until next week. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. I'm just saying if there's anything that, yeah, we don't talk about that. Definitely, we don't talk about Tyree. No, no. See, we don't get copyrighted because I changed the lyrics. This is absolutely crazy. And now I'm trying to see if there's anything else happening, but the only two things that is my feed, it's either Karen Reid or the Pope situation. So the new Pope situation, not that there's anything happening with the Pope. But that's the only two things happening right now. Um there is literally nothing. I've lost that sentence. I need to go find that sentence again for, but we'll do that tomorrow. We probably watch a bit of the Carlos Dominguez trial. I'll carry on watching that. Oh, hang on, there is I don't know how I like this trial because it's I don't know, Nelly guy, so I don't know about that one. Maybe I'll have to think about it. But yeah, so there's not much going on anymore today because to be fair, the courts are oh, Pickles, good luck, my friend. Bye. Good luck. All the good luck. And I'm sending all the best luck to you, my friend. Please, if you can, let us know. But all the best. I'm sending you very positive. We all sending you positive vibes for you. Yeah. And then everything goes fine. I don't know. What shall we watch? What shall we watch? What? I absolutely not have no clue. Oh, there is a trial. The trial for the Sean Steins case. The one that Pew Pew the judge in the chambers and got caught by the security camera and all of it. And all of the things it's been scheduled for, I think it's July. That has been scheduled, so that's moving. And it's Kentucky, right? On Eastern, or is does anyone know the time zone for because the time zone for Kentucky, because I'm wanting to know, obviously. Yeah, that's Australia. Australia doesn't stream live courts. There's a case that is very interesting out of Australia, but Australia's like the UK. They don't live stream court trials, and we would have been here doing your night, which is their days, which is absolutely crazy. So yeah, I am not finding anything, guys. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do something that I very rarely do. We very rarely do in this crime. Huh? What am I even saying? In this channel, we're gonna do something that we rarely do. We're gonna finish early. gonna have an early night. I'm gonna have a rest. I have a lot of things to. I'm gonna be recording with our friend Zio tonight. That is about to come out because there are so many updates on so many cases that both of us we want to get on, and it's something that we like to do together. And there is several projects that me and Zio are working on together for our channel, for my channel here, and for her channel, Lincoln Gestures. So keep an eye out. There's a lot of stuff going on. But we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be back with the Carlos Dominguez trials and that sentence. That we have, and possibly I will have a maybe trial that might start Monday or might start tomorrow. We'll see, because I'm still going to do some investigation of what's happening. But no, I know, Hannah, I know, I am so sorry, but I do want an early night to spend a bit of time with Garden Bot as well. I love you all, but I do want to spend a little bit of time with Garden Bot. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not leaving you. You can literally text me at any time, girl. Okay? All right. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. UK time. And we'll be hanging out again all day. All right? You can text me anytime. All right. I will leave you. Love you a lot. See you all tomorrow. Have a great day, evening, wherever you are. Tomorrow we'll be back. Have a good one, guys. And bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.